Hallo. Hi. Nein, so kann ich nicht den ganzen Tag sprechen. Muss ich aber wahrscheinlich, wenn ich das Spiel ja komplett vorlesen möchte. Hallo. Na, wie geht's euch? Alles fit? Der Chat heute tot. Tot. Verderben. Aller tot. Ich hoffe, es geht euch gut. Ich habe mir heute sehr viel vorbereitet. Ich hoffe, dass alles klappt. Und wie ihr seht, haben wir einen minimal anderen Hintergrund heute. Kein Bisa-Urks. Hallo Shadow, hallo. Na, seid ihr nicht eigentlich alle drüben? Ja, aber diese Schule ist anders. Diese Schule hat nur heiße Chicks. Und alle können dir gehören. Ohne Konsequenzen. Hallo Artis, ich gehe wieder nach Hause, keine Lust auf Schule, ich schwänze heute mal. Nein, lass uns zusammen schwänzen in der Schule. Der Unterricht ist schon lange vorbei. Alles tutti hier. Alles super. Versuche beide Streams zu verfolgen. Ja, viel Spaß. Gutes Gelingen. Kannst ja mal grüßen. Jetzt wird es ungünstig. Ich wusste nicht, dass sie auch quasi um die gleiche Uhrzeit dann anfängt. Aber naja, es ist halt so. Wie geht's euch? Wie geht's dir, Artis? Alles fit im Schritt? Und nein, hier gibt es kein Mathe, hier gibt es kein Deutsch, hier gibt es kein Englisch. Und alle Chicks nur für mich, alle Chicks nur für dich. Sondern hier sind alle super niedlich. Und großbrüstig. Okay, fast alle sind großbrüstig. Ausgenommen moi. Ich habe jetzt darauf verzichtet, jetzt noch mich groß auszupolstern. Dankeschön, alle Futzfräulein. Ich habe das gemalt. Ich habe jetzt meinen Raum umgebaut zu einem Klassenraum. Ja, ich habe jetzt ein Greenscreen. Ich würde gerne sagen, gesponsert von Elgato, aber das wäre gelogen. Das ist gekauft bei Elgato. Nein, ich meine... Alles gut. Manche Leute brauchen tatsächlich wohl keinen Greenscreen. Für sowas bin ich zu doof. Das kann ich nicht. Wie denn? Man muss sich ja trotzdem rauskien, eigentlich, ne? Oder, ich wollte gerade sagen, du könntest dir eine Kameramaske bauen, die genau deinen Umrissen entspricht. Aber dann darfst du dich auch nicht bewegen. Ja, nicht ganz gut. Heute nur etwas viel geflucht, geblutet? Also ich meine, du bist hier richtig dann in dem Spiel, ne? Aber was ist los? Und gewerkelt und noch mehr geblutet. Kann ich dich verarzten? Ich bin auch die Schulnurse. Hallo Xan. Ja, wir sind in der Highschool. Ich weiß gar nicht, wie das in Japan heißt. Wie heißt denn die weiterführende Schule? Ich glaube, da gibt es auch unterschiedliche wahrscheinlich, oder? Die Musik ist ein bisschen laut, ne? Alles wie immer. Ich weiß es gar nicht. Wir müssen auch gleich testen mit dem Spiel, wie das so läuft. Ich bin froh, dass meine Selfies doch noch 1, 2 Leute angelockt haben heute. Das ist gut. Ich habe hier gestern den ganzen Tag im Dunkeln verbracht. Ich bin aufgestanden mittags mit Migräne nach. Und ich habe schon das Spiel an, weil ich mir dachte, ach komm, bevor da irgendwelche Spackos reinkommen, Leute. Also außer euch. Dann wird das wohl sehr interessant heute. Ich hoffe, solange du nicht mein Blutfetisch Schwester Joy bist, bin ich nicht interessiert. Blutfetisch... Ich habe Fragen, aber ich habe Angst, sie zu stellen. Nein, gestern Migräne aufgewacht, bla, alles wie immer. Also nicht wie immer, aber die letzten Tage. Und dann, ja, musste ich noch den Greenscreen einrichten. Ne? Der steht jetzt hier sehr schräg und sehr eng hinter mir. Ich sitze, wie ihr seht, nicht mal auf meinem Gamingstuhl, denn der hat ja eine große Lehne und die wäre dann ja auch im Bild und das wäre doof. Also sitze ich hier in einem Korbstuhl, der sehr bequem ist, aber er kann sich halt nicht drehen. Ja, ist halt kein Drehstuhl. Und ich sitze hier eingepfercht zwischen Schreibtischecke und Greenscreen. Ich kann nicht 1 Zentimeter mit diesem Stuhl zurück und ich muss aus dem Stuhl über den Tisch klettern. Aber was man hier alles macht, ne? Dementsprechend werde ich nicht so häufig mit Greenscreen spielen, denn das ist doch etwas mühselig. Ich werde das aber wahrscheinlich für irgendwelche Cosplay-Streams oder so machen, für die perfekte Immersion. Ja, auf jeden Fall habe ich ewig gebraucht, um das zu keyen. Und es ist immer noch nicht perfekt, wie man sieht, aber ich kriege es nicht besser hin. Ich weiß auch gar nicht, wie meine Augenfarbe jetzt aussieht, denn ich habe grüne Kontaktlinsen drin. Aber was soll ich machen? Monika hat halt grüne Augen. Ich weiß gar nicht, ich flimmer. Ich habe bestimmt so flimmernde Augen. Das ist bestimmt richtig cool. Das soll so. Ist auch egal, Hauptsache Big Lenses. Scheiß drauf. Passt zum Spiel, wenn die Augen flimmern, du glaub mir. Sieht blau-grau aus. Hauptsache Big Lenses. Hauptsache süß. Du hast einen Stuhl im Auge. Ein Stuhl? Ein Stuhl? Weißt du? Du hast dir... Ich habe heute versucht, meine Capture-Card einzubauen und habe es nach langem Werkeln geschafft. Ja! Ich freue mich. Das ist gut. Ich bin stolz auf dich, weil ich kann das nicht. Ich habe das bei mir auch versucht und mein Stiefbruder muss das machen, weil ich hätte sonst den ganzen Fernseher, den Fernseher wieder, den ganzen PC aus dem Fenster geschmissen. Nur zweimal in die Hand gesenzt. Na dann. Mein Gott, stell dich mal nicht so an, würde ich mal sagen, ne? Ah. Bei mir war das kurz davor. Ja, das stehe ich gut. Bei mir passte auch damals die Capture-Card, aber ich hätte hinten irgendwie alles aufmachen müssen, weil es musste irgendwie von hinten reingeschoben werden. Da war aber halt nicht offen, da war kein Platz und fragt nicht, wie das jetzt ging. Ich habe es nicht gemacht. Was kenne ich? Nicht nett, hoffentlich nicht gerade die Haupthand. Oh ja. Ja, ihr arbeitet ja teilweise auch alle in Bereichen, wo man sich regelmäßig in die Hand senzt. Mach mal nicht. Obwohl, ich habe mir heute in die Hand geschnitten. Aber ist nicht schlimm. Ich habe schon wieder vergessen, welcher Finger es war. Also war es nicht so schlimm. Ich habe so richtig so mit so einer Haushaltsschere so... meine so... Au. Aber es hat nicht geblutet. Gerade noch so Glück gehabt. Ich habe nämlich heute noch die Schleife genäht. Meine kleine Krüppelschleife hier. Die eigentlich... Also die... In manchen Fotos dann steht die so hoch, ne? Und in manchen... Also Fotos, nicht Bildern. Und in manchen hat sie die so runter. Und ich habe gerade die oben gehabt, die Schleife, aber dann ist die regelmäßig nicht im Bild. Und das sieht später im Spiel richtig kacke aus, wenn da nur so ein weißer Streifen über mir floatet. Deswegen habe ich sie runter gemacht. Ist egal. Wisst ihr was? Mir ist arschwarm. Ich habe die ganze Zeit gelüftet, Heizung ist nicht an, aber ich sitze hier mit 3 Schichten Stoff. Ne, mit meinem Hemd, mit meinem Pulli und mit meinem Blazer. Und ja, ich habe auch die Stockings an und den Faltenrock und die Schulmädchenschuhe. Einfach weil. Stell dir mal vor, ich muss hier irgendwie rausklettern, obwohl das ist keine gute Idee. So wie ich hier rausklettern muss, wird man mein Höschen sehen. Das wäre schlecht. Für mich. Für den Kanal. Das heißt, ich müsste die Kamera ausmachen. Ist egal. Bei mir war das auch der Fall. Alles umständlich gemacht, auf Biegen und Brechen und Aushebeln und dann am Ende gesehen, wo ich das Ganze nur hätte aufklappen können. Es war bei mir bestimmt genauso, aber man hat es mir nicht gezeigt, weil man mir meinen PC weggenommen hat, um das zu machen. Ich habe gesagt, mach das doch hier, dann sehe ich, wie das geht. Nee, da habe ich keine Zeit für. Achso, aber den PC abholen, nach Hause, nach Essen fahren und wieder zurückbringen. Das, ja. Aber ich bin dankbar. Und wie viele Kanalpunkte muss man zahlen, um das ganze Outfit zu sehen? Das packe ich später auf Instagram. Denke ich mal. Oder auf Twitter auch. Ich habe allerdings nur so einen total schmalen Spiegel im Korridor bei uns. Da sieht man das gerade so. Ich stehe nicht auf hier. Zu viel Einblick, wenn ich jetzt hier aufstehe. Der Krog ist sehr kurz und ich muss hier sehr unelegant drüber klettern. Ich hatte zwischendurch immer, wenn ich hier reingeklettert bin, so scheiße, ich stream noch nicht, ne? Scheiße. Instant Ban von Twitch, wenn du Pause machen musst. Ja, nee, dann muss ich ja Pause drücken. Klicken auf Twitter, guck da mal wegen Schwester Joy. Oh nein. Wenn sie nicht... Ich weiß nicht. Oh Gott. Okay. Ja, das, ja, jedem das seine. Das ihre. Ja. Okay, dafür habe ich jetzt irgendeine schöne Kindheitserinnerung vergessen. Dankeschön. Was? Oh Gott, ich kriege hier voll den... Oh. Was für ein Update ist available? Ich kriege diese Meldung immer nur, wenn OBS sonst down ist. Ich habe direkt schon einen Herzinfarkt bekommen. Egal, irgendein Update für irgendwas. Hauptsache nicht OBS. Der Rest ist mir gerade Schnuppe. Worth it. Ah, das wäre es doch gewesen. Mal wieder Cosplay-Stream und OBS wäre nur so. Nein. Ich teste übrigens Fuchsfräulein. Ich weiß nicht, ob du sowas auch hast. Ich weiß nicht, wie viele. Ist Musik zu laut? Ich weiß nicht, ob du aktuell Perücken trägst für Drag und so. Aber ich habe jetzt, ich kann das gar nicht zeigen. Ich habe jetzt hier drunter so ein transparentes Silikonband mit Noppen. Und das hält die Perücke voll gut. Weil das hat ja, das sieht man ja jetzt nicht. Das hat ja hier noch Haare. Hier sind noch ein paar Haare. Ja, ich könnte diesen Zopf auch einfach abmachen. Das wird kein Mensch merken, aber man ist ja dumm, ne? Na, so. Und okay, das sollte ich nicht machen. Schnack. Nachher ist die Perücke so flupp, weg. Du hast ein Samtband dafür. Okay, das ist auch super. Dann ist gut, weil bei mir irgendwie es zog dann immer so krass an der Stirn und durch dieses, ich habe das jetzt zum ersten Mal heute drauf. Das hatte mir die liebe Calzara empfohlen. Und das war dann nur so, oh nice. Ich kann normal gucken und ich meine, ja, es ist schwer, ne? Der Zopf ist schwer, aber es geht alles. Besonders bei schweren Wigs, ja. Ich meine, bei normalen Wigs brauche ich das nicht, ne? Die halten sich ja von alleine. Aber alles, was nach hinten zieht, so. Irgendwann hingen die hinten und der Ansatz war zu sehen, oh mein Gott, ja. Oder du hast sie so fest vorne gemacht, damit das nicht passiert und hattest einfach die Migräne aus der fucking Hölle. Ich fühle mich auch immer, wenn ich meine Haare nach hinten werfe, ziehe den ganzen Kopf erstmal nach hinten. Du Übertreiber, ey. Du Übertreiber. Übrigens, die Wig ist auch von Calzara. Calzara ist übrigens, ich muss ein bisschen angeben, hier mit Leuten, die ich kenne, die amtierende Cosplay-Weltmeisterin. Yay! Die hat mit ihrem Freund, ich glaube, sind die verheiratet? Freund? Mann? Verlobten? Freund. Ich weiß nicht. Die Weltmeisterschaft gewonnen dieses Jahr. Das war sehr cool. Und sie hat mir die Perücke verkauft, weil sie mit damals Monika auch cosplayen wollte, ist aber wohl doch nicht gemacht hat. Und ja, das ist voll die tolle Perücke. Die hat schon hier das so vorgestylt gehabt, ein bisschen. Mit diesen, ne? Wirbeln. Musste nur noch ein bisschen den Pony kürzen gestern. Deswegen piekst es hier und da im Auge bei mir noch ein bisschen. Und wenn ich viel blinzel, dann ist kein Schlaganfall, es liegt nur an irgendwelchen Plastikhaaren in meinem Auge. Eine Promi-Perücke, ja. Ja, die Belle, die kenne ich schon so lange. Ich meine, jetzt nicht privat, wir machen jetzt nichts, weil wir auch voll weit auseinander wohnen. Aber ich kenne die einfach, seit ich angefangen habe zu cosplayen. Das ist heftig. Hallo Hinako, Dankeschön. Ich hoffe, es geht dir gut. So, wieder da. Sorry, dass ich die erste Stunde verpasst habe in der Schule. Ja, nee, ist okay. Bitte setz dich und sei jetzt ruhig. Ja, wir sind, schlägst du einmal bitte Seite 23 auf? Wir machen gerade Aufgabe 5 und 6. Dankeschön. Das ist auch so bescheuert, dass ich nicht, also ne, eine Cosplayerin, ja, boah, ich bin halt so braindead einfach, eine Schülerin zu cosplayen, wenn man selber Lehrerin wird, ist schon lustig. Welches Buch? Wie, welches Buch? Wir sind hier mitten im Englischunterricht. Wie viele Englischbücher hast du denn bitte? Du musst am wenigstens wissen, welche Stunde du kommst. Oh, wir machen Aufgaben. Nein. Quatsch. Wir fangen ja mit dem Spiel auch an. Ich gehe mir mal Kreide holen. Oh mein Gott. Ja, es ist einfach so. Was habt ihr gemacht, um damals im Unterricht zu entgehen? Ja, so ein Buch habe ich vergessen. Dann guck bei deinem Nachbarn bitte rein. Oh, sorry, ich habe die Sounds doch aus. Kann sie ja theoretisch hierfür noch anmachen. Warte. Ich habe die hier gar nicht. Ich habe eine andere Szene heute an. Ich habe die Blöps gar nicht hier drin. Es tut mir leid. Nee, der hat gepupst. Ja, du kannst dich jetzt aber deswegen nicht umsetzen. Also kannst du auch genauso gut in das Buch gucken. Gepupst hat er ja so oder so. Halt dir halt die Nase zu. Mach mal jemand das Fenster auf. Gleich geht's wieder. Das Fenster ist ja eh auf, ist ja Pandemie, ne? Lol. Sorry, nee, ich dachte, weil so ein Special-Stream habe ich die Sounds jetzt nicht übernommen. Für alles neu gebastelt. Das ist nicht der normale Talk-Bildschirm, wie ihr vielleicht seht. Aber wir können uns ein bisschen in der Schule umgucken. Jetzt will ich mal wissen, Wie bist du in echt in der Schule als Lehrerin? Ich bin ja noch keine Lehrerin. Ich bin ja noch Studentin. Ich bin nur Schulbetreuerin. Aber ich bin, ja, ich werde ja Grundschullehrerin und ich bin nett, aber streng. Also das Wichtigste für mich ist Fairness. Ne? Dass man zu jedem Kind fair ist. Man hat auf jeden Fall Lieblinge. Also das merke ich auch jetzt schon in der Betreuung. Du kannst es nicht ändern. Du hast definitiv Lieblinge. Kinder, die immer alles lieb machen und super knuffig sind halt geiler als Kinder, die, keine Ahnung, den Müll aus dem Fenster kippen und dir einen nassen Schwamm in die Fresse werfen. So, ne, was willst du machen? Natürlich musst du trotzdem alle fair behandeln. Ne? Welche Schule muss ich mal vorbeikommen für Selfies im Abseits? Apropos, habe ich das noch auf dem Dingens? Apropos Selfie. Oh, ein bisschen Eigenwerbung hier, ne? Ah. Für die es noch nicht mitbekommen haben, es ist ja im Februar die G4L, die erste Version einer Gaming-Messe in Düsseldorf. Und da werde ich sein am Samstag mindestens. Vielleicht auch noch am Sonntag, aber auf jeden Fall werde ich Samstag da sein. Und wir planen dann ein kleines Community-Treffen an dem Samstag. Und über den Link hier im Chat bekommt ihr Tickets. Das ist allerdings ein Affiliate-Link, da kriege ich 1 Euro. Eine Pommes 1 Euro. Ne? Und was geht da so genau? Ich weiß, es ist eine große Ausstellung von Indie-Games. Irgendwie 140 Indie-Games sollen irgendwie ausgestellt werden. Und ansonsten, ich weiß auch nicht, was da wie geht. Es war ja noch nicht. Aber ich werde da hingehen, weil ich gucke mir das halt mal an, ne? Und es ist halt Düsseldorf, das ist halt nicht so weit weg für mich, für andere schon, wie ich gerade lese. Ja, tut mir leid, NRW halt. Das, aber bestimmt sieht man sich mal woanders. Aus welcher Ecke kommst du denn nochmal? War das Dresden? Oder war das ja anders? Wir haben unser Selfie letzte Woche vergessen. Ja, ist mir auch eingefallen. Statt mit einem Bambusstab schlägt Nini mit einem Metallrohr zu, wenn man nicht hört. Und ich schicke einfach Günni, der beißt dir dann in den kleinen Finger. Dresden. Ha! Hey, stolz auf mich. Habe ich richtig gemacht. Nein, aber über den Link kriegt ihr halt Tickets und bis Ende des Monats, bis Ende Oktober ist das noch Early Bird für 15 Euro. Danach sind es, glaube ich, 25. Das heißt, wenn ihr kommen wollt, dann würde ich halt nahelegen, die Tickets bald zu kaufen. Oder das Ticket. Ist aber natürlich nur eine... Ich mache dafür Werbung, weil ich werde ja auch da sein. Dementsprechend. Jokes on you, ich habe keinen kleinen Finger. Was? Also ich weiß ja, du hast dir ganz gut in die Hand gesäbelt, aber so doll? 2-mal? Du weißt schon, dass du 2 kleine Finger verloren haben musst. Oder sagst du einfach, nein, alle meine Finger sind groß. Und dick. Entschuldigung. Oh. Manchmal weiß ich auch nicht. Naja, weiß nicht, ob es sich für mich lohnt, weil da bezahle ich mich ja dumm und dämlich. Ja, nee, alles gut. Das war jetzt auch gar nicht gemeint mit, ey, Artist, komm da mal hin, sondern es ist ein weiter Weg und ich will mich nicht weit aus dem Fenster lehnen, ne, aber ich weiß nicht, wie diese Messe wird. Vielleicht sollte man da lieber abwarten, wenn die super, super geil wird, dann kann man das für nächstes Jahr ja, also für das Jahr darauf ja immer noch planen. Ist mir lieber, als wenn du jetzt irgendwie 100 Euro oder so die Hand nimmst oder mehr, nach Düsseldorf kommst und dann ist das total kacke. Das möchte ich jetzt auch nicht auf meinen Schultern haben, du. Da können wir uns lieber mal woanders treffen. Ne, ich weiß nicht, ob du... Ich meine, ja, ich weiß, Gamescom ist auch NRW. Aber zu Gamescom, da weiß man, was man kriegt. Da weiß man, was man hat. Da weiß man, was man nicht hat. Nämlich Schlaf und Essen und Trinken. Aber, ne, das ist vielleicht eher ein Grund, nach NRW zu kommen. 100 Euro, das reicht nicht. Da bezahle ich für den Sprit fast 300. Was hast du denn für ein Auto, mein Junge? Aber wenn man früh genug bucht, kommst du sicherlich mit dem Zug hin und zurück für 100 Euro hin. Bin ich mir sicher. Also ich fahre morgen, deswegen war auch alles ein bisschen stressig die letzten Tage. Ich fahre morgen nach Amsterdam für, ich glaube, 25 Euro pro Strecke. Und das haben wir gerade mal letzte Woche gebucht. Frau Lehrerin, bin ich schon 18? Was fragst du mich das? Als wenn du das selber nicht weißt, dann weiß ich nicht, wie ich dir helfen soll, mein Junge. Nein, aber wenn man Sachen früh genug bucht, dann geht es mit dem Zug wirklich gut. Ich verstehe aber Audi RS6A V10. Das war eigentlich eine rhetorische Frage, weil ich habe keine Ahnung von Autos. Aber er scheint ja einiges zu fressen, ey. Wohl ja, gut, ich würde auch niemals mit dem Auto nach Berlin fahren zum Beispiel. Das zieht sich viel zu sehr. Wir sind 3,5 Stunden mit dem Zug da. Warum soll ich da halt Auto nehmen? Es gibt ja auch viele Mitfahrgelegenheiten. Das stimmt, genau. Irgendwelchen creepy Dudes. Aber das ist ja für einen anderen Dude nicht so schlimm. Ich bin schon mit creepy Dudes gefahren. Da dachte ich nur so, alles klar, ich habe schon mal den Schlüssel zwischen den Fingern. Falls der jetzt an der dunklen Ecke anhält, dann weiß ich, dann trete ich dem in die Eier und dann renne ich ganz schnell weg. Aber als Mann ist man da ja nicht so gefährdet. Bestelle ich einfach auf gut Glück. Hä? Achso. Ja, achso, ja, genau. Die GVL, die ist für Leute ab 18. Da laufen keine Kiddies rum. Schade, können alle meine Schüler nicht kommen. Ach, doof. Kommt drauf an, wie ich fahre. Ja, okay. Good point. Wim. Da war er, glaube ich. Ja, aber ich bin oft genug mit Freunden zusammengefahren zum Thema Mitfahrgelegenheit. Ja, mit Freunden ist natürlich, würde ich gar nicht Mitfahrgelegenheit dann nennen, sondern mit Freunden fahren oder so. Keine Ahnung. Mitfahrgelegenheit ist für mich so Blablacar. Aber hast natürlich recht, stimmt für beides, ne? Oh ja, die creepy Dudes bei den Mitfahrgelegenheiten, das waren noch wilde Zeiten. Ach, mein Freund und ich, wir hatten ja lange Zeit eine Fernbeziehung, ne? Bochum-Kiel, also Ruhrpott-Ostsee. Und das war wild, ey. Das war wirklich wild. Was ich da erlebt habe, da waren so coole Sachen bei und so schlimme. Das war schon bei 100 und das war auch bei 0. Also richtig übel. Ich fahre gerne mal 200 bis 320. Okay, dann darf aber auch kein Kieselstein mehr auf der Straße liegen, würde ich mal sagen, ne? Also, aber nur, wenn ich alleine bin und ja, das frisst schon. Ja, das ist klar. Das ist natürlich kein umsichtiges Fahren, aber das weißt du ja selber. Das, ja. Das kostet dann halt, ne? Ich weiß gar nicht, ob ich das letztens... Jetzt habe ich nur privat erzählt. Das heißt, ich kann hier das nochmal erzählen. Mit den Mitfahrgelegenheiten. Ich glaube, meine beste Erfahrung war, da waren Timo und ich auf der Frankfurter Buchmesse vor einigen Jahren. Und da hatten wir eine Mitfahrgelegenheit von Frankfurt dann direkt von der Buchmesse bis nach Bochum oder Wanne-Eickel. Gerne. Nee, sowas mache ich nicht. Und dann kam da so ein BMW Cabriolet, so ein schwarzer, schnittiger Wagen. Und hielt dann so auf dem Seitenstreifen an und wir waren nur so, nee. Und er nur so, Blablacar? Und wir nur so, Blablacar. Und dann war das einfach so ein reicher Dude. Ich durfte dann vorne sitzen, Timo saß hinten. Ich vertrag hinten sitzen nicht so gut. Und ich glaube, wir hatten tatsächlich das Verdeck unten, weil es war nicht so gutes Wetter. Es war auch schon Oktober oder so. Aber wir sind einfach nach Bochum gebrettert in diesem schnittigen Auto mit also mit nicer Sitzheizung und Ledersitzen und es war... Und das irgendwie für 20 Euro. Und der Typ war noch richtig nett. Das Gegenteil hatte ich dann mal, als ich von Kiel nach Hause nach Bochum fahren wollte. War irgendwann auch in der dunkleren Jahreszeit. Da musst du, glaube ich, mal mit mir mitfahren. Also, ich rase nicht gerne. Ich sitze nicht gerne in Autos, die übermäßig schnell fahren. Ich fühle mich dann einfach nicht wohl. Dementsprechend fraglich, ob ich dann mit dir fahren sollte. Also alles, was über 160 geht, ist mir eigentlich schon zu schnell. Aber das ist ja auch alles Geschmackssache und jeder soll fahren, wie er möchte, Schrägstrich, wie es der Straßenverkehr vorsieht. Achso, geht nicht ums Rasen, okay. Ja, dann immer, ne? Ein bequemes Auto nehme ich. Nein, und dann bin ich von Kiel nach Bochum gefahren und das war einfach so ein... Also diesen Typ, den hättest du auch casten können für den 0815 Kinderschänder, ne? Der hat nichts gemacht, aber ich bin schon eingestiegen und ich war erkältet. Und hinten waren, glaube ich, auch noch 2 Studentinnen oder so. Und dann war ich irgendwie nur so, ne, so mit der Nase. Und er war nur so, ey, ich habe denen die Beschreibung geschrieben, dass man nicht erkältet kommen darf. Ich dachte nur so, ja, was ist, wenn ich aber dringend nach Hause muss, du Lusti, du? Ne? Das ist, wenn ich seit heute erkältet bin und ich werde sonst stranden und muss hier auf der Straße übernachten. Also habe ich gesagt, nee, nee, mein Freund hat Katzen und ich bin allergisch gegen Katzen. Und dann musste ich 5 Stunden lang nach Bochum, oder ich glaube nach Dortmund ist er gefahren, nach Dortmund fahren und mich so zusammenreißen, nicht zu niesen, nicht zu schnupfen, nicht zu atmen, basically. So, das war ja schon Punkt 1. Ne? Dann hat der irgendwie nur geraucht im Auto. Du konntest überhaupt nicht atmen. Die Mädels hinten, die fühlten sich auch überhaupt nicht wohl. Und dann ist der in Dortmund, ich glaube, eine Studentin war irgendwo auf dem Weg schon ausgestiegen. Es waren nur noch ein Mädchen und ich. Und dann ist der so einen ganz komischen Weg gefahren. Also so durch Pusemuckel. Ganz komische Stadtteile. Wo ich mir dachte, das ist nicht der kürzeste Weg zum Dortmunder Hauptbahnhof. Und wir sind teilweise wo lang gefahren, wo ich mir echt dachte dann, das war das, was ich gerade meinte mit, okay, was machst du, wenn der jetzt irgendwo an so einem Parkplatz anhält oder so ein Waldstück oder so, was machst du? Ne? Alles schon durchgegangen und nee, hinter mir hast du auch schon angemerkt, dass die sich auch schon, glaube ich, Gedanken gemacht hat. Und ich dachte mir, ne, wie gesagt, Eier treten und schon irgendwas vorwählen am Handy und weglaufen und versuchen irgendwie bei Leuten zu klingeln und so. Und aber ist dann irgendwann aus diesem komischen Kabuffs dann wieder rausgefahren und hat uns auch am Hauptbahnhof abgesetzt. Er war ein totaler Arsch, der Typ. War ein richtiges Ekel. Aber er hat uns letztendlich nichts getan. Aber glaubt mir, es ist super unangenehm, mehrere Stunden in so einem Auto zu sitzen und nicht zu wissen, ob man nicht vergewaltigt nach Hause kommt. 1 Euro für dich? Ja. Also mir geht es überhaupt nicht um das Geld, bitte. Also wirklich, ne? Ob ich da einen Euro kriege oder nicht. Die 5 Tickets, die hier auf diesem Kanal oder so darüber verkauft werden. Also für 5 Euro, ne, da hole ich mir dann einen Kaffee und dann hat sich das wahrscheinlich auch. Mir geht es ja eher darum, dass ich das euch erzähle und dass man sich dann treffen kann, weil wir ja schon seit 1,5 Jahren fast überlegen, wo und wie man sich treffen kann. Und Düsseldorf ist ja zumindest für den tief im Westen relativ zentral. So, bestellt. Besser? Ja. Ich möchte nur dazu sagen, dass es mir nicht um diesen einen doofen Euro geht. Dann leihe ich mir sogar einen 2020 Mansory Rolls-Royce Wrath. Klingt teuer. Muss aber kein Auto leihen, um mich irgendwo hinzufahren. Überhaupt, man muss mich nirgendwo hinfahren. Ja, das ist nix an. So, ich finde das aber total nett, aber ich möchte Leuten nicht irgendwie da... Ihr seid ja nicht meine Chauffeure. Ich kam ja auch die letzten 30 Jahre sehr gut zurecht. Ich glaube mir, aus dem Auto willst du nicht mehr aussteigen. Ja, das glaube ich schon ein bisschen. Will ich das mal googeln? Also ich bin überhaupt kein Automensch. Mir sind Autos richtig arschegal, aber es gibt ja trotzdem coole Autos. Ne? Rolls-Royce Wrath. Nein, Price. Price will ich nicht. Als könnte ich mir das kaufen. Lol. Bilder. Mir sieht jetzt gar nicht so toll aus, wie ich dachte. Aber er ist bestimmt bequem von innen. Ja. Da sitzt du wie auf einer Couch. Ja, es darf nicht zu weich sein, das wird mir, glaube ich, auch schlecht. Aber das ist ja dann mein Problem. Aber der hat ein interessantes Innenleben. Es sind sehr viele Knöpfe. Es ist ja schon so ein halbes Raumschiff. Interessant. Jetzt anbieten kann ich nicht. Ja, alles gut. Ich finde das auch super nett. Also nicht falsch verstehen. Nur bitte nicht böse sein, wenn ich es nicht annehme. Weil ich möchte ja auch anderen da nicht irgendwie problematisch irgendwas sein oder so. Aber wenn man sich helfen lassen kann und das Ziel das gleiche ist, ja, sicher, klar. Aber ich möchte halt nicht, dass Leute extra für mich irgendwo hin müssen oder so, ne? Das ist was anderes. So. Ich überlege. Entschuldigt. Ich wollte das Spiel eigentlich auf Englisch spielen. Ist das für alle in Ordnung? Oder hat da wer ein Problem mit? Weil ich möchte eigentlich Cosplay-Streams, zumindest die Games, gerne auf Englisch machen, weil, naja, ein bisschen Reichweite und so. Also 3 Leute mehr oder so. Es ist kein schwieriges Spiel, muss ich dazu sagen. Es ist nicht schwierig. Und ich kann Stimmen meistens ein bisschen besser auf Englisch machen, tatsächlich. Habe ich zumindest das Gefühl, dass englische Stimmen gehen besser über die Stimmbänder. Für mich ist das Jacke wie Pants. Ja. Ja. Okay, gut. Hm. Gerade noch die ganze Zeit so ein Frosch im Hals. Ja, so einen kleinen Pluto, ne? Übrigens, Shadow, ich habe noch nicht wieder was gehört von Matt Kempke bezüglich des Hörspiels. Ich muss da nochmal nachhaken. Ich habe dir das geschickt gehabt, aber I think I spider. Here we go. Ja, okay. Gut. Ich muss ja eben kurz muten, weil ich muss echt mal husten hier, sonst wird das gleich nichts. Sonst haben wir gleich nur so versoffene Schülerinnen, ganz rauchige Stimmen. So, ich hoffe, jetzt geht's wieder. So, dann mache ich mal den Ton weg. Übrigens, wir können uns auch Subtitle Hustu. Ja. Auf Englisch kann man auch besser Akzente und Dialekte machen. Ja, irgendwie schon. Irgendwie schon. Übrigens, ich möchte euch einmal kurz den Rest der Schule zeigen. Ihr seid ja alle neu hier, bevor wir rübergehen. Alles Orte, die euch gleich auf jeden Fall wieder begegnen werden. Also wir sind ja hier in unserem Klassenraum. Und hier wäre dann der Nebenraum, ne? Da wo dann GL in Politik unterrichtet wird. Ihr wisst, ne? Und ihr wisst ja auch, dass dann hier hinten, ne, vorletzte Reihe am Fenster sitzt dann der Hauptcharakter. Alles wie immer. Und dann haben wir natürlich noch hier, also wenn ihr mal irgendwas braucht, ne, ist es hier hinten in der Kammer drin. Und ansonsten müsst ihr einfach nur hier den Flur runter, ne? Gar kein Problem. Und wenn ihr da noch was sucht, dann ist das alles ausgeschildert. Sprich mal einen schottischen Charakter auf Deutsch. Auf Deutsch wäre das dann ein Bayer. Ja, schlimm, oder? Wir haben immer, alles ist direkt sächsisch oder bayerisch, wenn irgendwas dann irgendwie noch fremd klingen soll. Ich meine, ja gut. Also, wie du schon sagst, ein schottischer Akzent geht dann auch schlecht, ne? Ich will zur Mensa. Die ist gerade, die wird renoviert. Die ist aber bald wieder eröffnet. Ihr könnt euch aber am Snackautomaten im Erdgeschoss was ziehen. Also so Cornies und Brötchen. Kennt ihr diesen, weiß nicht, ob das in Japan ist, kennt ihr diesen Automaten, in dem man Geschirr ziehen kann? Also so Tassen und Teller. Und wenn man dann Geld reinwirft wahrscheinlich, und dann den Teller haben möchte, dann kommt er halt in Scherben. Also der knallt halt runter und dann kommen da nur die Scherben rausgeplatscht. Das ist so ein Kunstprojekt, glaube ich, in Japan. Das finde ich super lustig. Das ist Polterabend der Automat, ey. Und wenn es völliges Kauderwelsch ist, ist es dann ein Schwabe. Ja, oder ein Hesche. Ja, Hesche verstehe ich auch nicht. Kapram. Oh. Ich wollte eigentlich noch was essen, bevor ich angefangen habe, aber habe ich natürlich nicht geschafft. Ihr kennt mich, ne? Und ich habe auch keine Weintrauben mehr und ich habe keine Weingummis mehr, also habe ich eine Packung Kekse. Oh. Damit ich nicht umkippe. Oh, ich kriege gerade ein Shooting-Angebot für das Cosplay, finde ich gut. Habe ich sehr viel Bock drauf. Gut. So, dann mache ich mal Musik aus. Schnauze jetzt. Geht jetzt nicht mehr, sonst Bann oder extra lange Pause. Ja, das stimmt. Das stimmt. Das kann jetzt nicht. Ich kann nur noch Kekse mumpfen. So, wo geht es eigentlich zu den Betten? Also Krankenbetten. Ja. Wird auch renoviert. Ich glaube, das kommt im Spiel sogar vor. Gucken wir mal. So. Wenn das Spiel uns lässt. Wir gucken mal. Eingestellt ist es ja schon. Eigentlich. Da ist es. Alle Charaktere in diesem Spiel sind volljährig und ich stelle das gleich noch auf Englisch. Dieses Spiel ist nicht für Kinder und sensible Personen geeignet. Ja, ne, so als Info, wenn ihr Probleme habt mit Depressionen, Suizid, Selbstverstümmelung, dann ist dieses Spiel mit Vorsicht zu genießen. Ne? Eine kleine Trigger-Warning. Das Spiel wird hier und da ein bisschen expliziter. Ist natürlich nur ein Dating-Sim. Yay! So. Gut. Nein. Da kann ich schon alles zu sagen. Ja. Ja. Wir sind alle schon mindestens 18. Hoffe ich. Ich habe dieses Lied gestern so häufig gehört. Ich habe schon davon geträumt. Doki! So, dass mein Mikro wieder alles verdeckt, aber das kennen wir ja nicht anders. Depressiv bin ich zwar, aber das ist ja nur ein Bereich. Gib's mir Doki Doki. Ich bin auch depressiv, aber trotzdem, ja, ich mit sowas dann Gott sei Dank keine Probleme. Hallo Tom! Hallo. Ich bin nicht so wie Monika, aber naja. So. Ich muss mal eben gucken. Das extra schon runtergeregelt, aber dann muss es deinstalliert werden. 5000 Mal und wieder installiert werden. So müsste es eigentlich gehen. Doppelte Monika, doppelter Spaß. Genau. Du bist nicht so wie Monika. You're not a robot. Am I not? So. Ich möchte die Musik schon so haben. Ihr könnt immer noch sagen, wenn es gleich zu laut ist, aber ich finde, die Musik ist auch einfach so ein mega Bestandteil vom Spiel. Nee, alles gut. Irgendwann finde ich mein Licht schon wieder. Ja, das hat ja auch hoffentlich sowas hier nicht zu tun. Auf! Einstellung! Englisch! Deutsch ist Kacke! So, es ist ja auch wirklich kein schwieriges Spiel. Ihr kriegt alles verstanden, da bin ich mir sicher. So. Gut. Ich mache die Inhaltswarnung mal an, ja? Damit, falls mal was ist, ihr vorgewarnt werdet, wenn ihr vielleicht weggucken wollt oder so. Ich weiß nicht genau, wie die sich äußern, aber kriegen wir hin. So, überspringen mache ich mal an, dass es eine Option ist. Man weiß ja nicht. Vielleicht muss ich auch einen Death Counter einsetzen. Ich habe keine Ahnung mehr. Das ist jetzt auch Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. Nicht das normale. Das heißt, hier sind auch Sachen drin, die ich noch nicht kenne. Okay, jetzt will ich, dass du, Monika, genau so sprichst. Nein. No. Please, no. Okay. Anwenden. What the fuck ist das bitte für ein Game? Oh, ich warne kurz vor. Das dauert ein bisschen. Das Spiel muss anlaufen, okay? Es ist ein Dating-Sim. Ich weiß gar nicht, was ihr habt. So. Please enter your name. Ihr wisst gar nicht, wie oft ich das gestern deinstallieren und neu installieren musste und Timos Hilfe brauchte, damit ich jetzt wieder einen neuen Namen eingeben kann. Okay? Okay. Shige! Denn das ist ein Jungname. Ein bisschen kurz. I see an annoying girl running towards me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. Bunter Dating Sim, Happy Halloween. That girl is Sayori, my neighbor and good friend since we were children. Geht das so von der Lautstärke? You know, the kind of friend you'd never see yourself making today, but it just kind of works out because you've known each other for so long. We used to walk to school together on days like this, but starting around high school she would oversleep more and more frequently and I would get tired of waiting up. But if she's going to chase after me like this, I almost feel better off running away. However, I just sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk and let Sayori catch up to me. Lautstärke ist angenehm. Ja. Ja.
I overslept again. But I caught you this time.
Maybe, but only because I decided to stop and wait for you.
You say that like you were thinking about ignoring me. It's mean, Shige.
Well, if people stare at you for acting weird, then I don't want them to think that we are a couple or something.
Fine, fine. But you did wait for me after all. I guess you don't have it in you to be mean, even if you want to.
Whatever you say, Sayori. We cross the street together and make our way to school. As we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled with other students making their daily commute.
By the way, Shige, have you decided on a club to join yet?
A, club? I told you already, I'm really not interested in joining any clubs. I haven't been looking either.
That's not true. You told me you would join a club this year.
Did I? I'm sure it's possible that I did. In one of our many conversations where I dismissively go along with whatever she's going on about. Sayori likes to worry a little too much about me when I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average while spending my free time on games and anime. Fühl ich.
I was talking about how I'm worried that you won't learn how to socialize or have any skills before college. Your happiness is really important to me, you know? And I know you're happy now, but I die at the thought of you becoming a need in a few years because you're not used to the real world. You trust me, right? Don't make me keep worrying about you.
Alright, alright. I'll look at a few clubs if it makes you happy. No promises though.
Will you at least promise me you'll try a little?
Yeah, I guess I'll promise you that.
Yay!
Why do I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl? More than that, I'm surprised I even let myself relent to her. I guess seeing her worry so much about me makes me want to see her makes me want to ease her mind at least a little bit, even if she does exaggerate everything inside of her head. Ja, Imposter Factory mit der Übersetzung habe ich schon mitbekommen bei Funk, ja. The school day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs. Tori wants me to check out some clubs. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club.
Hello?
Sayori? Tori must have come into the classroom while I was spacing out. Über Rakun habe ich dann bei Funk auch geredet, lustigerweise. Ja, ich glaube ganz so schlimm nicht, aber schon so, du darfst nicht pingelig sein, habe ich mir sagen lassen. I look around and realize that I'm the only one left in the classroom.
I thought I catch you coming out of the classroom, but I saw you just sitting here and spacing out, so I came in. Honestly, you were even worse than me sometimes. I'm impressed.
You don't need to wait up for me if it's going to make you late to your own club.
Well, I thought you might need some encouragement, so I thought, you know...
You know what?
Well, that you could come to my club.
Sayori... There is no way I'm going to your club.
Mini.
Sayori is vice president of the literature club. Not that I was ever aware that she had any interest in literature. In fact, I'm 99% sure she only did it because she thought it would be fun to help start a new club. Since she was the first one to show interest after the one who proposed the club, she inherited the title Vice President. That's said, my interest in literature is guaranteed to be even less. Yeah, I'm going to the anime club.
Come on, please.
Why do you care so much anyway?
Well, I kind of told the club yesterday I would bring a new member. And Natsuki made cupcakes and everything.
Don't make promises you can't keep. I can't tell if Sayori is really that much of an airhead or if she's just so cunning as to have planned all of this out. I'll let out a long sigh. Fine. I'll stop by for a cupcake, okay?
Yes, let's go!
And so it begins. And thus today marks the day I sold my soul for a cupcake. I dejectedly follow Sayori across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit. Sayori, full of energy, swings open the classroom door.
Everyone, the new member is here!
I told you, don't call me a new member. Eh? I glance around the room.
Welcome to the literature club. It's a pleasure meeting you. Sayori always says nice things about you. Yeah, seriously? You brought a boy? Way to cool the atmosphere. Ah, Shiga, what a nice surprise. Welcome to the club.
All words escape me in this situation. This club is full of incredibly cute girls.
What are you looking at? If you want to say something, say it.
Sorry?
Natsuki.
The girl with the sour attitude, whose name is apparently Natsuki, is one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes her look like a first-year student. She is also the one who made cupcakes, according to Sayori.
You can't just ignore her when she gets moody.
Sayori says that quietly into my ear, then turns back towards the other girls.
Anyway, this is Natsuki, always full of energy. And this is Yuri, the smartest in the club.
Oh, don't say things like that. Yuri, who appears comparably more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with people like Sayori and Natsuki. Well, it's nice to meet both of you.
And it sounds like you already know Monica, is that right?
That's right. It's great to see you again, Shige. Monica smiles sweetly. Do we know each other? Well, we rarely talk, but we were in the same class last year. Monica was probably the most popular girl in class. Smart, beautiful, athletic. Basically completely out of my league. I wünschte ich wäre so, ey. So having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little... yeah, you too, Monica.
Come sit down, Shiga. We made room for you at the table so you can sit next to me and Monica. I get the cupcakes. Hey, I made them. I get them. So sorry, I got a little too excited.
Then how about I make some tea as well? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. As Saru mentioned, it's been widened so that there is one space next to Monica and one space next to Sayori. Natsuki and Yuri walk over to the corner of the room, where Natsuki grabs a wrapped tray and Yuri opens the closet. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Sayori. Natsuki proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand.
Okay, are you ready? Ta-da! Oh!
Natsuki lifts the foil of the tray and to reveal a dozen white, fluffy cupcakes decorated to look like little cats. The whiskers are drawn with icing, and little pieces of chocolate were used to make ears.
So cute!
I had no idea you were so good at baking, Natsuki. Well, you know, just hurry and take one. Sayuri grabs one first, then Monica, I follow.
Oh, it's delicious!
Sayuri talks with her mouth full and has already managed to get icing on her face. I turn the cupcake around in my fingers, looking for the best angle to take a bite. Natsuki is quiet. I can't help but notice her sneaking glances in my direction. Is she waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. The icing is sweet and full of flavor. I wonder if she made it herself. This is really good. Thank you, Natsuki. Why are you thanking me? It's not like I Haven't I heard this somewhere before? Made them for you or anything? I thought you technically did, like Sayuri said. Well, maybe. But not for, you know, you, dummy. Alright, alright. I give up on Natsuki's weird logic and dismiss the conversation. Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. She carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot next to the cupcake tray. You keep a whole tea set in this classroom? Oh, don't worry. The teachers gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? Yeah, I guess. Don't let yourself get intimidated. Yuri's just trying to impress you. That's not... Insulted, Yuri looks away. I meant that, you know... I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. Monica raises an eyebrow and then smiles at me. So, what made you consider the literature club? I was afraid of this question. Something tells me I shouldn't tell Monica that I was practically dragged here by Sayuri. Well, I haven't joined any clubs yet, and Sayuri seemed really happy here, so, That's okay, don't be embarrassed. We'll make sure you feel right at home, okay? As president of the literature club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone. Monica, I'm surprised. How come you decided to start your own club? You could probably be a board member for any of the major clubs. Weren't you a leader of the debate club last year?
You make the word cute, you?
Well, you know, to be honest, I can't stand all of the politics around the major clubs. It feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. And if it encourages others to get into literature, then I'm fulfilling that dream.
Monica really is a great leader.
Yuri also nods in agreement. Then I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. It must be hard to start a new club. You could put it that way. Not many people are very interested in putting out all the effort to start something brand new. Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention, like literature. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. Dankeschön, willkommen. Die floaten jetzt total random rum, weil ich vergessen habe, die Alerts woanders hinzupacken. Warte, das mache ich mal eben. Das wäre voll doof. Mach mal hier unten hin. So, das müsste jetzt passen. So. Voice Acting, Dankeschön. Ich Ich brauche nur mehr Tee.
Are you German or do you only speak English?
But it makes school events, like the festival, that much more important. I'm confident that we can all really grow this club before we graduate. Right, everyone?
English only. Okay.
No problem at all.
Yay!
We'll do our best.
You know it.
Everyone enthusiastically agrees. Such different girls all interested in the same goal. Monica must have worked really hard just to find these three. Maybe that's why they're all so delighted by the idea of a new member joining. Though I still don't really know if I can keep up with that level of enthusiasm about literature. So, Shiga, what kinds of things do you like to read? Well, considering how little I've read these past few years, I don't really have a good way of answering that. Manga. I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. It looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, I guess. Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? Well, let's see. Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger. My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seems so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in the world of books, not people. Who is your waifu? I don't know. I mean, myself? It's hard. I know the game already, so but who was my waifu last time when I played it for the first time? Good question. I think it was Monica, because the others are really extreme. Like, you've got the very young-looking one that is quite a bit to swallow. Then you've got your childhood friend, and then you've got the... I mean, Yuri is sweet, but she's very shy, so I think my waifu back then was Monica. But you know, I like a lot of things. Who's your waifu? Everyone. Stories with the deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination to completely throw you for a loop? Monica's best waifu. Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately. I read a horror book once. I desperately grasp something I can relate to at the minimal level. At this rate, Yuri might as well be having a conversation with a rock. Really? I wouldn't have expected that, Yuri. For someone as gentle as you? I guess you could say that. But if a story makes me think, takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down. Surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment. I hate horror. Oh, why is that? Well, I just... Natsuki's eyes stared over to me for a split second. Never mind. That's right, you usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki? What? What gives you that idea? You left a piece of scrap paper behind last club meeting. It looked like you were working on a poem called...
Don't say it out loud! And give that back!
Fine, fine.
Your cupcakes, your poems. Everything you do is just as cute as you are.
Level-headed streamer. Mine was Yuri, but I will have them all. Or will we though? Will we have them all? Can we have them all? So Yuri sidled up behind Natsuki and puts her hands on her shoulders.
I'm not cute.
Natsuki, you write your own poems? Well, I guess sometimes. Why do you care? I think that's impressive.
Hello.
Oh god. Hey, just Monica. Hey, just I'm sorry, the sounds are off today because of, you know, the special stream. Sorry. Sup, myself. God, this is getting creepy rather sooner than later. Why don't you share them sometime?
No.
Natsuki averts her eyes. Her eyes? My eyes? What did I read?
You wouldn't like them.
Ah, not a very confident writer yet. I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself.
Hello, Monica.
You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities and showing them the deepest reaches of your heart.
Do you have writing experience too, Yuri? Maybe if you share some of your work, you can set an example and help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers.
I guess it's the same for Yuri.
Then have some breakfast. Have a good one. I wanted to read everyone's poems.
We all sit in silence for a moment.
Okay.
I have an idea, everyone. Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monica. Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. Then, next time we meet, we'll all share them with each other. That way, everyone is even.
Yay, let's do it!
Plus, now that we have a new member, I think it will help us all get a little more comfortable with each other and strengthen the bond of the club. Isn't that right, Shiga? Monica smiles warmly at me once again. Hold on, there's still one problem.
What's that?
Now that we're back to the original topic of me joining the club, I bluntly come forth with what's been on my mind the entire time. I never said I would join this club. Sari may have convinced me to stop by, but I never made any decision. I still have other clubs to look at, and I lose my train of thought. All four girls stare back at me with dejected eyes. But... Oh, I'm sorry, I thought...
Shige.
You all... I'm defenseless against these girls. How am I supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's like this? That is, if writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls. Right. Okay, I've decided then. I'll join the literature club. One by one, the girls' eyes light up.
Yes, I'm so happy.
Sayuri wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Hey. You really did scare me for a moment.
If you really just came for the cupcakes, I would be super pissed.
Then that makes it official. Welcome to the literature club. Thanks, I guess. Okay, everyone. I think with that we can officially end today's... We can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone remember tonight's assignment. Write a poem to bring to the next meeting so we can all share. Monica looks over at me once more.
Shige, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself.
Yeah. Can I really impress the class star Monica with my mediocre writing skills? I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri and Natsuki clean up their food.
Hey, Shige! Since we're already here, do you want to walk home together?
Ah, that's right. Sari and I never walk home together anymore because she always stayed after school for clubs. Yeah, sure. Might as well.
Yay!
With that, the two of us depart the club room and make our way home. The whole way, my mind wanders back and forth between the four girls. Sayuri, Natsuki, Yuri, and of course, Monica. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in a literature club? Perhaps I'll have the chance to grow closer to one of these girls. Alright. I'll just need to make the most of my circumstances, and I'm sure good fortune will find me. Oh well. And I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight. I'm really bad at writing these poems because I'm really bad at writing poems in real life.
It's time to write a poem. Pick words you think your favorite club member will like. Something good might happen with whoever likes your poem the most.
Okay, so we can choose different words to put into the poem. So I'll go for Sayori first. Just because. And I think family. I can't go back, can I? Fuck. Embrace. I have to. What would Sayuri like? Hopelessness. Flowers. And summer. And probably candy. Ah, wrong one. Never mind. Amazing. Okay. Ooh, joy. Vibrant. Oh, okay. A different vibrant then. Memories. Doki Doki. Okay. Rainbow. Depression. Sensation. Okay.
Party. Sweet. Friends.
Lollipop. Okay. Christian effulgence fortune. Rose.
Doki Doki Poetry Slam. Okay.
Promise. And one last thing. Fluffy. Okay. Oh no, the last one. Giggle. Yeah, that is a mixture of Natsuki and Sayori, I guess. Okay. It's the next day! Hooray! Let me have a sip. Okay. Hi again, Shige. Glad to see you didn't run away on us. Nah, don't worry. This might be a little strange for me, but I at least keep my word. Well, I'm back at the literature club. I was the last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out. Oh, thanks for keeping your promise, Shige. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you, making you dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it.
Oh, come on, like he deserves any slack. Sayuri told me you didn't even want to join any clubs this year. And last year, too. And I don't know if you plan to just come here and hang out or what. But if you don't take it seriously, then you won't see the end of it.
Natsuki, you certainly have a big mouth for someone who keeps a manga collection in the club room. Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying Monika and manga.
Manga is literature.
Swiftly defeated, Natsuki plops back into her seat.
Don't worry, guys. Shiga always gives it his best as long as he's having fun. He helps me with busy work without me even asking. Like cooking and cleaning my room.
How dependable. Sayuri, that's because your room is so messy it's distracting. And you almost set your house on fire once.
Is that so?
You two are really good friends, aren't you? I might be a little jealous.
How come you and Shiga can become good friends too?
Sayuri.
Hmm?
As usual, Sayuri seems oblivious to the weird situation she just put me into.
Oh, Yuri even brought you something today, you know?
Whoa, wait, Sayuri. Me? Not really.
Don't be shy.
It's really nothing.
Hello, Cosplay Definitiva. Hello, welcome. And thank you for joining.
It's really nothing. What is it? Never mind. Sayuri made it sound like a big deal when it's really not. What do I do?
I'm sorry, Yuri. I wasn't thinking.
I guess that means it's up to me to rescue this situation. Don't worry about it. First of all, I wasn't expecting anything in the first place. So any nice gesture from you is a pleasant surprise. It'll make me happy, no matter what. Is that so? Yeah, I won't make it a big deal if you don't want it to be. Alright. Well, here. Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a book. I didn't want you to feel left out, so I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention even if you don't usually read. And we could, you know, discuss it if you wanted. This is... How is this girl accidentally being so cute? She even picked out a book she thinks I like, despite me not reading much. Yuri, thank you. I'll definitely read this. I enthusiastically take the book. Well, you can read it at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think. Now that everyone's settled in, I expected Monika to kick off some scheduled activities for the club. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Sayuri and Monika are having a cheery conversation in the corner. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression, like she was waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki is rummaging about around in the closet. Man, it looks like no one wants to be bothered today. I slump down into the nearest desk. How am I supposed to occupy myself with something literature-related by myself like this? I guess I could always read, you know, some of the book Yuri gave me, but I'm feeling a little too tired to read. I could probably fall asleep right now. I close my eyes and end up listening in on Sayuri's conversation with Monika.
We're probably gonna seem really lame compared to all the other clubs, though.
Well, we can't give up. The festival is our chance to show everyone that what literature is all about. The problem is that the idea of a literature club sounds too dense and intellectual. But it's not like that at all, you know? We just need a way of showing that to everyone. Something that speaks to their creative minds.
That doesn't solve the problem, though.
Huh? What do you mean?
Even if we come up with the most fun thing ever, nobody will come in the first place if it's a literature event. So it's more important to figure out how to get people to show up in the first place, you know? And after they come, we can do the thing to speak to their creative minds.
What's this? Sayuri's taken this really seriously. It's rare to hear her deliberating like this. Huh, that's a good point. In that case, do you think food will do the trick?
What kind?
Well, I guess we could...
Cupcakes!
Good thinking. Natsuki would love to do that.
You're right. Natsuki makes the best cupcakes. That works out perfectly.
That wasn't why you suggested it?
Cupcakes speak to my creative tummy.
Cupcakes it is then.
I'm hungry.
Anyway, we still need to work out the details for the event itself. I find myself smiling. In the end, Sayuri is still her usual self. But therein lies the unexpected reason I admire her. Unlike me, who has trouble finding any motivation at all, Sayuri can put her mind to things and make them come to life. I suppose that's why I end up letting her get on my case about things. I can't help but wonder what it would be like to see the world through her eyes. So close. Wow. Yeah, that was my... I open my eyes to find Sayuri's face filling my vision. I nearly fall out of my chair.
Sorry. Wait. Actually, I'm not sorry at all. It's your fault for sleeping like that. This isn't the napping club.
Does our school have a napping club?
You're staying up late again, aren't you? Now that you're in a club, you're gonna have less time for anime, you know? You'll need to get used to it.
Don't say that so loud. I glance over my shoulder to see if Monica overheard.
It's true, though.
Yeah, I know. You're always looking out for me, Sayuri.
It's what I do best.
Yeah, that's a problem. What about you? You look out for me better than you look out for yourself. You're still oversleeping every day, aren't you?
Not every day.
That's not very convincing. How many days this past week have you gotten up on time?
That's... It's a secret.
I knew it.
Come on. At least give me the benefit of the doubt.
I can't even do that.
Look.
Look, Sayuri, it's written all over you.
Huh?
Sayuri glances around at herself.
How is it written all over me?
You were clearly in a rush this morning. Look, your hair is sticking out all around here. I run my fingertips down the side of Sayuri's hair, trying to straighten it out. Man, you really need a brush for this.
My hair's just really hard to get right.
I won't fall for that. There's more than just your hair. Look, your bow isn't straight either. And there's toothpaste stain on your collar right there. I try to wipe off the stain with my finger.
But nobody would ever notice that.
Of course they would. Nobody's gonna tell you about it because they don't want to embarrass you. Fortunately, I don't care about that.
Hey, you meanie.
And you don't even keep your blazer buttoned up. Seriously, Sayuri. Why do you think you don't have a boyfriend yet?
That's super mean.
Sorry, but you'll thank me later. I start to button her blazer from the bottom. Once you see how much better it looks, you'll change your mind.
This is so funny.
What is...
Oh, well, I was just thinking how weird it is to have a friend who does these kind of things.
Eh? Don't say that. You'll make me feel weird about it, stupid.
It's okay, though. I'm happy we are like this. Aren't you?
I guess.
Hey, be careful. The button might come off.
Why is this one so hard to close? I struggle to fully close the button near her chest. Does this thing even fit you properly?
It did when I bought it.
If you ever buttoned it, you would have noticed sooner that it doesn't fit you anymore. What are you smiling about?
It means my boobs got bigger again.
Don't say that out loud. Anyway, you look much better now, so, Yay, Monica! I hope you had a good breakfast. Monica's always back, you know. She's always got our back. Whether we like it or not. Why does it feel strange to see Sayuri's blazer buttoned up like that?
But it's so stuffy. Ugh. It's not worth it at all.
Sayuri hastily unbuttons her blazer once more.
Ah, phew. That's so much better.
Sayuri puts her arms out and twirls around.
So if I keep it unbuttoned, then I won't get a boyfriend, right?
What kind of logic is that? And why are you saying that like it's a good thing?
Because if I had a boyfriend, then he wouldn't even let you do things like that.
About the boobs, I have questions. What kind of questions? It's just growing boobs.
And you take care of me better than anyone else would, anyway. So that's why I'm keeping it unbuttoned.
Stop saying all these embarrassing things.
I didn't say anything embarrassing.
Jeez. Well, anyway, just focus on trying to wake up a little earlier.
Only if you focus on going to bed earlier.
Fine, fine. It's a deal.
I guess we really are better at taking care of each other than we are at taking care of ourselves.
Yeah, I guess so, huh?
So maybe you should come wake me up in the morning.
You're doing it again, Sayuri.
Oh, but I was joking that time.
Man, it's impossible to tell with you sometimes.
Okay, everyone.
Huh? Monica suddenly calls out.
Why don't we share the poems we wrote now? Yay!
Feeling like I'm the only one here who doesn't know the game. Still can't imagine in which kind of way it'll go. I won't tell. I won't tell. It's the fun of it.
Shige, I can't wait to read yours.
Yeah, same. Porn? Murder? Both? Why not both? I fail to sound enthusiastic, but Sayuri still trots away to retrieve her poem.
By the way, did you remember to write a poem last night?
Yeah. My relaxation ends. I can't believe I agreed to do something so embarrassing. I couldn't really find much inspiration since I've never really done this before.
Well, now that everyone's ready, why don't you find someone to share with?
No, it will go the video game way. That too. Ja, mit wem wollen wir denn mal teilen?
I can't wait.
Sayuri and Monica enthusiastically, everything is enthusiastic here, pull out their poems. Sayuri's is on a wrinkled sheet of loose leaf torn from a spiral notebook. On the other hand, Monica wrote hers in a composition notebook. I can already see Monica's pristine handwriting from where I sit. Natsuki and Yuri reluctantly comply as well, reaching into their bags. I do the same myself. Who should I show my poem to first? Okay, it's your turn. I played the game already, so you need to tell me who shall we show it to? Wem sollen wir das zeigen? Wer soll unser Gedicht als erstes hören, lesen? Who shall read or hear it first? Of course, Monica says Monica, so Monica agrees and chooses Monica. should start with Monica. Yesterday, she seemed eager to read my poem, and I want her to know I'm putting in effort.
Hi, Shige. Having a good time so far?
Yeah.
Good. Glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do better, I'm always listening. Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay?
Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Of course, I'll be afraid to bring things up. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in.
Anyway, want to share your poem with me?
Well, it's kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to.
Don't worry, Shige. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know. It's that sort of barrier that we'll all learn to get past soon.
Yeah, that's true. I hand Monica my poem.
I like this one. It makes me think of something Sayuri would like.
Is that so?
You and Sayuri are really good friends, right? I wouldn't be surprised if you had those sorts of things in common.
Well, we wrote it for Sayuri, so yeah. We may be good friends, but Sayuri and I are actually really different.
Huh. Well, that may be the case, but maybe there are also some similarities that you wouldn't expect. The way she talks about you, it sounds like the two of you really care about each other's well-being. Even if you showed in different ways, it ends up being more similar than you think. So I think that's the kind of vibe I get when reading your poem.
Hey Fish, how you doing? Good morning. Yeah, it's not really a morning here, but at least at your place. So have a very good morning. You sure you're not reading into it too much?
I could be.
Oh gosh, I sound like Yuri.
But in any case, Sayuri's writing has kind of a gentle feel to it. I can tell that she likes exploring with emotions like happiness and sadness. Who knew that someone so happy could enjoy sad things too?
Yeah, that's totally unexpected.
Well, to each their own. And you shouldn't be afraid to experiment a little bit either. I'm sure I'll end up...
I'm sure I'll end up trying different things a lot. It could take a while before I feel comfortable doing this.
That's okay. I'd love to see you try new things. That's the best way to find the kind of style that suits you. Everyone else might be a little bit biased towards their own kind of styles, but I'll always help you find what suits you the most. Don't force yourself to write the way everyone else wants you to write. It's not like you have to worry about impressing them or anything. Anyway, do you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not very good.
You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to be not very good.
Well, that's because I have to sound confident. That doesn't mean I always feel that way, you know.
I see. Well, let's read it then.
Hole in wall. It couldn't have been me. See, the direction the speckle protrudes, sorry. A noisy neighbor, an angry boyfriend, I'll never know. I wasn't home. I peer inside for a clue. No, I can't see. I reel, blind, like a film left out in the sun. But it's too late. My retinas, already scorched with a permanent copy of the meaningless image. It's just a little hole. It wasn't too bright. It was too deep, stretching forever into everything, a hole of infinite choices. I realize now that I wasn't looking in. I was looking out, and he, on the other side, was looking in. So, what do you think?
It's very, freeform. It's, if that's what you call it. Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback.
It's okay. Yeah, that kind of style has gotten pretty popular nowadays. That is, a lot of poems have been putting emphasis on the timing between words and lines. When performed out loud, it can be really powerful.
That was what was the inspiration behind this one?
Well, I'm not sure if I know how to put it. I guess you could say that I had some kind of epiphany recently. It's been influencing my poems a bit.
An epiphany?
Yeah, something like that. I'm kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe after everyone is better friends with each other. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes when you're writing a poem or story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. If you try so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something down on the paper and tidy it up later. Another way to think about is this. If you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you just get a big dark puddle of ink. So just move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening.
Who should I show my poem to next? Now it takes Sayuri because it is for her.
Oh my goodness! This is so good, Shige!
Eh?
I love it! I had no idea you were such a good writer!
Sayuri, you must be seriously overreacting. I'm not a good writer at all. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing.
Well, maybe that's why. Because I have no idea what I like either.
Jeez. I'm sure Yuri's opinion has to be a little more constructive than this, yeah. Maybe even that's the case. Are you sure you don't like it just because I wrote it? Well,
I'm sure that's part of it. I think I understand you better than a lot of other people, you know? So when I read your poem, it's not just a poem, it's a Shige poem. And that makes it feel extra special. Like I can feel your feelings in it and stuff.
Sayuri hugs the sheet against her chest. You're so weird, Sayuri.
I'm really happy just that you wrote one. It just reminds me of how you're really a part of the club now.
Not to mention the fact that I'm standing in front of you in the club room? Of course. I'm not really into it yet, but that doesn't mean I'll break my promise.
See? It's like I said before, Shige. Deep down, you're not selfish at all, you know? Trying new things like this for other people, that's something that only really good people do.
Thanks, Sayuri. I'm not sure if Sayuri sees the full picture of my motive here. Then again, I can't deny that she's part of the reason I joined. Knowing how much this means to her and all.
Yeah, and I'm gonna make sure you have lots of fun here, okay? That will be my way of thanking you.
Alright, I'm going to hold you to that then.
Yay! Now you'll read my poem too, right? Don't worry, I'm really bad at this.
Well, we'll see about that.
Dear Sunshine, the way you glow through my blind in the morning, it makes me feel like you missed me. Kissing my forehead to help me out of bed, making me rub the sleepy from my eyes. Are you asking me to come out and play? Are you trusting me to wish away a rainy day? I look above, the sky is blue. It's a secret, but I trust you too. If it wasn't for you, I could sleep forever. But I'm not mad. I want breakfast.
I love this. This is so cute. This is better than anything I've ever written. I'm really not good with poetry. Sayuri, this is just a guess, but did you wait until this morning to write this?
No. Just a little bit.
You can't answer just a little bit to a yes or no question.
I forgot to do it last night.
Well, at least that makes me feel a little better about myself.
Don't be mean. I still tried my best.
Ah, yeah. I didn't mean to say that it was a bad poem. It came out nice, or how should I put it? It sounds just like you. Yep. Especially that last line.
I meant eggs and toast.
Even though you are late to school?
It's bad to skip breakfast. I get all cranky.
Anyway, thanks for showing me.
This was so much fun. Monica's the best.
Yeah.
But next time I won't forget. And I'm gonna write the best poem ever.
Well, I guess I look forward to it. Okay, Natsuki or Yuri next? At least I'm not overly sweating anymore. I got used to all my layers of cosplay. Natsuki or Yuri, who is it for you? I'll get a bite of.
Dankeschön, Festus. Dankeschön.
Komm. Mir wurde gerade noch ein Shooting angeboten, das heißt, demnächst gibt's noch bessere Bilder. So, dann sag du mal, Festus. Natsuki oder Yuri? Ist egal, ich glaube, man macht es eh bei allen. Just choose. Or someone else, I don't care. Ist egal. Ist egal. Doesn't matter. Yuri. Okay. Yuri stares at the poem. A minute passes, more than enough time for her to finish reading. Turin. I mean Yuri. Close enough.
Oh, sorry. I forgot to start speaking.
It's fine. Don't force yourself.
I'm not. I just need to put my thoughts into words. Hold on. Okay. This is your first time writing a poem, right?
Yeah. Why do you ask?
I'm just making sure. I guess that it might be... What? I guess that it might be after reading through it. What? So, that it might be after reading through it. Ah, okay, sorry.
Ah, so it's that bad, yeah?
No! Did I just raise my voice? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yuri buries her face in her hands. I couldn't help but notice that it's been several minutes and we really haven't gotten anywhere. It might take Yuri a while to get used to new people. It's fine. I really didn't notice. What were you saying?
Right, it's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers, you know? And having been through that myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most noticeable thing I recognize in new writers is that they try to make their style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter, and they form-fit the two together. The end result is that both the style and the expressiveness are weakened.
Once Yuri finds her train of thought, it's as if her demeanor totally changes. The stammering is completely gone and she sounds like an expert.
Of course, that's not something you can be blamed for. There are so many different skills and techniques that go into writing even a single poem. Not just finding them and building them, but getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part. It might take you some time, but it all comes with practice and learning by example and trying new things. I also hope that everyone else in the club gives you valuable feedback. Natsuki can be a little bit biased though.
Biased? How?
Well, never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that. Sorry.
It's fine. I'm not sure if Yuri is apologizing to herself, to me, or to Natsuki. Do you mind if I read your poem now?
Oh, please do. I'd love to share my thought process behind it.
Yuri smiles dreamily, as if that's a rare opportunity for her. Which itself is, kind of funny. After all, isn't this supposed to be a literature club?
Ghost under the light. The tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow, bathing, It must be this one. The last remaining streetlight to have withstood the test of time. The last yet to be replaced by the sickening blue-green hue of the future. I bathe, calm breathing air of the present, but living in the past. The light flickers. I flicker back.
Deep, very deep stuff.
I'm sorry I have such terrible handwriting.
What? I wasn't thinking that at all.
But it took you a long time to read.
Ah, well, I just don't read script very often. I usually think your handwriting is pretty.
Huh? Oh, that's a relief.
Also, I like the poem. Even though it's short, it was really descriptive.
It wasn't too short. I usually write longer poems.
Ah, not at all.
I'm really glad you like it. I'll be honest, since it's our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose.
Are you into ghosts, Yuri?
Uh-huh. Actually, the story isn't about a ghost at all, Shige.
Really? I must have totally missed the point then.
Well, I suppose you did only glance over it after all. But remember that poets often express their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences in their work. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. In this case, perhaps the subject of the poem is only being symbolically compared to a ghost, lingering in her last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the past, and soon to be left with nothing.
Oh, that's, a lot more solemn, putting it that way. I hadn't even thought of that. That's, impressive.
It's nothing, really. Well, it makes me happy that you think that. Just remember that it won't be long before you pick up on these things, too.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I guess I'll have to keep trying.
I'm counting on you.
Dankeschön, Festus. Dankeschön.
Who should I show my poem next? Well, who should we take? I don't know. Let's read it to the chair. I need more tea. It's actually funny that the light is so extremely bright today for the green screen. And that the light is actually really, really good. But compared to the game, I look like desaturated. Because everything is so colorful in this game. And I'm here with my beige blazer and with my brown ginger hair. Okay, Natsuki time.
Well, it's about what I expected from someone like you.
That's a little blunt.
Well, excuse me. It's not like I said it was bad. It just didn't evoke any emotions.
So basically it's not cute enough for your tastes?
Do you want to get smacked?
I'll pass.
Well, anyway, I guess I need to show you mine. Not that you'll like it. Eagles can't fly, monkeys can climb, crickets can leap, horses can race, owls can seek, cheetahs can run, eagles can fly, people can try, but that's about it.
Schön. Immer noch besser als alles, was ich könnte.
Yeah. I told you that you weren't gonna like it.
I like it.
What? Just be honest.
I am. Why are you so convinced that I wouldn't like it?
Well, because everyone in high school thinks that writing has to be all sophisticated and stuff. So people don't even take my writing seriously.
But isn't the point of poems for people to express themselves? Your writing style wouldn't make your message any less valid.
Yes, exactly. I like when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem. Seeing everyone around you do great things can be really disheartening. So I decided to write about it.
Yeah, I understand.
But the other nice thing about simple writing is that it puts more weight on the wordplay. Like, I set up for a rhyme at the end, but then made it fall flat on purpose. It helps bring out the feeling in the last line.
Well, so you did. I guess more went into that than I realized.
That's what it means to be a pro. I'm glad you learned something. Didn't expect that from the youngest one here, didn't you?
Guess not. I decided to humor her with that last comment. I don't really care how old everyone is, but if Natsuki is feeling proud, then I won't take that away from her. I guess that's everyone. I glanced around the room. That was a little more stressful than I anticipated. It's as if everyone is judging me for my mediocre writing abilities. Even if they're just being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs. This is the literature club after all. I sigh. I guess that's what I ended up getting myself into. Across the room, Sayuri and Monika are happily chatting. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly.
What was that language?
Huh? Oh, did you say something?
It's nothing.
Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand.
I guess you could say it's fancy.
Thanks? Yours is, cute.
Cute. Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's clearly about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute?
I know that. I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice.
Huh? You mean you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but it really didn't come out nice at all.
Well, I do have a couple of suggestions.
If I was looking for suggestions, I would have asked someone who actually liked it. Which people did, by the way. Sayuri liked it, and Shige did too. So based on that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all,
Excuse me. I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. I don't expect to change anytime soon, unless, of course, I come across something particularly inspiring, which I haven't yet. And Shige liked my poem too, you know. He even told me he was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up.
Oh, I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress a new member, Yuri.
That's not what I... You were just... Yuri stands up as well. Maybe you are just jealous that Shige appreciates my advice more than he appreciated yours.
Huh? And how do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? Are you that foul of yourself?
No. If I was full of myself, I would deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy.
Is everyone okay? Well, you know what? I wasn't the only one. I wasn't the one whose boobs magically grew a bigger size as soon as Shige started showing up.
Natsuki! Natsuki, that's a little...
This doesn't involve you. I don't like fighting, guys.
Suddenly both girls turned towards me as if they just noticed I was standing there. Shige? She's just trying to make me look bad.
That's not true. She started it.
Dankeschön, Noah. Schlaf gut.
If she could get over herself and learn to appreciate that simple writing is more effective, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place. What's the point of making your poems all convoluted for no reason? The meaning should jump out at the reader, not force them to have to figure it out. Let me explain that to her, Shige.
Wait, there's a reason we have so many deep and expressive words in our language. It's the only way to convey complex feelings and meaning the most effectively. Avoiding them is not only unnecessarily limiting yourself, it's also a waste. You understand that, right, Shige?
Well...
How did I get dragged into this in the first place? It's not like I know anything about writing. But whomever I agree with, they probably think more highly of me. So, of course, that's going to be... I can't choose between those two because the other one will hate me. Then Natsuki glares at me, drying up any words I had in my mouth. So instead I turn to Yuri. Yuri... But Yuri's expression is so defenseless that I can't bring myself to say anything to her. Sayuri! Yeah, everyone's fighting is making Sayuri uncomfortable. How can the two of you keep fighting when you know you're making your friend feel like this?
Okay.
Well, that's her problem. This isn't about her.
I agree. It's unfair for others to interject their own feelings into our conflict.
Yeah, unless Sayuri wants to tell Yuri what a stuck-up jack she's being.
She would never. It's your immaturity that's made her upset in the first place.
Excuse me? Are you listening to yourself? This is exactly why nobody likes you.
Stop! Natsuki, Yuri, you guys are my friends. I just want everyone to get along and be happy. My friends are wonderful people, and I love them because of the differences. Natsuki's poems, they are amazing because they give you so many feelings with just a few words. And Yuri's poems are amazing because they paint beautiful pictures in your head. Everyone's so talented, so why are we fighting?
Because?
Well...
Father?
Also, Natsuki's cute, and there's nothing wrong with that. And Yuri's boobs are the same as they always were. Make them beautiful.
Sayuri stands triumphantly. Monika stands behind her with a bewildered expression.
I'll, make some tea.
Yuri rushes off. Natsuki sits down with a blank expression on her face, staring at nothing.
So,
So, this is why Sayuri is vice president, huh? I whisper to Monika. She nods in return.
To be honest, I might come off as a good leader and I can organize things, but I'm not very good with people. I couldn't even bring myself to interject. As president, that's kind of embarrassing to me.
Nah, it's not like I can blame you. I wasn't able to say anything either.
Well, I guess that just means Sayuri is amazing in her own ways, isn't she?
Oh, well, you could say that. She might be an airhead, but sometimes it's weirdly suspicious that she knows exactly what she's doing.
I see. Take good care of her, Kate. I would hate to see her get herself hurt.
Well, that makes two of us. You can count on me. Monika smiles sweetly at me, causing my stomach to knot. Such a genuine person. Really does make a good president, regardless of what she says. If only I could get the chance to talk to her a little more.
Okay, everyone. It's just about time for us to leave. How did you all feel about sharing poems?
It was a lot of fun.
Well, I'd say it was worth it.
It was alright. Well, mostly.
Shiga, how about you?
Yeah, I'd say the same. It was a neat thing to talk about with everyone.
Awesome. In that case, we'll do the same thing tomorrow. And maybe you'll learn something from your friends too. So your poems will turn out even better.
I think to myself. I did learn a little more about the kinds of poems everyone likes. With any luck, that means I can at least do a better job impressing those I want to impress. I nod to myself with newfound determination.
Shige! Ready to walk home?
Sure, let's go.
Yeah!
Sayuri beams at me. It truly has been a while since Sayuri and I have spent this much time together. I can't really say I'm not enjoying it either. Sayuri, about what happened earlier.
What do you mean?
you know, between Yuri and Natsuki. Does that kind of thing happen often?
Oh no. That's really the first time I've seen them fight like that. I promise they're both wonderful people. You don't hate them, do you?
No, I don't hate them. I just wanted your opinion, that's all. I can see why they're good. They make good friends with you.
You know, Chige, it's nice that I get to spend time with you in the club, but I think seeing you get along with everyone is what makes me the happiest. And I think everyone really likes you too.
That's
Every day is going to be so much fun.
It looks like Sayuri still hasn't caught onto the kind of situation I'm in. Sure, being friends with everyone is nice, but does it really need to stop there? Well, we just have to see what the future holds, Sayuri. I pat Sayuri on the shoulder. I said that more to myself than to her, but it's easy to use Sayuri as an internal monologue sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do this. My voice is killing me. But I'll give my best. Okay. Who shall we write a poem to today? I don't know. Let's go for Yuri. Maybe. So let's start with philosophy and hurt. Hurt is her. Oops. Romance. Okay, I'm not good with Yuri. It seems. Beauty. Okay. Let's go for. I mean, I wanted to go for Sayuri again, I guess. Okay, then let's go for Sayuri because I'm really bad at going for Yuri.
Cheer.
And Sayuri is easy. Bad. And sugar. Okay, yeah, okay. That was actually quite clear. That was a mistake. Hair could be for everyone. They all have hair. But she's got a ribbon. What? But Sayuri's got a ribbon too. Shiny. Okay, I'm really bad at this. Friends and fireworks and clumsy, definitely clumsy. And no, lollipop is Natsuki. Disaster. That's called joy. Okay. Smile. Hope. And maybe jump. Okay, jump is her. And cheeks is also her. Okay. Kawaii is probably also Natsuki. So let's go with love. And the last one. Okay, anime is Natsuki. Summer. Okay, summer is also Natsuki. It's really hard sometimes, okay? You just don't know. You just don't know. Another day passes and it's time for the club meeting already. I've gotten a little more comfortable here over the past couple days. Entering the club room, the usual scene greets me.
Hi, Shige.
Yo, Sayori! Looks like you're in a good mood today.
I'm just still not used to you being in the club, that's all.
I see. That's a pretty simple thing to get you in a good mood. But I guess it's always the simple things with you anyway.
Speaking of which, I'm kinda hungry. Will you come with me to buy a snack?
No thanks.
That's not like you at all.
I have my reasons. why don't we take a look at your purse, Sayori?
Why that, all of a sudden?
No reason, really. I just wanted to look at it. Sayori nervously retrieves her coin purse. She fumbles with the latch and gets it open. Then she turns it upside down and lets its contents spill onto the desk. Only 2 small coins fall out. I knew it. I can see right through you, Sayori.
That's not fair. How did you even know?
It's simple. If you had enough money in the first place, you would have bought a snack before coming to the club room. So either you're not hungry and want an excuse to take a walk, or you plan to conveniently forget that you spent all your money so that I would lend you some. But there's one more thing. You're always hungry. And so, that only leaves the one option.
I give up. Don't make me feel guilty.
If you feel guilty, that means you deserve to feel guilty. Yuri suddenly giggles. I didn't notice that she was listening in. Her face is in her book, as always. I wasn't listening or anything. It was just something in my book.
Yuri! Tell Shika to let me borrow some money.
Oh, that's, Don't get me involved like that, Sayori. Besides, you should only buy what you can responsibly afford. And frankly, after pulling a mischievous little stunt like that, your suffering is fair enough retribution. Did I just... I didn't mean that. I got too absorbed into my book.
I really like when you speak your mind, Yuri. It doesn't happen much, but it's a fun side of you.
That's, there's no way you could think that.
You were right, though. I did something bad, and now I have to accept the revolution.
Retribution.
Yeah, that.
Still, coming from you, Sayori, I guess there's a little devil inside all of us, isn't there?
Don't let it...
Don't let it fool you. Sayori knows exactly what she's doing. After all, she told you guys she was bringing me to the club before she even told me.
But... You wouldn't have come if it weren't for the cupcakes. So I had to trick Natsuki into making them.
Come on, give me more credit than that, Sayori. Out of nowhere, something smacks Sayori in the face and tumbles onto the desk. Was war das denn für ein Stimmbruch? Ein Milchtrinker zum Whiskyvernichter?
Hä? Warum? Why? Ew! Shut! Ow! What was? A cookie!
Sure enough, it's a giant cookie wrapped in plastic. Sayori glances around.
Is this a miracle? It's because I paid my restitution.
Retribution. Actually, that one almost worked. Sorry.
Then I heard you blab about the cupcakes. It was totally worth seeing your reaction, though. Natsuki! That's so nice of you. I'm so happy.
Sayori hugs the cookie. Jeez, just eat it. Sayori rapidly tears open the wrapper and takes a big bite.
So good.
Sayori suddenly clasps her hands over her mouth.
I bit my tongue.
You're going through a lot over just one cookie. Natsuki takes a bite of her own cookie.
Yours looks really good too, Natsuki. Can I try it?
Jeez. Beggars can't be choosers.
But yours is chocolate.
Yeah. Why do you think I gave you that one?
Fine. Still, I'm really happy that you shared this one with me.
Sayori gets out of her seat and goes behind Natsuki, then wraps her arms around her. Jeez. I get it. I get it. Cookie still in hand, Natsuki reaches up to nudge Sari over her. Sari suddenly leans down and takes a bite out of Natsuki's cookie. Hey! Did you seriously suggest you that? Mouthful, Sari trots away to safety. Yuri and I laugh as well. Jeez, you're such a kid sometimes. Monika, can you tell Sayuri? Eh? Natsuki glances around. Monika isn't in the club room. Huh. Where's Monika anyway? Good question. Have any of you heard anything about her being late today?
Well, not me.
Yeah, well, I haven't either. That's a bit unusual.
I hope she's okay.
Of course she's okay. She probably just had something to do today. She's pretty popular, you know, after all.
You don't think she has a...
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. She's probably more desirable than all of us combined.
That's true. Excuse me?
Suddenly, the door swings open.
Oh, sorry. I'm super sorry.
Ah, there you are.
I didn't mean to be late. I hope you guys weren't worried or anything.
Monika chose the club over a boyfriend after all. You're so strong-willed.
Boyfriend? What on earth are you talking about?
Monika quizzically glances at me. Never mind that. What held you up anyway?
Well, my last period today was study hall. To be honest, I kind of lost track of time.
It makes no sense, though. You would have heard the bell ring at least.
I must not have heard it since I was practicing piano. Piano? I wasn't aware you played music as well, Monika. Well, I don't really. I kind of just started recently. I've always wanted to learn piano.
That's so cool. You should play something for us, Monika.
That's,
Monika looks at me.
maybe once I get a little bit better, I will.
Yay!
That sounds cool. I'd also look forward to it.
Is that so? In that case, I won't let you down, Shiga.
Monika smiles sweetly. I didn't mean, you know, any pressure or anything like that.
Don't worry. I've been practicing a whole lot recently, and I'd really love the chance to share once I'm ready.
I see. In that case, best of luck.
Thanks. So, I didn't miss anything, did I?
Not really. I choose to leave out Sayuri's mischievous escapade. I'm sure Natsuki will end up complaining to her anyway. It looks like everyone has already settled down. Sayuri somehow already finished her entire cookie. Yuri is back to her book and Natsuki disappeared into the closet.
Shige!
Sayuri suddenly comes up to me.
I'm gonna go get some supplies from another classroom. Wanna come with me?
Supplies? What for?
Well, you know how the festival is coming up? Me and Monika, we're gonna make some posters and stuff. So I need to find some crayons and markers and glue sticks and...
I see. Sure, I'll go with you.
Yay! Okay, Monika, we'll be back soon.
Are you going with Shiga to get the supplies? There's no need to trouble yourself. I'd be happy to go with him.
Oh, but I wanted to go. It's so much fun exploring empty classrooms and stuff.
Okay. It was just a suggestion. See if you can find poster paper too, okay?
Okay. Ready, Shiga?
Yep, let's go. Sayuri and I exit the club room. I follow behind as Sayuri hums and skips around the hallway. Honestly, it feels like I'm taking a kid to the mall or something. Sayuri finds pleasure in the simplest things sometimes. Hey, Sayuri. What exactly are we doing for the festival anyway? I'm not sure how you would make an event out of literature.
Me and Monica have it all planned out. Don't you worry.
Is that so?
Yep. We're gonna do a poetry performance.
A performance? Of what kind? Poetry. She just said that.
Well, everyone's gonna take turns on stage and recite their favorite poems.
Ah, that sounds, kind of dull.
Shige, you're not thinking about it the right way at all. It's not just about reading poems, it's about performing them. Like you say the lines of the poem like, between my feet, the last remaining flower beckons on me. I twist the stem, freeing it from its clinging roots, caressing the final joyous moment between my fingers. But to what ends have I summoned this joy? For now, when I look in every direction, the once prosperous field before me is but a barren wasteland.
Okay.
Like that.
Sayuri, how do I put this? I'm sure it's just me, but it's impossible for me to take you seriously when you talk like that.
You meanie. I'm working super hard on this, you know?
I know. I just, meant that it's a pretty unordinary contrast to your cute self.
Don't say that, it's embarrassing. I guess that means I'm doing a good job.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm so excited. The festival is going to be so much fun.
Sayuri spins herself around in the hallway again.
Hey, Shige, this classroom over here is empty. Let's begin the mission.
The mission, eh? It's been a long time since I've spent time with Sayuri like this, but in the end, she hasn't changed one bit. She's nothing but a ball of sunshine drawing happy vibes from the world around her. It's a pretty nostalgic feeling for me. As the years went by, I began to hold myself up in my room more and more. So going adventuring with Sayuri brings about a special sort of feeling I forgot I had in me. The two of us enter the classroom. Sayuri heads straight to the closet and I follow.
Let's see what we have in here. Crayons!
Sayuri pulls a box of full of crayons off the shelf.
They are the best brand too. They are, well, kind of dirty though.
Sayuri starts pulling various crayons out of the box, reading the color names.
Alright, that's one down.
Two. Alright, that's one down. Don't get distracted, we still need to find...
Wait, I'm looking for my favorite color.
Fine. And then at least move aside so I can look for the poster paper.
Oh, I dropped one by accident.
Sayuri bends over and smacks her forehead right into the shelf. She falls to the floor and the crayons spill all over her lap. You okay?
My forehead.
Sayuri clutches her forehead. Gee, Sayuri. That's just like you, isn't it? Come on, let me see. Since Sayuri is sitting on the floor, I grab her by the waist and pull her out of the closet. You have to move your hands, Sayuri.
But it hurts.
Just do it for a second. Sayuri slowly releases her hands from her forehead. I gently brush her bangs to the side.
Oh.
Sorry. There's a huge red mark on the center of her forehead. A bump is starting to form as well. Man, that's gonna swell up. I should find you some ice.
Shige?
Where would I even find ice around this time? I guess a cold drink would do?
You don't have to. I'm fine with, looking like a unicorn.
Even wincing from the pain, Sayuri makes a silly joke. What are you saying? I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
I pat Sayuri on the shoulder and run out into the hallway. I locate the nearest vending machine. What should I get? It doesn't really matter, since it will be used as an ice pack rather than to drink, but I know Sayuri likes apple juice, so I purchased that one. In just a moment, I am already returning to the classroom where I left Sayuri. She has one palm on her forehead and is using the other hand to clumsily scoop crayons back into the box.
At least they were already in the wrong spots before I spilled them.
Sayuri, here. I hand Sayuri the bottle of apple juice.
Ah, it's nice and cold.
Sayuri opens the cap and starts drinking from it. Sayuri, what are you doing? It's for your forehead, idiot.
Sorry, I forgot.
How hard did you hit your head? Sayuri places the bottle against the bum on her head.
It stings.
Just bear with it. It'll feel better soon. Looks like you cleaned up most of the crayons, so that's good.
Hey, Shige. This kind of reminds you of growing up, doesn't it?
What do you mean?
You know how we used to play outside all the time? I would always try to keep up with you. You were kind of oblivious in some ways. Like, I usually fell behind or had trouble climbing on the things you did. But sometimes when I tried to do things I couldn't, I would get myself hurt. I'd fall and scrape myself or get a bump. And I would start crying really hard. And you would rush over as quick as you could, and you would try really hard to get me to stop crying. It was almost like you blamed yourself and were afraid of getting in trouble if someone found out. Even though it really wasn't your fault at all, you know?
Did I really do that?
Yeah, you don't remember?
Well, come to think of it, maybe I do remember a bit. I guess I was always so focused on my games that I didn't pay enough attention to you. So in a way, it was my fault. Kind of like, you know, this time too. If I wasn't rushing you out of the closet, you probably wouldn't have hit your head.
Shige, I don't think you realize it, but you're always thinking about other people. Even after all these years, you're rushing to help me, even though I'm just being clumsy. You're really a sweetheart.
Don't call me that. I don't really do this kind of thing all the time. I guess when it comes to you, it just feels natural. Before I even know it, I'm treating you like that. I guess that's what happens when you've been friends for so long.
Really? Maybe you're right. Shige, I'm so glad that nothing's changed between us. Do you think it'll be like this forever?
Forever? If I'm honest to myself, there's no telling where we'll each end up for college or after that. So it wouldn't be fair for me to make any promises. But, well, I hope so. It's been this long already, right? I can't imagine you ever changing, so my hopes are up.
I'm so happy.
Sayuri has a whimsical expression in her eyes. We remain silent for a moment. She's so silly and clumsy on the outside that I see her deep in thought, like this. It makes me not want to disturb her.
I guess we should go back. I don't want to worry Monica, you know?
Good luck with that. She's gonna see your forehead either way.
Not if I hide it under my bangs.
Sayuri hops to her feet. She clutches her forehead again. Don't stand up so fast after hurting yourself. Well, I guess it's too late now. Anyway, let's go. I follow Sayuri out of the classroom. Sayuri plays with her bangs to try to hide the bum, but without much success. In a moment, we make it back to the club room.
Ah, you're back. Good timing. I was just about ready to start with sharing our poems. Sayuri, your forehead?
She's fine, don't worry about it.
I was playing with the crayons and smacked my forehead into the shelf.
Well,
Anyway? Were you able to find everything we needed?
Uh-huh, I have it right.
Sayuri frantically glances around herself.
Oh, I forgot all the stuff.
Calm down, Sayuri, I have it all right here. I found the poster paper too.
Sounds like you ended up doing all the work, Shige.
Oh well, Sayuri... I failed to come up with an excuse for Sayuri.
I made it an adventure.
That.
Okay. In any case, good work. I'll start working on the posters tonight.
Me too.
Okay, everyone. Are you ready to share your poems?
Well, I guess I should grab mine. After making sure the crayon box is closed tightly, I return to my seat. And I need a drink. Okay, let's go with, Natsuki first today. Just for a bit of, you know, a different lineup. Well, it's not really any worse than your last one, but I can't really say it's any better either. Oh. Huh? Phew, what? Oh well, anything that isn't a train wreck, I'll take as a win. And I get the feeling you're probably the most critical.
Hey, what makes you...
Wait, maybe that was a compliment? I'm glad to see someone recognizes my experience.
Well then, keep practicing and maybe you'll be as good as me someday.
That's, something tells me Natsuki completely missed the point.
Kind of think of it, this kind of reminds me of Sayuri's poem from yesterday.
Huh? You think so?
Yeah, well, I guess if you've been friends for so long, you might be on the same, you know, wavelength. But you never really struck me as her type. Sayuri has a type all of a sudden?
Well, I don't know, but honestly, how can someone so fluffy spend so much time with someone like you? It's like she's dragging around a dead weight.
That was a little unnecessary. But think of it this way, if it weren't for me, she would probably just fly away, like letting go of a balloon. You could say we each take care of each other, like in our own way.
Whatever it is, I don't get it. Oh yeah, I guess I'm supposed to show you my poem. Here. Amy likes spiders. You know what I heard about Amy? Amy likes spiders. Icky, ricky, hairy, ugly spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a cute singing voice. I heard her singing my favorite love song. Every time she sang the chorus, my heart would pound to the rhythm of the words. But she likes spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. One time, I hurt my leg really bad. Amy helped me up and took me to the nurse. I tried not to let her touch me. She likes spiders, so her hands are probably gross. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a lot of friends. I always see her talking to people. She probably talks about spiders. But if her friends start to like spiders... What if her friends start to like spiders too? That's why I'm not friends with her. It doesn't matter if she has other hobbies. It doesn't matter if she keeps it private. It doesn't matter if it doesn't hurt anyone. It's gross. She's gross. The world is better off without spider lovers. And I'm gonna tell everyone.
Okay. Sorry, Nightmare. Sounds sind off bei Special Stream. Ich habe vergessen, sie online auch offline zu nehmen. Entschuldigung.
Not bad, right?
It's quite a bit longer than yesterday's.
Yesterday's was way too short. It was, you know, I was just warming up. I hope you didn't think that was the best I could do.
Well, no, of course not.
Anyway, the message is pretty straightforward in this poem. I doubt I have to explain it. Sometimes you can explain complicated issues with much simpler analogies. It helps people realize how stupid they're being. Like, anyone would agree with the subject of this poem. Anyone would agree that the subject of this poem is an ignorant jerk.
Do you know people like that?
Of course, it's about how everyone thinks that doesn't matter. It can be about anything. I wrote it to be easy to relate to. Everyone has some kind of weird hobby or guilty pleasure. Something that you're afraid of if people find out and they make fun of you and think less of you. But that just makes people stupid. Who cares what someone likes as long as they're not hurting anyone and it makes them happy? I think people really need to learn to respect others for liking weird things.
Well, you're definitely right. At least I can relate to that. And I'm sure a lot of other people can too.
It's what I do best after all. You know, I don't like writing unless there's a good message to take away from it. Like conveying emotions is important. But I want to make people think, not just feel. Remember that. I'm gonna write a good one for tomorrow too, so look forward to it.
Das ist ja auch, ne? Same with cosplay. I've been laughed at and been called out a freak in school back then for reading mangas and doing cosplay, so I can relate to that very well. Okay, something calmer.
Are you still mad at me?
Eh?
For disrespecting Natsuko yesterday? Because reading this poem, now I know why you got mad at me. Because you prefer her writing over mine.
That's not really true.
Meaning when I disrespected her, I disrespected you too, didn't I? Oh no.
Yuri, you might be reading into this a little too much.
How could I be so stupid? I always let these things happen. Whenever I think before I speak, I just come off as awkward and unlikable. But if I speak without thinking, the things I want to keep inside come out and make people hate me. So please don't force yourself to be around me. I know this is what Monica wants. But it's not fair to you when you could be enjoying your time with Natsuki and Sayori.
Yuri.
Please, it makes it easier for me if you don't express any concern. Besides, I have my books with me. That's, all I need.
Yuri smiles sadly and puts her head down on her desk. I'm frustrated. I don't hate her, but it's as if she's not capable of listening to me over her own thoughts. I sigh to myself. All I can do is accept that that's how she is. If she wants to be left alone, then I have no choice but to abide to that request. Okay, we didn't get to read hers. So, yeah, maybe if we actually had written a Yuri poem, which we tried, but we failed, this would have been different.
Okay.
Shige! I really love your poems. I can't believe you've been hiding these from me.
I'm not hiding anything.
But your poems are so good. Yesterday's and this one too. You can't tell me you haven't done this before.
I mean, you're really the only one who feels that way, so,
No way! Not even Natsuki?
Well, I guess Natsuki is the least likely to admit how much she likes something. But I don't think it's that.
What do you mean?
Well, I guess I'll be honest about it. It's a lot easier to write poems when I'm thinking about you. Stop thinking weird things, idiot. I just mean that you're a really expressive person, I guess. How am I supposed to write poems about my own stupid life, you know? But you somehow make everything in your life an adventure. Even the little things.
Cooking.
Let's not talk about that. So yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that I can feel more feelings through you than I can through myself. We have the kind of weird connection. It's your fault for getting in my business all the time.
I don't know if I understand.
You never understand when I try to explain things to you, do you, Sayori? I pet Sayuri's head.
Yay! I'm not a kid, you know?
Are you sure about that?
Maybe?
Sayuri starts fiddling with her pencil between her hands.
Hey, Shige, will you give me a poem? I kinda want to keep it.
Huh? Why?
Because, well, it's the first time you've written something for me.
Sayuri, you completely misunderstood. I didn't write this for you. Are you even listening anymore? Well, whatever. I'll give it to you when we go home.
Really? I broke my pencil.
Sayuri hastily bends down to pick out the pieces she dropped. But being inattentive for her surroundings, she bumps right into me.
Sorry.
It's fine. I'll get it for you. I bend down and pick up the broken pencil. Sayuri clutches the desk beside her to support herself, knees shaking.
I'm a little clumsy today.
Let's sit down, Sayuri.
Yeah.
Grab Sayuri's arm and help her sit at the desk. Anyway, I still haven't read your poem.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I forgot about that. It's not as good as yours.
Ah, geez, don't worry. I'm sure I like it.
Bottles. I pop off my scalp like the lid of a cookie jar. It's a secret place where I keep all my dreams. Little balls of sunshine, all rubbing together like a bundle of kittens. I reach inside with my thumb and forefinger and pluck one out. It's warm and tingly. But there's no time to waste. I put it in a bottle to keep it safe, and I put the bottle on the shelf with all the other bottles. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts, and bottles all in a row. My collection makes me lots of friends. Each bottle is starlight to make amends. Sometimes my friend feels a certain way. Down comes a bottle to save the day. Night after night, more dreams. Friend after friend, more bottles. Deeper and deeper my fingers go, like exploring a dark cave, discovering the secrets hiding in the nooks and crannies. Digging and digging, scraping and scraping. I blow dust off my bottle caps. It doesn't feel like time elapsed. My empty shelf should use some more. My friends look through my locked front door. Finally, all done. I open up, and in come my friends. In they come, in such a hurry. Do they want my bottles that much? I frantically pull them from the shelf, one after the other, holding them out to reach to each and every friend, each and every bottle. But every time I let one go, it shatters against the towel between my feet. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts, and shards all over the floor. They were supposed to be for my friends who aren't smiling. They're all shouting, pleading, something. But all I hear is echo, 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 echo inside my head.
This took a dark turn. Holy crap. Sorry, did you really write this?
Of course I did. Didn't I tell you yesterday I was gonna write the best poem ever?
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't expect something like this coming from you.
Monica taught me a whole lot. And I've been really in touch with my feelings recently.
I see that. It's almost kind of creepy.
Creepy?
Well, not exactly. It's maybe because I'm so used to you being cheerful. Well, never mind. I'm thinking too hard about it. The point is, it came out good, so you should be proud of it.
Aw, thanks. I feel like I was meant to express myself this way. It even helps me understand my own feelings a little bit better. Writing is like magic.
You've gotten pretty passionate about this, huh? I hope you keep it up.
Yay! Writing's the best. I'm gonna keep writing until I die.
Don't get ahead of yourself. Larry always had a habit of getting obsessed with something before dropping it no more than a week later. I wonder if this is one of those times. But seeing the passion in her eyes makes it hard for me to be pessimistic. leaves us with Monica. Since we fucked up stuff with Yuri today, Monica's left.
Hi again, Shige. How's the writing going?
Alright, I guess.
I'll take that. As long as it's not going bad. I'm happy that you're applying yourself. Maybe soon you'll come up with a masterpiece.
I wouldn't count on that.
You never know. Want to share what you wrote for today?
Sure. Here you go. I give my poem to Monica.
Alright. It's pretty good. Makes me think of Sayuri, like the other one that you wrote. You two are like the dynamic duo.
And that's kind of exaggerating it.
Yeah, probably. But you do spend a lot of time with her even in this club, don't you? Then again, I don't blame you for being a little shy.
I'm not shy, it's just,
I'm just teasing. I know it takes a bit of time to make friends with everyone. But Yuri and Natsuki are super interesting people, so don't be afraid to give them their share of time. And you can talk to me every now and then too. I'm not like unapproachable or anything, am I?
I know, it's nothing like that. I'm just still getting used to being here, that's all.
Yeah. I'm sorry if I was putting pressure on you or something. I really didn't mean it like that.
No, don't worry. I got what you're saying.
Well, alright. But anyway, you want to read my poem now? I like the way this turned out, so I hope you do too.
Alright, let's take a look.
Save me. The colors, they won't stop. Bright, beautiful colors, flashing, expanding, piercing, red, green, blue, an endless cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise, it won't stop. Violent, grating waveforms, squeaking, screeching, piercing, sine, cosine, tangent. Ich weiß nicht, wie man das ausspricht, it's mathematics. Like playing a chalkboard on a turntable. Like playing a vinyl on a pizza crust. An endless poem of meaningless. Load me.
Starts with save me, and it ends with load me. It's even more abstract than your last one, huh?
I guess it's just the way I write. I'm sorry if you don't like it.
No, I never said that. It's just the kind of thing I've never really seen before, I guess.
I kind of like playing with my space on the paper. Choosing where and how to space your words can totally change the mood of the poem. It's almost like magic. The way I wrote the lines, really short, makes it feel like they're trying to speak over the noise.
I see. It's still hard for me to tell what it's about, though.
Sometimes asking what a poem is about isn't the right question. A poem can be as abstract as a physical expression of a feeling, or a conversation with a reader. So putting it that way, not every poem is about something. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself facing a difficult decision. When that happens, don't forget to save your game. You never know when you might change your mind. Okay, when something unexpected might happen. Wait, is this tip even about writing? What am I even talking about? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening.
Guess we should save. Let's save. I feel like she wants us to save. Okay. We saved.
Okay, everyone. We are all done reading each other's poems, right? I have something extra planned today, so if everyone could come sit at the front of the room. Is this about the festival? Well, sorts of. Do we really have to do something for the festival? It's not like we can put together anything good in just a few days. We'll just end up embarrassing ourselves instead of getting any new members.
That's a concern of mine as well.
I don't really do well with last-minute preparations. Don't worry so much. We're going to keep it simple, okay? We won't need much more than a few decorations. Saria has been working on posters, and I've designed some pamphlets we can give out during the event. Okay, that's great and all, but that doesn't tell us what we're actually going to be doing for the event. Ah, sorry, I thought you heard about it already. We're going to be performing.
Performing.
Monica. Yeah, we're going to be having a poetry performance, you know? Each of us are going to choose a poem to recite during the event. But the cool part is we're also going to let anyone else come up and recite poems too. Terry is putting it on all the posters in case anyone wants to prepare ahead of time, you know?
Yeah!
Terry, who's been coloring a poster, holds it up for us to see. Are you kidding me, Monica? You did already start putting those posters up, did you?
Well, I did. Do you really think it's that bad of an idea?
Well, no. It's not a bad idea. But I didn't sign up for this, you know? There is no way I'm going to be performing in front of a group of people like that.
I agree with Natsuki. I could never in my life do something like that.
Imagining it, Yuri shakes her head in fear.
Guys!
No, Sayori, I understand where they're coming from. Remember that Natsuki and Yuri have never shared the poems with anyone until just a couple days ago. It's a lot to ask for them to recite the poems out loud to a whole room full of people. I guess I kind of overlooked that. So I'm sorry. But I still think we should give it our best. We are the only ones responsible for the fate of this club. If we start the event and each put on a good performance, it will inspire others to do the same. And the more people who perform, the better we'll be able to show everyone what literature is all about.
Yeah! All about expressing your feelings. Being intimate with yourself, finding new horizons, and having fun.
That's right. And it's those reasons that we're all in this club today. Don't you want to share that with others? To inspire them to find the same feelings that brought you here in the first place? I know you do. I know we all do. And if all it takes is standing in front of the room for 2 minutes and reciting a poem, then I know you can do it.
Natsuki and Yuri remain silent. Sayori looks worried. I guess that leaves me no choice. I agree. I don't think it's too much to ask. I think that Sayori and Monica have been trying really hard to get new members, and the least we can do is help them out a little bit.
Well, maybe, but...
It looks like Natsuki doesn't have any arguments left.
Okay, fine. I guess I'll just have to get it over with.
Alright!
Thanks, Natsuki. What about you, Yuri?
Yuri dejectedly glances around at everyone else's expectant faces.
I guess I don't really have a choice.
Yay, that's everyone! You're the best, Yuri!
This club is seriously going to be the death of me. Oh, gosh, you'll be fine, Yuri. But anyway, let's move on to the main event. I want each of you to choose a poem of yours. We're going to practice reciting them in front of each other.
No way!
Monica, this is too sudden. Well, if you can't recite your poem in front of the club, how do you expect to do it in front of strangers? Oh no. Don't worry. I'll start off to help everyone feel a little more comfortable.
Can I go next?
Of course. Now, let's see.
Monica flips through her notebook to the specific poem she has in mind for herself. She then stands behind the podium.
The title of this poem is The Way They Fly.
Monica begins reciting a poem. Her clear, confident voice fills the room. More than that, her inflection is pristine. She knows exactly how to apply emotion behind each line she recites, bringing the words to life. Is this something she's done before, or is she simply a natural?
I glance around me. Everyone has their eyes on Monica. Sayuri looks amazed. Yuri has an intense expression on her face that I don't understand. And finally, Monica finishes the recitation. The four of us applaud. Monica takes a breath and smiles.
That was so good, Monica.
Thank you very much. I was just hoping to set a good example. Are you ready to go next, Sayuri? I'll go next.
Ooh, Yuri's fire up all of a sudden.
Yuri clutches the sheet of paper between her hands and stands up. Keeping her head down, she walks quickly over to the podium. This poem is called... Yuri anxiously glances at each of us.
You can do it, Yuri.
It's called After Image of a Crimson Eye. Yuri's voice shakes as she starts reading the poem. Just a moment ago, she practically refused to do this. Why is she suddenly putting in so much effort? As Yuri gets past the first couple of lines, her voice changes. It's almost like what happens when Yuri gets absorbed into her books. Her querying words transform into the sharp syllables of a fierce and confident woman. The poem is full of twists and turns in its structure that she enunciates with perfect timing. This must be a rare glimpse into the whirling fire Yuri keeps concealed inside her head. Suddenly, she's finished. Everyone is stunned. Yuri snaps back into reality and glances around her as if she bewildered even herself. Sorry. It's up to me to save this situation. I'm the first to start applauding. Everyone joins me afterward, and we give Yuri the recognition she deserves. It's not that we didn't want to applaud for her, but we were caught so off guard that we must have forgotten. As we applaud, Yuri holds the poem to her chest and rushes back into her seat.
Yuri, that was really good. Thank you for sharing.
Looks like Yuri is down for the count.
Okay, I guess I'm next then.
So Yuri hops out of her chair and cheerfully walks to the podium.
This one's called My Meadow. Sorry, I giggled.
Sayuri.
It's a lot harder than I thought. How did you guys do it so easily?
Try not to think of it like you're reciting to other people. Imagine you're reciting it to yourself, like in front of a mirror or in your own head. It's your poem, so it'll come out the best that way.
I see. Okay then.
Sayuri begins her poem. Somehow it feels like her soft voice was made as a perfect match. The poem isn't aimlessly cheery like Sayuri is, it's serene and bittersweet. If I were to read this on paper, I probably wouldn't think much of it, but hearing it come from Sayuri's voice almost gives it a whole new meaning. Maybe this is what Sayuri meant when she said she likes my poems. It's like I get to reach more deeply into someone I thought I knew through and through. Sayuri finishes and we applaud.
I did it!
Good job, Sayuri.
Even Shiga liked it. I guess that's a good sign.
What does that even mean?
It came out nicely, Sayuri. The atmosphere of the poem fits you really nicely. But it might be that other poems wouldn't work quite as well with that kind of delivery. I don't really understand.
In other words, I've seen poems of yours where that sort of gentle delivery wouldn't work as well. They might need a bit more force behind them, depending on what you're reading.
I know what you mean. That's, well, I've been practicing that kind of thing. It's just embarrassing to do in front of everyone.
The next time, I'm going to make you pick a poem that challenges you a little more. We don't have much time before the festival, you know.
Okay.
Now, who's next? Natsuki?
Don't make me go before Shige.
Oh, sorry.
Might as well let Shige lower everyone's standards a little before I have to do it. Natsuki!
It's fine. I might as well get it over with.
But it's not like I have much of a selection of what to read, so I'll just have to go with what I wrote for today. I stand up and step in front of the podium. Everyone has their eyes on me, making me feel terribly awkward. I recite my poem. Since I'm not exactly confident in my own writing, it's hard to put energy into it. Despite that, once I finished, I receive applause anyway. Sorry, I'm not really as good as everyone else.
Don't worry about it so much. I think it's less about your abilities and more about your lack of confidence in your writing. That's something that'll improve over time, though.
Yeah, maybe.
Alright then. That just leaves you, Natsuki.
Yeah. I'm going. Natsuki begrudgingly gets out of her seat and makes her way to the podium. The poem is called, Why are you all looking at me?
Because you are presenting.
Anyway, the poem is called Jump. Natsuki takes a breath. Once she starts reciting the poem, the sour attitude disappears a little. While she's still a little unenthused, her poem has a rhythm and rhyme to it. It's Natsuki's trademark style, and it works surprisingly well when spoken aloud. The words feel like they bounce up and down as if giving life to the poem. Natsuki finishes and everyone applauds. She huffs back to her seat.
That wasn't so bad, was it?
Easy for you to say. You'd better not make me do that again.
Well, do you at least feel prepared enough to recite a poem in front of other people?
I mean, doing it in front of other people will be way easier. I can put on whatever face I can for other people, but when it's just my friends, it's just embarrassing.
That's a surprise, Natsuki. I think it would be the other way around for me.
Well, that's just how it is, so...
Well, I guess in that case, you won't have much to worry about for the festival. That said, I want to thank everyone for coming through. It might be hard, but I hope that you all have an idea of what it's like now. Make sure you pick a poem and get enough practice before the festival, okay? I'll be making pamphlets, so let me know ahead of time what you'll be reciting.
Jeez, I should probably find some other poem to recite instead.
That's fine too. It doesn't have to be your own. I'm already pleasantly surprised that you're putting in all this effort for the club. It makes me really happy.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, everyone. I think that's about it for today. I know the festival is coming up, but let's try to write poems for tomorrow as well. It's been working out really nicely so far, so I'd like to continue that. As for the festival, we'll finish planning tomorrow, and then we'll have the weekend to prepare. Monday's the big day.
I can't wait.
I can do this. I can do this.
Alright. I stand up. There's no way I'll be able to find the same enthusiasm as Sayuri and Monica, but I'll do my best to get through it. If it's for the sake of the club and impressing Monica, then I'll have to do my best.
Ready to go?
Falscho. Ready to go, Sayuri?
Yep.
Look at you two, always going home together like that.
It's kind of adorable, isn't it?
Jeez, guys. Don't make such a big deal out of it.
It must be a little nice, though.
Well, how am I supposed to respond to that?
It's okay, Shige. You don't have to say it.
Whatever, let's go already. I walk home with Sari once more. Even though it's only been a few days, a lot of things have already changed. But today, Sari is being a little quieter than usual on the way home. Hey, Sari.
Oh, sorry, I was spacing out.
No wonder. I was
thinking about something from earlier. I like how we get to,
Sari fumbles with her words.
So let's just say, that one day Yuri asked to walk home with you.
Eh?
What will you do?
What kind of question is that? You're kind of putting me on the spot here. I would walk home with Yuri, I would still walk home with Sayori. I'd like to be nice here because she's our friend and we've been writing poems for her, so let's stick with that. Sayori, you really think I would ditch for you for Yuri?
Eh? She's so beautiful and smart.
Jeez. I already see her in the club every day. Besides, you always seem to really like going home together. I wouldn't just ruin that for you.
You're so silly, Shige. You think about me too much sometimes. Yuri would deserve it if she wanted it, so...
Sayori, I've already made up my mind. I really can't figure you out sometimes.
Sorry.
Besides, what's the point in speculating something that's never going to happen? The conversation trails off. It's kind of a weird thing for Sayori to care so much about, but I want to respect her and keep her happy too. And again, the festival's only a few days away. Who knows what will happen in that time? Right? Okay. So, we'll write this next poem, and then I'll take a short break for my voice to recover and to get some new tea. So, okay, since we are really bad at writing something for Yuri anyway, I will stick with the other two. Silly and jumpy and hard and poof and flying and play and smile and heartbeat and childhood and happiness and cry and lazy and sparkle and shiny and boop, whatever boop is, and marshmallow and kitty and vanilla and hope. Okay, so I'll take a short break. Give me, I don't know, 3 or 4 minutes to get the kettle boiling and to rest my voice for a few minutes. I hope that's okay. So, yeah, see you in a bit.
Yay, I'm back. Hello.
Hello, new people. Hello, old people. And we're back in, what is it? Day number 3. And don't worry if you are bored and you don't know the game and it's all the same every day. It'll change. It'll change. I've got myself some tea now because I've been starting to struggle with some voices here. But I hope you're enjoying it. Ha, hot. Ah. Yo. So. Ja, egal. Passt schon, ne? Jo. Oh. Ouais, sorry. So, okay.
Let's continue.
Oh man. I'm the last one here again.
Don't worry, I just walked into.
Were you, practicing piano again? Yeah. You must have a lot of determination. Starting this club and now picking up piano. Well, maybe not determination. But I guess, passion. Remember that the club wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And I'm super happy that you're all willing to help out with the festival too.
Yeah, I can't wait for the festival. It's gonna be great.
Huh? Weren't you complaining about it just yesterday, Natsuki?
Well, yeah. I'm not talking about our part of the festival. It's a whole day of school where we get to play and eat all kinds of delicious food. You sound a bit like Sayuri all of a sudden.
Monica, do you usually have rights? Do they usually have fried squid? Squid? That's a pretty specific thing to look forward to. Oh, come on. Are you saying you don't like squid? You, of all people? I didn't say I don't like it. Besides, what do you mean by you of all people? Well, because it's right in your name. Mon-Ika.
Okay, Ika ist dann wohl Squid? I don't know.
That's not how you say my name at all. Also, that joke makes no sense in translation.
Yeah, breaking the fourth wall. Schön.
Never mind. Let's just focus on our own event for now, okay? Fine. Your reactions aren't as fun as Yuri's or Sayori's anyway.
Excuse me? Where's Sayuri anyway? Oh, there you are. Sayuri is sitting at a desk in the corner of the room looking down at, nothing. I walk over to her. Hey, Sayuri! I wave my hand in front of her face. You're spacing out again.
Oh. Sorry. Don't mind me. You can go talk to everyone else.
Huh? Everything alright?
Of course. Why wouldn't it be?
It just feels like you're a little off. Sorry for assuming things.
Jeez, you worry too much about me. I'm fine, see?
Sayuri shows me a big smile.
Don't let me distract you from having fun with everyone.
Well, alright. If you say so. I worriedly glance at Sayuri before turning back toward everyone else. But the conversation has already dispersed, with everyone back at their usual activities. Maybe I should ask Monica if she's noticed anything about Sayuri recently. Since they've been preparing for the festival, they must be spending a lot of time together. I timidly approach Monica, who's shuffling through some papers at her desk.
Shige, what's up?
Hey, this might sound a little strange, but have you noticed anything up with Sayuri recently?
Anything up with her? In what way do you mean?
Maybe I'm reading into it a little too much, but she seems a little downcast today.
Oh, you think so? Well, I can't say I've noticed anything about her.
Monica peers across the room at Sayuri, who is idly dragging a rubber eraser up and down her desk.
Maybe there is something on her mind. But I'm surprised I'm not the one asking you, Shige. You certainly know her a lot better than I do.
Yeah, but she's never really like this. She's always talked to me about things that bothered her. But this time when I asked her, she was really dismissive. Sorry, I know it's not your problem. I just wanted to ask you if you knew anything, so I'll drop it now.
No, it's important to me too. I mean, I'm also friends with her, and I also care about the well-being of my club members, you know? Maybe I'll try talking to her myself.
Are you sure about that? She seemed like she wanted to be left alone.
Are you sure? Maybe she just has, a hard time bringing it up with a person of interest? Hey, Gray!
Was lachst du? Lach mich nicht aus. Person of interest? What do you mean by that?
I'm saying that maybe the thing on her mind is, you, Shige?
Me? How on earth would you come to that conclusion?
Well, I probably shouldn't say too much, but Sayuri talks about you more than anything else, you know?
Eh?
She's been so much happier ever since you've joined the club. It's like an extra light was turned on inside of her.
What? No way. Sayuri's always like that. She's always been full of sunshine. It's not any different now than it has always been.
You're so funny, Shige. Have you thought that maybe you've always seen her so cheerful because that's just how she is when she's around you? I said too much. I'm sorry. What do I know anyway? I didn't mean to jump to conclusions, so you just should forget about what I said. Well, I tried to talk to her, so try not to think about it for now, okay?
Ah. Alright. Monica smiles meaningfully. I know she said to forget about it, but I already know that I won't be able to get her words out of my head. Monica stands up from her desk and walks across the room to where Sayuri is sitting. I watch her kneel down next to Sayuri and gently talk to her. But she's keeping her voice so quiet that I can't hear her from here. I sigh and sit myself down. I know Sayuri told me not to worry about her and to have fun with everyone else, but that's impossible to do when she's behaving like this. Exactly how much do I care about her that I'm letting this weigh me down so much? Now it feels like I'm the one behaving out of the ordinary. But there's nothing I can do besides wait for Monica.
Okay, everyone. After some time passes, Monica calls out to the clubroom. Why don't we share poems now?
Before I know it, everything is back to normal. Everyone goes to retrieve their poems and I do the same. I make eye contact with Monica and she smiles at me. I wonder what she was talking about with Sayuri. I wonder. Well, first time we started with Monica, then we started with Natsuki. Let's start with Yuri this time. Even though we wrote for Sayuri anyway. Because it's the easiest. Yuri doesn't look too enthusiastic about spending time with me. Oh, why that? I guess if she changes her mind, she'll come to me. But I should leave her be for now. Oh, we really fucked that up, didn't we? Ah, never mind. Okay, so, okay, let's go to, Sayuri.
Hallo Dibowitsch, wie geht's dir? Na?
Du kannst jederzeit noch einsteigen. Es ist noch nichts passiert. Tatsächlich. But soon, things are gonna happen. I'm not gonna say what, man. Just, you know, so you're not going off board being like, dating sim, nothing for me. Little do you know. Little do you know.
This is your best one so far. It's really, really nice, Shige.
Thanks. Sorry, you've been a little quiet today. Is everything alright?
Of course, everything is fine. Maybe I'm just a little tired today.
Do you want to nap or something?
No, that's silly. Don't worry about me, okay? I only want to see smiles on your face.
Well, alright.
Hey, Shige, I'm still a little surprised. I really thought that you would try writing your poems like the way Yuri does. Or even Natsuki. But in the end...
Yeah... I guess you're the one who likes this one the most.
Why? You don't want to get closer with anyone else?
Wait. Of course I do, but that doesn't mean I need to try so hard to impress them. I still understand you the most, Sayuri. I know you have to sometimes put up with me, and I have to sometimes put up with you, but we have a wavelength or something. And this is how the poem came out. Sometimes it feels like you are the only existing thing in my life. Existing? Exciting? What did you... never mind. So sometimes it's just easier to write when thinking about you. Sayuri?
No. Shige, I don't deserve this. You're too nice to me. Why are you doing this?
Sayuri has trouble keeping her voice steady all of a sudden.
If you had fun with everyone else instead, this would be so much easier.
Sayuri. I glance around the room to make sure nobody has noticed this. Sayuri. I've probably never said this before, but I don't understand what you're feeling right now. Alicia Day. Ah, ja. Okay. Is that a good thing? Wisst ihr was? Das Geile an Geburtstagen ist, wenn man sich nicht mehr am Facebook kümmert, es gratulieren nur Leute, die es auch wissen und so meinen. Hast du heute Geburtstag? Dass der Weg mit dem Sound war, denn ich weiß es nicht. Wenn ja, dann alles Gute. Tell me what will cheer you up. Sayuri shakes her head. She sniffles and keeps shaking her head. Finally, she gathers herself and puts on a smile.
It's nothing, Shiga. It's just a little rain cloud. I'm sorry you had to see that. Won't happen again, I promise. Just smiles from everyone, okay? That's all that matters. Go play with everyone else. I'm gonna go home a little bit early today and...
Sayuri...
Tell Monica I wasn't feeling well, okay? I'll see you tomorrow.
Before I can say anything else, Sayuri cheerfully walks out of the classroom, humming to herself. Let's go with Natsuki and Monica last today. Because she's got the, the writing tip of the day. I think that wraps up the day very well. Finally. Huh? This one. It's good. I was wondering how long it would take you. Alright. Yeah, seriously. I don't listen to what anyone else says. Margit, das Geburtstag. Alles Gute. Mein Lieber. Wann warst du denn dann hier, Mensch? Feier dich gefälligst. Fühle ich gedrückt und beschenkt. Especially Yuri. Just keep writing poems like this, that's all you need. Are you sure that's not just what you want? Excuse me? You're talking to a pro, you know? Don't you think you should trust my opinion the most? I guess that depends. Aren't you biased towards poems that are more simple and cute? Biased? Of course not. My opinion just happens to be the best. There's one thing I still can't tell. Is Natsuki actually self-aware of her spoiled behavior? At this rate, I don't know if I'll ever figure it out.
Okay. Ja, gerne, gerne.
Fair enough. I'm glad that you like my poem after all.
I knew you'd finally understand. Just keep showing me your poems and you'll be a pro before you know it. Anyway, here's the one I wrote.
So we didn't get one from Yuri because we fucked everything up with her. We didn't get one from Sayuri because she wasn't feeling well. So this is, our first today.
I'll be your beach. Your mind is so full of troubles and fears that diminished your wonder over the years. But today I have a special place, a beach for us to go. A shore reaching beyond your sight, a sea that sparkles with brilliant light. The walls in your mind will melt away before the sunny glow. I'll be the beach that washes your worries away. I'll be the beach that you daydream about each day. I'll be the beach that makes your heart leap in a way you thought had left you long ago. Let's bury your heavy thoughts in a pile of sand. Bathe in sunbeams and hold my hand. Wash your insecurities in the salty sea and let me see you shine. Let's leave your memories in a footprint trail. Set you free in my windy sail. And remember the reasons you're wonderful when you press your lips to mine.
Ooh.
I'll be the beach that washes your worries away. I'll be the beach that you daydream about each day. I'll be the beach that makes your heart leap in a way you thought had left you long ago. But if you let me by your side, your own beach, your own escape, you'll learn to love yourself again.
Okay.
Ja, dann... Hab auch einen tollen Abend, Lipovic. Bis bald. Und ich hoffe, du hattest einen schönen Tag heute. Vor allem, es war Sonntag, das ist gut. Man sollte immer am Wochenende Geburtstag haben.
Yeah, I felt like I kept writing about negative things, so I wanted to write something with a nice message for once. Besides, the beach is awesome. Kinda hard to write anything negative about the beach.
So you decided to write about the beach first and then came up with the message later?
Yeah, well, it's only because of what happened yesterday. I mean, after Yuri and I realized we kind of wrote about the same thing, she wanted to pick a topic and have us both write about it or whatever.
I see. I don't really have much to contribute here since I didn't actually read Yuri's poem.
You can really see her doing that too. Making us write about a simple topic, then trying to impress me by coming up with something all fancy. Well, it's not like I care. I just did it anyway. I mean, I guess mine ended up being kind of metaphorical too. But there's nothing wrong with doing that once in a while.
At the very least, it was good practice.
True. So, und Monika. And I need some tea. Ah, and my nose is running. Ah, you. Hi, Shige. Have you thought about what you want to submit to perform at the festival? Well, being in this club is one thing, but performing in front of a bunch of people, I'll have to get it some more thought.
Okay, no pressure. But whatever you do, I'm sure it'll turn out great. It would also make me happy to see.
By the way, who doesn't know the game? Please let me know in the chat who doesn't know the game. And to everyone who does know the game, thanks for staying quiet. Like, not quiet, but like not spoiling.
Anyway, let's take a look at today's poem.
Sure. I'll let Monika take the poem I'm holding in my hands.
It's kind of funny.
How so?
No, not the poem. I mean, it's funny how your poems and Sayuri's poems have been getting more and more similar to each other every day. I'm surprised you're so in sync with her. Then again, you've been spending a lot of time together lately, haven't you?
I guess you could say that. Although we kind of grew up as best friends, I haven't been seeing so much of her in this past year. But since I joined the club, we've been spending a lot of time together again, yes.
I see. That reminds me. How about Sayuri's, about how Sayuri's been a little bit off today?
Yeah, did she tell you something?
Well, Shige, you haven't been flirting with her, have you?
Of course not. I've been treating her like I always do.
Alright, just making sure. I know how much you care about her. It would be terrible if something bad happened to her, so keep an eye on her. Sayuri's been acting so much happier ever since you joined the club. And, yeah, what could have happened all of a sudden? Well, never mind. This really isn't the time to be talking about this. Anyway, I'll share my poem with you now, alright?
Alright.
The lady who knows everything. An old tale. An old tale tells of a lady who wanders earth. The lady who knows everything. A beautiful lady who has found every answer, all meaning, all purpose, and all that was ever sought. And here I am, a feather, lost adrift the sky, victim of the currents of the wind. Day after day I search with little hope, knowing legends don't exist. But when all else has failed me, when all others have turned away, legend is all that remains, the last dim star glimmering in the twilight sky. Until one day the wind ceases to blow, I fall, and I fall, and fall, and fall even more. Gentle as a feather, a dry quill, expressionless. But a hand catches me between the thumb and forefinger, the hand of a beautiful lady. The lady who knows everything knows that what I am thinking. Before I can speak, she responds in a hollow voice. I have found every answer, all of which amount to nothing. There is no meaning, there is no purpose, and we seek only in the impossible. I am not your legend. Your legend does not exist. And with a breath, she blows me back afloat, and I pick up a gust of wind.
Hey, the lady who knows everything.
You know, I feel like learning and looking for answers are the sorts of things that give life meaning. Not to get too philosophical or anything, but it was kind of on my mind, so that's what I wrote about.
I see. I never really put much thought into it.
In a way, it's almost paradoxical. Because if we had all the answers, wouldn't the world start to lose its meaning?
You know, there's one thing I noticed. It seems like everyone in the club prefers writing about things that are more sad than happy.
Are you surprised? I mean, if everything was okay, we wouldn't really have anything to write about, would we? Humans aren't two-dimensional creatures. I think you'd know that better than anyone.
You mean one-dimensional?
Yeah, that. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Are you ever too shy to share your writing because you... To share your writing because you're afraid it's not that good? It can be really disheartening to get a lukewarm response to something you put so much into. But if you find other people who enjoy writing, then sharing becomes a lot easier. Because instead of just telling you that your writing is good or okay or bad, they'll want to focus more on everything that went into it and the things you can work on. It's much more encouraging that way and will make you want to continue improving. It's almost like having your own little literature club, don't you think? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Okay, key 3. We are all done sharing poems, right? Why don't we start figuring out?
Hold on a second. Is it just me or did you just say something strange just now?
Huh? Something did sound a bit unusual. That's right. You deviated from your usual catchphrase when addressing the club. A catchphrase? I don't have a catchphrase.
Jeez, why is the mood so weird today? Look, even Yuri isn't immune to it.
Stagnating air is common, foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen.
In your books, maybe. Look, the only thing different is that Sayuri isn't here.
It seems you're right. Sayuri always helps lighten the mood a little bit, doesn't she? It's almost like everyone's balance is thrown off a little when she's not around.
Where the heck did she run off to anyway? I thought she just went to pee.
Natsuki, please show some decency.
Oh, come on.
She actually wasn't feeling too well and went home early.
Is that so? I hope she's alright.
Seriously? Of all the times to not go home with her, you picked the time she's not feeling well. So much for you two being all lovey-dovey.
No. First of all, stop misunderstanding my friendship with Sayuri. And second, she's kind of been avoiding me today, so I didn't want to force it.
Huh?
What? That curious expression coming from Yuri of all people?
Calm down, guys. I talked to her earlier and everything is fine.
This will be going in your collections? Yes, of course. Sure, in the VODs or here even, it will go on YouTube, for sure. What did you say?
Anyway, we need to figure out the rest of the festival preparations, so let's decide what everyone will be doing this weekend.
I already know what I'm doing.
That's right. Natsuki will be making cupcakes. But we might need a lot of them and different flavors. Can you handle all that by yourself, Natsuki?
Challenge accepted.
And as for myself, I'm going to be printing and assembling all the poetry pamphlets. Tari will be helping me design them. And as for Yuri, guys, can you help me come up with something for Yuri? I'm useless. No, that's not it at all. You're the most talented person here, you know. Now, Natsuki's pouting too?
Geez, even I can tell now. I guess I never gave Sayuri enough credit, but I can tell things are even harder on you when she's not around.
That may be the case, but if I can't also be a leader on my own, then I won't grow as a person. So, Yuri, you have beautiful handwriting, you know? So you should make some banners and decorations to help set the atmosphere. Atmosphere? About that. I love atmosphere.
Yuri's expression suddenly changes as she stares at her desk in focus and starts nodding to herself. Your mind is already racing, I see.
That's great. You'll be a wonderful help, Yuri. But anyway, that just leaves you, Shige, the one who is truly
Entschuldigung, das hätte sie nicht gedacht. The one that is truly useless.
Don't say that. In fact, both Natsuki and Yuri have some pretty heavy tasks to handle. It would probably go a long way to give one of them a hand. You could always help me out as well. It would be really appreciative. I would be really appreciative of that.
Ah. That's, is Monica suggesting I spend the weekend with one of my club members? How on earth are they going to respond to a suggestion like that?
Oh, I suppose I wouldn't mind a bit of help.
Well, even if you don't know how to bake, there's always some dirty work I could give to you. It's not like Monica's going to give me a choice and you shouldn't be sitting on your butt anyway. Natsuki tries to mumble a bunch of excuses like that.
If I recall, Natsuki, you mentioned that you would like to handle the baking on your own. Shiga may not like to be around if you only make him out to be a nuisance. So therefore, he may be more suited to assisting with the decorations.
Hold on, I never said that. How hard could it be to make a few decorations anyway? Sounds more like you're just making excuses for Shiga too.
What are you saying? It will be extremely meticulous work.
And baking isn't. Just what you think.
Guys, let's settle down for a moment. In the end, I think it's up to Shiga to decide how he'd like to contribute. Besides, he hasn't really gotten the chance to spend any time with me yet, you know? So I'm sure he's interested in,
You literally just said.
I'm surprised as well. Sorry. I was just saying, though.
Jeez. Can we just settle this already?
Yeah. Shiga, you're okay with this, right? In the end, it's up to you.
Of course.
Very well. In that case...
Everyone looks straight at me. But of course, I'm going with... I think there's only one thing we can choose, right? I guess. Because we have to look out for a friend. Right? Right. I mean, if it's going to be anyone, then I prefer helping Sayori. I mean, we are already neighbors and,
But Monica said
that Sayori was helping her. Jeez, do you really hate us that much? No?
Sorry, I didn't mean for this to be difficult. You just think of the club, okay?
Okay, who should we choose? Who should we choose? Who do you want to spend the weekend with? It's up to you. I just eat a cookie. But a small one. Not a nice chocolate one like Natsuki's, but I'm gonna eat very, very, very tiny cookie. So, I need someone to tell me who to spend the weekend with. You can choose your waifu. Is it better to have a good relationship with everyone? I don't know. Xan. You just choose. Because you've got the I don't know what's coming mind. So just choose what you feel like. So, Xan, who is your waifu here? Okay. Lass mich nicht hängen, Xan. Let's say we fucked up with her, I choose Yuri. Okay. Okay. Well, I'll probably be the most useful helping out Yuri.
Me?
Hoping everything will get better. Are you serious? Why would you?
Natsuki? I can already tell you're about to say something mean.
No. I was just saying...
So, you'll be helping Yuri then, Shiga?
Yeah. That's what I'm going to do.
I'm glad.
I think I chose the same thing back then. I think. In my first playthrough years ago.
I have a bad habit of overthinking these sorts of things, so I think your assistance will be very useful. That's great to hear. Natsuki, will you be able to handle the baking yourself? I mean, yeah. I already said I would be fine.
Okay, okay. Everyone can tell that Natsuki is feeling a little sour. So is that everything we needed to go over?
Yeah, that should be about it. Are you guys excited? Well, excited may not be the right word, but I suppose I'm looking forward to it a little bit. Do you feel the same way, Shiga?
Me? I guess I could say I'm interested in how, you know, see how it'll turn out.
That's good enough for me. What about you, Natsuki? Natsuki?
What? Why is everyone yelling at me? I didn't even do anything.
No, that's not what I meant at all.
Yuri anxiously glances between everyone in the room.
I'm sorry for this. I don't really know why Shiga picked me. And also...
Shiga was like, boobs. Ja, dass du die wählst, das wundert mich eigentlich nicht, ne?
Your cupcakes are the best cupcakes I've ever had. They go really well with my tea. And nothing that I do for the event will compare to that, so...
I get it. I'm kind of surprised, though.
Why?
Well, I'm the one acting immature. I already know that. But you're trying to cheer me up all of a sudden?
I know I'm not very good at it. I'm sorry if I said something bad.
Natsuki isn't the only one surprised. Monica and I are also taken aback by Yuri's words. When she already has trouble with words, trying to cheer someone up must be far out of her own comfort zone. But I begin to understand. Yuri was trying to sound like Sayori. Even if it didn't work perfectly, I can tell that she tried to say something Sayori would say at a time like this. Because Sayori always helps everyone smile and feel good about themselves.
No, I kind of appreciated it. I'm sorry for making a big deal out of nothing. But I'm going to say this.
Huh?
You better bet that my cupcakes are going to be the best part of the whole event.
Oh, I believe you. Yeah, I hope to see everyone do their best. But with that, there's nothing more for today, so I guess it's time for us to head out.
Alright, let's get out of here then.
Everyone packs up their things. I start to follow Monica and Natsuki out the door as they chat between each other. I turn around.
Sorry, I realized that I don't have any way of, contacting you this weekend.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I can't believe that slipped my mind. Should I give you my phone number?
I think, that would be the best way, yes?
Alright then, Yuri and I exchange phone numbers.
Okay, then I'll be stopping by your house on Sunday.
My house?
Is that a problem?
Hallo Ursula, Dankeschön, welcome.
No, not at all. I just thought that I would be the one going to your house since I'm the one helping you.
I suppose that makes sense. But if you don't mind, I think I would prefer going to your house.
Alright. In that case, it won't be a problem. I decided not to press Yuri for a reason. It's not like it should matter much either way, so I'll just need to make sure my room is clean. I hope I managed to make myself useful in some way. I'm not nearly as creative as you are.
Don't underestimate yourself, Shiga. I think that we'll make a very productive team. Even if you only chose me because you felt bad or something.
She got us. Yes, we felt bad because we fucked everything up. Wait, you don't actually think that, do you?
I don't know. It's difficult to come up with any other reason you might have chosen me.
You're forgetting the one reason with the most common sense. I chose to help you because that's what I want to do.
But...
Yuri thinks to herself with an extremely tense expression. Yuri, you are overthinking this. You wanted to point out when you're overthinking. You wanted me to point out when you're overthinking, right?
I didn't realize.
I'm telling you, I want to. That's all there is to it. Do you believe me? Yuri thinks really hard again. She looks straight into my eyes for a long while.
I believe you.
As if it took her tremendous effort, Yuri finally says that and relaxes her expression.
And I'm really looking forward to Sunday.
Yeah. I'm too. After that exchange, I make my way out the door and Yuri follows. I can't believe this. Yuri is going to be coming to my house on Sunday. Even though I would have preferred to do this with Sayori, my anxiety still shoots through the roof. I guess I've gotten pretty used to handling her at this point, but who knows what might end up happening when we're outside of school. She even told me she was looking forward to it. I shake my head. Why do I feel nervous that Sayori finds out about this? It's not like we feel that way about each other. Besides, like Monica said, this is about the club. I have nothing to worry about. If I just go with it, then I'll have a good time. Okay, I'll save here. Just, you know, in case and stuff. Because I just keep forgetting to save. Okay. And I need more tea. Ah. Okay. So if you are not okay with content about depression and self-hate, come back in a minute or something. It's already Sunday. I've been getting increasingly anxious about Yuri's upcoming visit. I keep telling myself there's no reason to be nervous, but it doesn't help much. Yuri is clearly an introvert and also an intimate person in general. There's no doubt that she'll open up a little bit when it's just the two of us. Meanwhile, we've even been texting occasionally. She was extremely apprehensive at first, but it wasn't long before I was already learning more about her. But, putting Yuri aside, I haven't heard a thing from Sayori since she left club early the other day. It's not like we text each other all the time or anything, but I've been worried about her in the back of my mind. Between what Sayori said and what Monica said, it is really okay for me to put Sayori's feeling aside when she might need me. I decide to visit Sayori before Yuri comes over. Rather than asking, I simply tell her I'm coming over, much like we've done in the past. Once I reach Sayori's house, I knock on the door before entering it myself. Again, we're used to play so often that we've made it a habit to simply entering each other's houses like we were family. The house is quiet. Sayori isn't anywhere on the first floor, so I assume she's up in her room. It's already strange of her not to run down and greet me, and head up to her bedroom, where I finally find her. Sayori?
Hi, Shige.
I sit down in her room. Sayori forces a smile, but it's easy to tell that she's different. There's a minute of silence between us.
Well, you haven't come over like this in a long time, have you?
I guess you're right. It has been a long time. Not much has really changed, has it? Sayori's room is as messy as it's always been. I also recognize the same stuffed animals and wall decoration that she's had for years now.
If you came over more often, it wouldn't be such a mess.
That's because I end up cleaning it for you.
How come you suddenly wanted to come over today? Aren't you supposed to see Yuri today?
Yeah, but wait. Did you know about that? Sayori had already left by the time we decided that last meeting.
Monica told me. It's only natural for her to keep me informed about the festival preparations, right?
Well, that's true. But what about you? Aren't you going to be helping Monica today?
Of course! But I'm just helping her online. We didn't plan to meet up or anything.
Ah, so it's just me and Yuri then.
Yep.
There's more silence between us. Sayori stares in a random direction. Everything about her behavior is really uncharacteristic. I finally get to the point. Well, I just wanted to see how you were doing. After you left on Friday. When something's wrong, you can't hide it from me. I know you too well. So, Sayuri smiles and shakes her head.
That's no good, Shige.
Eh?
Why can't it just be like it's always been? This is all my fault. If I didn't get so weak and accidentally express my feelings, if I didn't make that stupid mistake, then you wouldn't have been worried about me at all. You wouldn't have come here. You wouldn't have been thinking about me right now. But this is just my punishment, isn't it? I'm getting punished for being so selfish. I think that's why the world decided to have you come over today. It just wants to torture me.
Sayuri. I grab Sayuri by the shoulders. What on earth are you saying? Are you listening to yourself right now? I know something happened to you. There's no other explanation for you to be like this. So tell me already. Until I know, I won't be able to stop thinking about it. Sayuri gives me an empty smile.
You really put me in a trap, Shige. But, you're wrong. Nothing happened to me. I've always been like this. You're just seeing it for the first time.
Seeing what? What are you talking about, Sayuri?
You're really just going to make me say it, aren't you, Shige? I guess I have no choice this time. I've had really bad depression my whole life. Did you know that? Why do you think I'm late to school every day? Because most days I can't even find a reason to get out of bed. What reason is there to do anything when I fully know how worthless I am? Why go to school? Why eat? Why make friends? Why make other people put their energy and caring to waste by having them spend it on me? That's what it feels like. And that's why I just want to make everyone happy. Without anyone worrying about me.
I'm in shock. I can't even figure out how to respond. How is it possible that Sayuri kept this from me the entire time that I've known her? Did she really want so badly for me to just not think about her? Why, Sayuri?
Eh?
Why is it that you've never told me about this? It almost feels like I've been betrayed as your close friend. Because if I knew, I would have done something to... I could to support you. Even if there's only so much that I could do. I could have tried a little bit harder to make every day a little bit better for you. That's why I'm your friend. All you had to do was tell me.
You don't understand at all, Shige. Why do you think I didn't tell you? Because if I told you, then you would have to waste effort caring about me instead of doing important things. I don't want to be cared about. It's bittersweet when people try to care about me. It feels nice sometimes, but it also feels like a bat being swung against my head. That's why I wanted so badly for you to make friends with everyone else. Having everyone to be happy together is the best thing for me. But then I discovered something else too. Seeing you make friends and get closer with everyone in the club, it feels like a spear going through my heart. So that's why I decided the world just wants to torture me. Every path leads to nothing but hurt.
You are right that I don't understand. I don't understand your feelings at all, Sayuri. But I don't need to understand. Whatever it takes for me to help you stop hurting, that's what I'll do.
No, Shige. There's nothing. Nothing at all. The only thing that could have helped is if everything could be like it always was. But I was selfish, and I finally showed you what a horrible person I am.
Tears streak down Sayuri's face.
I made you join the literature club because I was selfish. And I was punished by my heart hurting in a way that I couldn't understand. And now you came here, and I made you hurt too. That's all I am. That's why I'm going to accept these punishments. Because I deserve every last one.
Without thinking, I once again grab Sayuri's shoulders. This time I pull her into a tight embrace.
Shige?
Sayuri, I don't care if you feel selfish. I'm really happy that you convinced me to join the club. Seeing you every day makes it worthwhile enough. If I make friends with everyone else, then that's just a bonus. But please never underestimate how much I care about you. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Shige?
Sari isn't hugging me back. Despite my arms being wrapped around her, Sari's arms remain at her sides. She starts sobbing next to my ear.
No! Don't do this to me. Please don't do this. Shige,
Sari barely manages to speak between her sobs. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, but all I want is for her to know that I care. If you have it in you to call yourself selfish, then you have to let me be selfish too. No matter what it takes, I'll figure out what needs to change. I'll make these feelings go away. And if there's anything that you need me to do, then you'd better tell me. I'll get mad if you don't.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Gently, Sayuri finally puts her arms around me in return.
I don't know anything. It's all really scary. I don't understand any of my feelings, Shige. The only time I'm not feeling I'm not feeling nothing is when I'm feeling pain. But your hugs are so warm, and that's really scary too.
Sayuri lets me go. As she does so, I let her go as well. The festival is tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun, right?
Yeah.
How would you like for me to spend it all with you? It's what I want. I promise. I
think that would be nice then.
Yep. Sayuri wipes her eyes. If I could spend the whole day here, I would. Of all days, this has to be the one where I have other plans. Maybe I should cancel.
No, don't! Please don't. If you did that, then I really wouldn't forgive you.
But it's almost time for Yuri to meet me at my house. At the very least, do you want to come along and help out? It would be fun. To my surprise, Sayuri shakes her head.
I'm sorry. I don't know if that would be very good for me today. You understand, right?
It's kind of hard to me to fully understand, but I'm trying my hardest.
It's okay. Don't worry too much about it. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
All right. I look forward to it. I say goodbye to Sayuri and exit her house. On the way home, I find myself feeling uneasy. It's hard for me to keep thinking about it when Yuri is about to come over too. I think Sayuri is right. I shouldn't be worrying too much, and we're definitely going to have a great time tomorrow. I should just focus on what's ahead of me. And that is our date with Yuri! As I approach my house, I see something that makes me feel a moment of panic. Yuri?
Thank goodness.
You're a little early. I'm sorry I wasn't home yet. Were you waiting for a long time?
No, I just got here. But I started to get really nervous when nobody answered the doorbell.
You always could have texted me. If I had known, I would have reassured you and hurried more on my way home.
I suppose that's true. I didn't think of that for some reason.
It should be common sense to do that, but I decided to ignore that. Anyway, let's go inside. I see you brought a lot of stuff with you.
That's right. And did you manage to find everything I asked you to buy as well?
Yeah, pretty much. At least I hope I got everything right.
I'm sure we'll be fine.
I take Yuri to my room. The first thing she does is glance around curiously, which makes me feel anxious.
It's so clean.
Yeah, I cleaned it before you came over, so
It's very considerate of you to do.
No, I would be really embarrassed for my room to be a mess while you were here.
While I do enjoy cleaning, I would have gladly helped you clean.
That would be even more embarrassing. Wait, don't look in there. I snatched Yuri's wrist, which was in the process of opening a desk drawer of mine.
I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking of for some reason. I was just spacing out.
It's fine. I let go of Yuri's wrist. She puts both of her hands firmly in her lap as if making sure she's keeping track of them. So, should we get started?
Yes? I have a few things planned that you can help with. Decorations and other atmospheric enhancements.
Atmospheric enhancements.
You know, mood lighting, aromatherapy candles.
Oh wow, okay. I didn't know you planned on taking it that far.
Of course, I want to help take our guests to a faraway place. Although many will stop by just out of curiosity and for cupcakes, I guess, I'm determined to provide an experience that will leave them wanting more.
Well, that's great. It's easy to forget that you're a pretty intense person.
Intense?
I guess that's the best way to put it. Yeah.
Is that a bad thing?
Oh, no, not at all. Just something that I like about you, actually.
Is that so? That makes me feel relieved. And, kind of happy?
No need to be so anxious. You can relax a bit.
Relax. I brought some things for relaxation. I was going to use them during the poetry event.
Oh yeah, like what?
Let's see.
Yuri rummages through her bag. She pulls out a few candles and a wooden cylinder-shaped object.
I did some shopping on the way here, so I happen to have these in my bag. I plan to cover the windows in black paper and use the candles to light the room. I think that would be amazing, don't you?
Yeah, that would be really neat. What's that wooden thing, though?
Oh, this? It's a diffuser for essential oils. How familiar are you with aromatherapy?
Not familiar at all.
Ah, is that so? It's one of my favorite contributors to a positive atmosphere. Depending on the oils or herbs you choose, you can change the mood of the air itself. You can even feel it,
What? Permeate? Permeate? I don't know.
through your body. Relaxation, positive energy, romance, reflection. It's almost like magic.
Yuri takes her cylinder and pushes a switch on the bottom. In just a moment, a thin ray of vapor begins to spout through a small hole on the top. Wow, that smells wonderful. What kind of mood is that one for?
This is a jasmine essential oil.
Jasmine. I think jasmine is extreme.
It smells a little sweet and flowy.
Yeah, and it gives me a headache, but apart from that, I'm fine. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
I chose jasmine for the event because it provides more than relaxation. Jasmine enhances your emotions and helps you feel them flow through your body. You feel warmer and your heart pounds more heavily.
Yeah, especially my head.
Don't you think that will be perfect for sharing our poems?
Well, it does sound suitable. But you, but you seem to know a lot about this, so I'll trust your opinion with anything. Yuri smiles gently, clearly enjoying herself. She again reaches into her bag and pulls out several spools of thin ribbon. What are these for?
Well, did you purchase the origami paper I asked you to get?
Yeah, I have it over here.
We won't be using the paper for folding origami. What I'd like to do is write a different word on each paper. We'll need about 100 of them.
Oh yeah? That will, what will those be used for?
Well, I'm going to cut pieces of ribbon to hang from the doorway of the classroom. Then we can fasten the paper into the ribbons to create a doorway curtain. Wouldn't that be beautiful? It would also catch the eye of those passing by the room. It may attract some to peek inside.
That's really creative. I had no idea you'd be so good at this, Yuri.
Is that so? Well, I suppose I do get a little, intense, as you'd put it.
Yuri giggles with red cheeks. Is it just me, or is she more relaxed and it's just the two of us? Or maybe it's the excitement she feels from sharing something that she enjoys.
Here's a marker, Shiga. You can write any characters you want. I'll help you once I finish cutting the ribbons.
Alright.
Sitting on the floor together, the two of us get to work. I carefully draw a different character on each paper, doing my best to manage my bad handwriting. Which is fun, because she's supposed to do that, because she's got a lovely handwriting, and now we are writing this with our very, very bad handwriting, so that doesn't make a lot of sense. Yuri unravels a long strand of red ribbon in her desired length. Then she reaches into her bag once more and pulls out a pocket knife. The knife is strangely beautiful. The silver handle has an intricate pattern of waves etched into it. The blade itself is gently tinted blue. That's no ordinary pocket knife. It looks really fancy.
Well...
Embarrassed, Yuri looks away. What is it?
You're going to think it's weird.
Yuri, whatever it is, I have no reason to judge. To each their own, you know.
If you promise you won't be weirded out.
Well, I promise.
Alright. The thing is, I'm kind of, into knives. They're just so pretty. I can't help it. I don't know what it is. The combination of craftsmanship and feeling of danger, maybe. What am I saying? Please don't think I'm weird for this. You're laughing at me.
No. I'm not laughing at you. It's just funny how nervous you got about sharing. It's an interesting thing to me, to be into, I guess. But I think it kind of suits you.
Suits me?
Yeah, it's kind of intense. Besides, it's a really cool looking knife. I can't deny that.
It is, isn't it?
Yuri relaxes her expression once again.
Would you like to hold it?
Sure, I'll check it out. Yuri carefully hands me the knife, with the handle facing me. I take it and turn it around in my hands. It feels heavy and extremely solid. Where do you even get a knife like that? Curious of its sharpness, I feel the point of the knife with my index finger. Ow!
Shiga, why did you do that?
I didn't expect it to be that sharp. I barely touched it at all.
It's my fault. I should have warned you. This knife is extremely sharp. It can cut through skin like it's paper. Oh no.
A small drop of blood trickles down from down the side of my finger. Yuri takes my hand and gives the wound a closer look.
Oh.
She stares at it and noticeably fidgets. If you're squeamish, I'll go wash it off now. Without warning, Yuri puts my finger in her mouth and licks the wound. I feel her tongue curl around my finger. It's late enough, isn't it? At least at my place. Startled, I instinctively pull my hand back.
Oh, please forgive me. I wasn't thinking.
Yuri lowers her head, her face burning up. Yuri?
That's the most embarrassing thing I've ever done. How can I do something like that?
Ich lese eure Reactions, das passt schon.
I'm sorry.
So it was a little weird and it took me by surprise, but I guess she was just trying to help, right? Yuri, I think you're overreacting a little. She doesn't lift her head. What if she doesn't recover from this for the rest of the afternoon? Alright, you know what? This might be a stupid thing to do, but I do it anyway. I take Yuri's hand and lick her index finger in return.
Shige! Did you really just do that?
Well, now we're even. Yuri just looks at me like I did something wrong. I knew that would be a bad idea. If not for the sweet aroma of the jasmine oil, the air would be extremely heavy right now.
You're so weird, Shiga.
Yuri giggles shyly. Eh? Yuri calling me weird? I have no response to that.
Where do you keep your bandages?
I don't think I need one actually. It was just a tiny cut. Look, it already stopped bleeding.
I see. That's, relieving.
The tension is quickly lifted. We each resume our respective activities. I watch Yuri's knife cut through the ribbon like it's nothing but air. Deine Mutter ist weird. Meanwhile, I continue to make progress on the paper. After we finish attaching the paper to the ribbons, we lay them all out side by side. It looks better than I expected and will be very effective as a door curtain. Wünschte, das könnte man sehen. I wish I could actually see that. It looks great. Good thinking coming up with this, Yuri. Oh, thanks. It's just something I saw online, really? Are you ready to move on to the next task?
Yeah, let's do it. What do you have in mind?
I'd like to, create a banner. That's why I asked you to buy the paint tablets.
Ah, that's right.
Ja, gute Nacht, Mr. Nightmare, alles gut.
Morgen Forschungsgespräch. Daumen gedrückt. Also das sind keine Daumen. Machen wir so.
In der Hoffnung, dass alles gut läuft. Bis bald. Bis Donnerstag wahrscheinlich. Oder so, wenn du Lust hast. Ciao, ciao.
One of the items Yuri had asked me to buy was a kit of watercolor paint tablets.
We'll need about 6 cups of water to put each of the tablets in. Do you mind fetching those for us?
Oh, of course not. 6 cups of water. I'll be right back in a minute.
Thank you very much. Oh, and just a little bit of water is okay. If you fill the cups too much, it will be too diluted.
Okay. We're gonna manage. Taking Yuri's advice, I decided to use small plastic bathroom cups rather than full-size glasses. Das haben wir gerade gelernt. Nicht den Finger vom Personaler, was, in den Mund nehmen, das ist weird.
I put them on a plate to catch any paint that drips, then bring it back into my room.
Yuri?
Yes?
I come in to see Yuri quickly unrolling her sleeve, putting it back over her arm. Nothing? Your face is a little red.
It is too hot in here.
So, is it too hot in here or anything?
No, not at all. There's nothing wrong. So, let's mix the paint.
Yuri hurriedly dismisses me and takes it upon herself to unwrap the tablets, dropping them into the cups.
So, I thought we would do something simple that would look very nice. I'd like to paint a gradient across the banner, starting with the colors for sunrise and then daytime and then sunset and nighttime. Once it dries, I'll write an inspirational quote across the banner.
Bilder mit Sprüchen.
We can hang it on the wall behind the podium at the front of the classroom.
Ah, neat. What are you going to write?
Well, it will be more fun to surprise you.
Yuri smiles at me. Oh, if you say so. After rolling out the banner, Yuri and I kneel on opposite sides so we don't get in the way of each other. Yuri uses a brush and adds a few dots of different colors across the banner to serve as a color guide when we paint. This kind of reminds me of elementary school. What is depression? She definitely cuts herself. I start to understand why she would be plus 18. Yeah. We're getting there. We're getting there. Painting on a banner with watercolors feels a lot like the art class projects we had back then. It's relaxing.
Oh, I'm sorry if this feels too childish.
No, I didn't mean it at all. I didn't mean that at all. It's kind of fun, you know?
Yeah, it is fun. I'm glad you feel that way too.
Yuri stops painting for a moment, thinking to herself.
For me, I don't need to go out and do crazy things to have fun. In fact, I usually don't even want to. I just like when I can spend time with one other person, even if it's something simple like reading. It doesn't even matter if we don't talk much. Just having a friend next to me makes things feel a little bit nicer. I think that it all takes, that's all it takes for me to be happy.
It's not so. Even if Yuri and I are quite different, I can understand where she's coming from. I feel that way about things like anime and games, where simply sharing the experience with someone can make me happy. I think I feel the same way. Yuri smiles gently.
I knew you'd understand.
Yuri leans over the banner to grab an unused paintbrush, but I move at the same time, causing my head to bump into hers.
Yeah?
Oh, sorry. Yuri reels back and I quickly lift my hand in surprise. Are you hurt?
No, I'm not hurt. It just startled me, that's all. Sorry, I should have asked you to get it for me.
It's not your fault. Oh, your face. There are droplets of paint on Yuri's face and neck.
Is there something on my face?
Yeah, I accidentally got paint on you. Sorry, it's totally my fault. I'll get a towel right away. I rush out and fetch a small towel, then I dampen it with hot water. I return to my room and kneel back down in front of her. Here. I pat down Yuri's face and neck with a towel. Is something wrong?
It's hot. I just didn't expect it.
Oh, sorry. I didn't want to use cold water. Having finished, I start to retract my hand. But Yuri suddenly holds my wrist.
Wait. Just for a little longer. It feels really nice.
I keep my hand still against Yuri's neck. She looks into my eyes. It's an intense expression that I recognize from when she reads her books. Almost as if she's lost in a daze, enveloped by her own thoughts. She breathes gently, half through slightly parted lips. What is happening? Is it the aroma of the jasmine oil giving me this dizzy feeling? These gentle fingers wrapped around my wrist send a tingling sensation through my arm. Suddenly her face seems to be much closer to mine than it was a moment ago. Yuri slowly pulls away.
Sorry. I've been feeling a little lightheaded today. I didn't mean to space out.
It's fine. I need to go somewhere for a second. The moment is over, as soon as it began. Yuri picks up her brush again, and her movements seem clumsier, like she's unable to focus. I remain silent, forced to ignore the event that just transpired. I hesitantly retrieve my own brush and continue following Yuri's example. That should do it. I finish filling the night sky with white dots that look like stars. Looking at the banner as a whole, it's very pretty and natural looking.
I think it came out better than I expected. I'm really happy with the result.
Yeah, me too. Are you going to add the lettering now?
Oh, no, not yet. It needs to dry first.
That's true. But won't that take a while?
Well, yes. Perhaps it would be best to leave it here, then have you bring it in the morning? I can do the lettering in the classroom before our event starts. Isn't that okay?
That's totally fine.
Wonderful. In that case, I don't think there's anything more for us to do here. You say that like you're glad it's over. Was I wrong to assume that you were at least enjoying yourself a little bit?
Oh no, it's not that. I'm just glad that we managed to get everything done.
I see. I am, too. I was just a little concerned about time. I need to start making dinner soon.
Yeah. So, you don't have any time left? I was secretly hoping we could have extra time after finishing the work.
Well...
Yuri thinks to herself.
I think it would be too irresponsible of me to wait much longer. I'm sorry. I was hoping there would be more time as well.
It's probably my fault. Sorry for being such a slow worker.
Oh no, it's not your fault at all. And, the important thing is that we got everything done, right?
Yeah.
So, I shouldn't be disappointed or anything.
Gathering all the things, Yumi seems to look a little downcast. I understand why. It sounded like she rarely gets the opportunity to spend time with friends in a relaxed environment. But that doesn't mean this is the last time it can happen. Right? Once Yuri packs up, I walk her out the front door. Wieder speichern zwischendurch. Oh no.
Thank you very much for having me today.
No problem, I'm glad I was able to help. Just let me know if there's anything else you need me to bring tomorrow.
I will. Well, then...
Yuri fidgets.
I guess, I'll see you tomorrow?
Wait. I kind of say that without thinking. About today. It's fine that we didn't have as much time as we wanted. Because we can do this again. Whenever you want. You can come over, or we can go out somewhere. I forgot. You don't like going out much. As I stumble over my words, Yuri simply smiles bashfully. Anyway, you know what I'm trying to say, so,
You're very thoughtful, Shiga.
Yuri takes a step closer to me, then briefly squeezes my hand.
I kind of like that about you.
Well, how am I supposed to respond to that? Don't even get a chance to, as Yuri suddenly pulls back.
Sayori?
Eh?
Hi, Shiga.
Sayori. Just now we weren't,
It's okay, Shiga. I just stopped by to say hi. Well, it's, nice to see you. I'm sorry, but I'm already on my way to leave.
Oh, really? That's too bad.
I'm sorry. But, we'll all be together at the festival tomorrow, so that's fine, right?
Of course.
Sayori beams.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
Clearly embarrassed, Yuri hurries off. Sayori waves goodbye after her. Sayori, I thought you didn't want to come over today.
Well, I tried staying in my room, but my imagination was being really mean to me. So I had to come here and see it for myself.
See what? What are you talking about?
You know, how much fun you were having with Yuri. And how close you got to her. It makes me really happy that you've made such good friends. That's all that matters to me.
Tears start to fall down Sayori's face.
That's all that matters to me. Why am I feeling this way, Shiga? I'm supposed to be happy for you. Why does it feel like my heart is splitting in half? It hurts so much. Everything hurts so much. This would be so much better if I could just disappear.
Sayori, don't say that.
It's true, Shiga. If I wasn't here, then you wouldn't have to waste your sympathy on me. You wouldn't have to put up with me being selfish. Monica was right. I should just...
Monica? Monica was right about what? Sayori? What I said before is true. I'm not going to let this continue. Caring about you like this isn't the burden your mind is making it out to be. It's something that makes me happy. Something that I wouldn't trade for something else. So, if it takes an entire lifetime, I'm going to be by your side until you don't feel any more pain.
But...
Sayori looks away. I put a hand on her shoulder to reassure her.
I'm scared, Shiga. I'm really scared.
What are you scared of, Sayori?
I'm scared that I might like you more than you like me.
Sayori.
It's true, isn't it? I was weak and started to like you too much. I did this to myself. Shige, I like you so much that I want to die. That's how I feel. And...
That's enough, Sayori. I don't want you to hurt anymore. I slide my hand down Sayori's arm and squeeze her hand in my own. Do you remember how I said I always know what's best for you? Do you still believe me? Wordlessly, Sayori nods. Even if you don't understand all of your own feelings, I know what you need the most right now. And that's what I'm going to give to you. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it was our very own chosen objective to date Sayori because we wrote those poems to her. So... But... I mean, I love you is not necessarily wrong. Right? I'm not sure how much of a difference it actually makes. Because I wanted to date her, you know, she was my chosen waifu for the beginning. I'd say it doesn't matter, the depression has gone too far. True. But we chose her for the poems, so, and he has felt tingly inside, you know, lately. So we'll say that we love her. Sari, I love you.
Eh?
Those are my true feelings, so there's no way you could like me more than I like you. I should have realized it sooner, but spending time with everyone at the club, making new friends, and having fun with you every day, it helped me realize that you're truly the most important person to me. She gives a laugh. That's why I'll accept any of your burdens. As long as we continue like this every day, with you by my side, then I know we'll both be happy.
Shige!
Suddenly, Sayuri wraps her arms tightly around me.
Shige, is this really okay?
Yeah. I hold Sayuri in my arms and pull her closer. You'll never have to let go of me again.
I love you, Shige. I want to be with you forever.
Me too. I feel Sayuri's grip around me weaken a little bit.
What is this?
Sayuri?
I'm supposed to be happy right now. I always thought this would be the happiest moment for me, but why? Even now, why won't the rain clouds go away? They're not going away at all, Shige.
It's okay, Sayuri. It might take some time for things to get better again, but no matter how long it takes, I'll be there every step of the way. That's all that matters right now.
Okay, I trust you.
Sayuri and I slowly release each other. So, I guess that makes the festival tomorrow our first date, huh?
What are you saying? I don't want to think about those things, you know? I want everything to be the same as it's always been. Even if we really are a couple. I don't know if I could handle anything more right now. It's really new and scary to me.
I understand. We'll go at whatever pace suits you best.
Hey, Shige?
Sayuri gazes at me once again, smiling sadly.
Even if I get really, really sad, this is the best thing for me, right?
Eh? I don't really understand what Sayuri means by that. Are you saying that this is making you feel sad, Sayuri?
I don't know. I don't understand what I'm feeling. It felt like a bunch of thorns when you told me you love me. But that's why I want to trust you. You want what's best for me.
Yeah, I do. That's my promise. I say that, but in reality I've never felt more uncertain when it comes to Sayuri. I know that I love her and she loves me, but I'm having as much trouble understanding Sayuri's feelings as she is. Even though I can comfort her, I keep wondering if I should be doing something more, something different. I know these thoughts will continue to plague me until things are back to the way they were. Is that what Sayuri meant by not wanting anything to change? I don't know. But I know that I'll give it everything I've got. Sayuri is the most important person to me, and I'll do whatever it takes to have a happy future with her. Yeah, content warning is a bit spoilery. It's the day of the festival. Of all days, I expected this to be the one where I'd be walking to school with Sayori. But Sayori isn't answering her phone. Considered going to her house to wake her up, but decided that's a little too much. Meanwhile, the preparations for the event should be nearly complete. The banner Yuri and I painted is dry, and I gently rolled it up to take with me. She sent me a pleasant text reminding me not to forget anything, and I reassured her. Funnily enough, I probably feel the same way as Natsuki about the event. I'm more excited for it to be over so I can spend time with Sayori and Yuri at the festival. Knowing Monika, I'm sure the event will be great too.
Shige, you're the first one here. Thanks for being early.
That's funny. I thought at least Yuri would be here by now. Monika is placing little booklets on each of the desks in the classroom. Ich mache übrigens das mal aus, warte. Das ist nämlich blöd, wenn das so stark spoilert. So. Ich hoffe, das ist okay. Wenn nicht, kann ich das wieder anmachen. They must be the ones she prepared that have all the poems we're performing. In the end, I found a random poem online that I thought Monika would like and submitted it. So that's the one I'll be performing.
I'm surprised you didn't bring Sayori with you. Hallo Sascha, hallo, Grüße zurück.
Yeah, she overslept again. That dummy. You'd think that on days this important she'd try a little harder. I say that, but I suddenly remember what Sayori told me yesterday, and I suddenly feel awful, knowing it's not nearly that simple for her. I only said it because it's the way I'm used to thinking. But maybe I should have gone to wake her up after all.
You should take a little responsibility for her, Shige. I mean, especially after the exchange with her yesterday. Und was? Und Lami hat sich gefreut über die Grüße, die ich letzte Woche Samstag überbracht habe. Ja, schön. Das freut mich. Dankeschön. You kind of left her hanging this morning, you know?
Exchange? Monika, you know about that?
Of course I do. I'm the club president after all.
But I stammer, embarrassed. Did Sayori really tell her about it that quickly? That we're a couple now. I didn't really plan on bringing it up with anyone yet. Jeez. You don't know the full story at all, so,
Oh, don't worry. I probably know a lot more than you think.
Eh? Monika's being as friendly as usual, but for some reason I felt a chill down my spine after hearing that.
Hey, do you want to check out the pamphlets? They came out really nice.
Yeah, sure. I grabbed one of the pamphlets laid out on the desks. Oh yeah, they really did. Something like this will definitely help people take the club more seriously.
Yeah, I thought so too.
I flipped through the pages. Each member's poem is neatly printed on its own page, giving it an almost professional feel. I recognized Natsuki's and Yuri's poems from the ones they performed during our practice. What's this? I flipped to Sayori's poem. It's different from the one she practiced. It's one that I haven't read before. Get out of my head. Get out of my head, get out of my head, get out of my head. Get out of my head. Get out of my head before I do what I know is best for you. Get out of my head before I listen to everything she said to me. Get out of my head before I show you how much I love you. Get out of my head before I finish writing this poem. But the poem is never actually finished. It just stops moving. Ah. What is this? Reading the poem and... I get a pit in my stomach.
Shige? What's wrong?
Nothing. This poem feels completely different from everything else Sayori's written. But more than that, I changed my mind. I'm going to go get Sayori, so,
Huh. Well, alright. Try not to take too long, okay?
I quickly leave the classroom. Don't
strain yourself.
Monika calls that out after me. I quicken my pace. What was I thinking? I should have tried a little bit harder for Sayori. It's not a big deal to at least wait for her or help her wake up. Even the simple gesture of walking her to school makes her really happy. Besides, I told her yesterday that things will be the same as they always have been. That's all she needs, and what I want to give her. I reach Sayori's house and knock on the door. I don't expect an answer, and she's not picking up her phone either. Like yesterday, I opened the door and let myself in. Sayori? She really is a heavy sleeper. I swallow. I can't believe I ended up doing this after all. Waking her up in her own house. It really is something that a boyfriend would do, isn't it? In any case, it just feels right. Outside Sayori's room, I knock on her door. Sayori? Wake up, dummy. There's no response. I really didn't want to have to enter a room like this, but isn't it kind of a breach of privacy? But she really leaves me no choice. I, gently open the door. This is why this is a horror game. What the hell? What the hell? Is this a nightmare? It has to be. This isn't real. There's no way this can be real. Sorry, I wouldn't do this. Everything was normal up until a few days ago. That's why I can't believe that what my eyes are showing me. I suppressed the urge to vomit. Just yesterday, I told Saria I would be there for her. I told her I know what's best and that everything will be okay. Then why? Why would she do this? How could I be so helpless? What did I do wrong? Confessing to her? I shouldn't have confessed to her. It's not what Saria needed at all. Alles gut, Sascha. She even told me how painful it is for others to care about her. Then why did I confess to her and make her feel even worse? Why was I so selfish? This is my fault. My swarming thoughts keep telling me everything I could have done to prevent this. If I just spent more time with her, walked her to school and remained friends with her like it's always been, then I could have prevented this. I know I could have prevented this. Screw the literature club. Screw the festival. I just lost my best friend. Someone I grew up with. She's gone forever now. Nothing I do can bring her back. This isn't some game where I can reset and try something different. I had only one chance and I wasn't careful enough. And now I'll carry this guilt with me until I die. Nothing in my life is worth more than hers. But I still couldn't do what she needed from me. And now, I can never take it back. Never. 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 Never.
Doki Doki!
Alter. Ich vergesse immer, wie abgefuckt dieses Spiel ist. So. Hey Xan, welcome to hell. Oh, I don't know how many. It's not really. There is just one true ending. The other endings just get you. Also die anderen Enden bringen dich zum wahren Ende. Es gibt nur ein wirkliches Ende. Ja, wir fangen da nochmal neu an, ne? So let's start again, I guess. Everyone for a second round where we try not to kill anyone? Yeah, cool. I love this totally flashy and colorful, sweet game. Start a new game. I see an annoying girl running towards me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. Nein, es geht anders. Du guck einfach zu. Guck einfach zu. Oder guck später nach, wenn du jetzt keine Zeit hast. Es ist es wert. Du musst das Mutterschiff töten. Weißt du, wie ich meine? That girl is my neighbor and good friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you'd never see yourself making today, but it's just kind of works out just because you've known each other for so long. We used to walk to school together on days like this, but starting around high school, she would oversleep more and more frequently, and I would get tired of waiting up. But if she's going to chase after me like this, I always feel better off running away. Du kannst es ja nachgucken, ne? Entweder halt hier auf Twitch oder natürlich jederzeit auf YouTube. Lohnt sich. Wenn es dich wirklich interessiert, es lohnt sich. Du kannst natürlich auch selber spielen. Das normale Spiel ist tatsächlich kostenlos. Das hier ist die Plus-Version, die hat so ein paar Extras, die kostet dann, aber du kannst auch selber spielen. However, I just sighed, idle in front of the crosswalk and let catch up to me. Gets me every time. Gute Nacht, Sasha. It's an ordinary school day, like any other. Mornings are usually the worst, being surrounded by couples or friends groups walking to school together. Meanwhile, I've always walked to school alone. Always. I always tell myself it's about time I meet some girls or something like that. But I have no motivation to join any clubs. I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average while spending my free time on games and anime. There's always the anime club, but it's not like there would be any girls in it anyway. The school day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs. There really aren't any that interest me. Besides, most of them would probably way too demanding for me to want to deal with. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club. Shige? Monica, hey! Oh my goodness, I totally didn't expect to see you here. It's been a while, right? Uh-huh. Yeah, it has. Monica smiles sweetly. We do know each other. Well, we rarely talk, but we were in the same class last year. Monica was probably the most popular girl in class. Smart, beautiful, athletic. Basically completely out of my league. So having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little... What did you come in here for anyway? Oh, I've just been looking for some supplies to use for my club. Do you know if there's any construction paper in here? Or markers? I guess you could check the closet. You're in the debate club, right? About that. I actually quit the debate club. Oh, really? You quit? Yeah, to be honest, I can't stand all the politics around the major clubs. It feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather have take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. In that case, what club did you decide to join? Oh, actually, I'm starting a new one. A literature club. Literature? That sounds kind of dull. How many members do you have so far? It's kind of embarrassing, but there are only 3 of us so far. It's really hard to find new members for something that sounds so boring. Well, I can see that. But it's really not boring at all, you know? Literature can be anything. Reading, writing, poetry. I mean, one of my members even keeps her manga collection in the club room. Wait, really? Yeah, it's funny, right? She always insists that manga is literature too. I mean, she's not wrong, I guess. And besides, a member's a member, right? Did Monica say she? Huh. Hey, Shiga? By any chance, are you still looking for a club to join? I mean, I guess so, but, In that case, is there any chance you could do me a really big favor? I won't ask you to join, but, if you could at the very least visit my club, it would, you know, make me really happy. Please? Well, I guess I have no reason to refuse. Besides, how could I ever refuse someone like Monica?
Ah, awesome. You're really sweet, Shiga, you know that?
It's nothing really.
Shall we go then? I'll look for the materials another time. You are more important.
Am I not? And thus today marks the day I sold my soul to Monica and her irresistible smile. I dejectedly follow Monica across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit. Monica, full of energy, swings open the classroom door.
I'm back! And I brought a guest with me. A guest?
Seriously, you brought a boy? Way to cool the atmosphere.
Don't be mean, Natsuki. But anyway, welcome to the club, Shiga.
All words escape me in this situation. This club is full of incredibly cute girls.
So let me guess. You're Monica's boyfriend, right?
I wish. What? No, I'm not.
Natsuki.
How much do you remember of this game? I remember bits and pieces here and there and the ending. Why? At least, like, there are people here who don't know the game at all, so... The girl with a sour attitude whose name is apparently Natsuki is one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes her look like a first-year student.
Anyway, this is Natsuki, energetic as usual. And this is Yuri, the vice president. It's nice to meet you.
Yuri, who appears comparably more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with someone like Natsuki. Yeah, it's nice to meet both of you.
So, I ran into Shiga in a classroom and I decided to come check out the club.
I'm very aware of not spoiling.
Thank you.
Can Shiga die too? I'd say Natsuki could kill him. She can try.
Isn't that great?
Wait, Monica, didn't I tell you to let me know in advance before you brought anyone new? I was going to, well, you know...
Oh, sorry. I didn't forget that, but I just happened to run into him. In that case, I should at least make some tea, right?
And you seem very intelligent. I'm trying. By the way, English is not my first language, in case, well, probably very noticeable. So I'm trying my best here to pronounce all the words right, okay?
Yeah, that would be great. Why don't you come sit down, Shiga?
The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. Yuri walks to the corner of the room and opens a closet. Meanwhile, Monica and Natsuki sit across from each other, still feeling awkward.
English is very good, thank you very much.
Where are you from, by the way? I take a seat next to Monica.
So I know you didn't really plan on coming here, but we'll make sure you feel right at home, okay? As president of the literature club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone.
I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. It must be hard to start a new club.
England? Oh, that's nice.
I haven't been to England for 2 years now. Because of, like, yeah, COVID. I love England. I've got quite some friends there.
Yeah, you could put it that way. Not many people are very interested in putting out all the effort to start something brand new. Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention like, well, literature. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. But it makes school events like the festival that much more important. I'm confident that we can all really grow this club before we graduate.
Depends where you go. Yeah, okay. That's, I think that's the same in every country. There are really nice parts and very terrible parts. But I have been to London several times, and 2 years ago I went to Liverpool and to Manchester. Yeah, Liverpool, Manchester. I haven't really been to anywhere else, I'm afraid. It's not easy to just travel there.
Right, Natsuki?
Well, I guess
Natsuki reluctantly agrees. That's different girls, all interested in the same goal. Monika must have worked really hard to find these two. Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. She carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot in the middle. You keep a whole tea set in this classroom?
Oh, don't worry, the teachers gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book?
I guess.
Don't let yourself get intimidated. Yuri's just trying to impress you. That's not...
Insulted, Yuri looks away.
I meant that, you know?
I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea.
I'm glad.
Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief.
So, Shiga, what kind of things do you like to read?
Well, considering how little I've read these past few years, I don't really have a good way of answering that. Manga? I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. It looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet.
Not much of a reader, I guess.
Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri?
Well, let's see,
Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger.
My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive.
Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seemed so reserved, and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in the world of books, not people.
But you know, I like a lot of things. Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination to completely throw you for a loop? Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately.
I read a horror book once. I desperately grasp something I can relate to at the minimal level. At this rate, Yuri might as well be having a conversation with a rock.
I'd expect that from you, Yuri. It suits your personality. Oh, is that so? Really, if a story makes me think or takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down. Surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment.
Ew, I hate horror.
Oh, why is that?
Well, I just...
Natsuki's eyes dart over to me for a split second.
Never mind.
That's right, you usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki?
What? What gives you that idea?
You left a piece of scrap paper behind last club meeting. It looks like you were working on a poem called...
Don't say it out loud. And give that back.
Fine.
Natsuki, you write your own poems.
Well, I guess sometimes. Why do you care?
I think that's impressive. Why don't you share them sometime?
No.
Natsuki averts her eyes.
You wouldn't like them.
Not a very confident writer yet, huh?
I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities and showing even the deepest reaches of your heart. Do you have writing experience too, Yuri? Maybe if you share some of your work, you can set an example and help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers.
I guess it's the same for Yuri. We all sit in silence for a moment.
Hey, I just got an idea. How about this?
Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monika.
Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. Then, next time we meet, we'll all share them with each other. That way, everyone is even. I thought it was a good idea. Well, I think you're right, Monika. We should probably start finding activities for all of us to participate in together. I did decide to take on the responsibility of vice president after all. I need to do my best to nurture the club as well as its members. Besides, now that we have a new member, it seems like a good step for us to take. Do you agree as well, Shiga?
Hold on, there's still one problem.
What's that?
Now that we've reached the most important topic, I bluntly come forth with what's been on my mind the entire time. I never said I would join this club. Monica may have convinced me to stop by, but I never made any decision. I still have other clubs to look at, and I lose my train of thought. All three girls stare back at me with dejected eyes.
What? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought...
The girls exchange glances before Monica turns back to me.
I guess I need to tell you the truth, Shiga. The thing is, we don't have enough members yet to form an official club. We need 4. And I've been trying really, really hard to find new members. And if we don't find one more before the festival... I'm defenseless.
True.
Chiara, danke für den Host.
I'm defenseless against these girls. How am I supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's like this? I would feel terrible for letting everyone down in this situation. And besides, the club itself seems pretty relaxed, so if writing poems is a price I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls? Right. Okay, I have decided then. I'll join the literature club. One by one, the girls' eyes light up.
Oh my goodness, really? Do you really mean that, Shiga?
Yeah. It could be fun, right?
You really did scare me for a moment.
I mean, if you really just left after all this, I would be super pissed.
Hallo, Clemson.
Ja, about that. Sieht nur schon ein bisschen fertig aus.
Shiga, I'm so happy. We can become an official club now. Thank you so much for this. You're really amazing. I'll do everything I can to give you a great time, okay?
Everything? Thanks, I guess.
Okay, everyone. I think with that we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone remember tonight's assignment. Write a poem to bring to the next meeting so we can all share.
Monica looks over to me once more.
Shiga, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself.
Yeah. Can I really impress the class star Monica with my mediocre writing skills? I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri cleans up the tea set. I guess I'll be on my way then.
Okay. I'll see you tomorrow then. I can't wait.
With that, I depart the club room and make my way home. The whole way, my mind wanders back and forth between the 3 girls. Natsuki, Yuri, and of course, Monica. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in a literature club? Perhaps I'll have the chance to grow closer to one of those girls. Alright, I'll just need to make the most of my circumstances, and I'm sure good fortune will find me. And I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight. You have unlocked a special poem. Would you like to read it? But yes, of course, but let me drink something first. That's an interesting poem. Okay. Yes. Was good. Very well written, I guess. So, I'll just try to get Yuri this time. I'm not very good with this. Grief. Let's go with the dark stuff. She's into horror. She's into horror. So, let's just try. Agonizing. Come. Dark. a bit easier this time. Ambient. Frightening. Nope, nope. Comfort. Ah, okay. Combination disoriented. Flee. Oh, we've just got 11. So many more to go. The climax. Broken. Misfortune. Cage. All the nice things. Death. And fear. And philosophy. And inferno. And disarray. And pain. That's nearly 100% Yuri. Damn, if I had to choose in the very beginning, I would have definitely chosen Yuri. With all these things for the poem, I understand why.
Hi again, Shiga. Glad to see you didn't run away on us, huh?
Oh, well, nah, don't worry. This might be a little strange for me, but I at least keep my word. Well, I'm back at the literature club. I was the last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out. Well, it's just 3 people, so... Okay.
Thanks for keeping your promise, Shiga. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you. Making you dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it.
Oh, come on, like he deserves any slack. You already had to be dragged here by Monica. I don't know if you plan to just come here and hang out or what, but if you don't take it seriously, then you won't see the end of it. Ich kann einfach nicht mehr lesen, was da steht. Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying Monica and manga.
Manga is literature.
Swiftly defeated, Natsuki plops back into her seat.
I'm sorry, Shiga. We'll make sure to put your comfort first, okay?
Yuri shoots Natsuki with a disappointed glance.
Anyway, now that you're in the club and all, perhaps you might have interest in picking up a book to read,
Well, I can't really say no either way. Like I said, I'm in this club now. So it only feels right for me to do something like that, if you ask.
Wait, I didn't mean it like that. If you don't really want to, then forget I said anything, I guess.
I know, it's not like that, Yuri. I want to try to be a part of this club, so even if I don't read often, I'd be happy to pick up a book if you wanted me to.
Are you sure? I just felt like, well, as vice president and all, that I should help you get started on something you might like.
Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a book.
I didn't want you to feel left out, so I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention even if you don't usually read. And we could, you know, discuss it if you wanted.
How is this girl accidentally being so cute? She even picked out a book she thinks I like, despite me not reading much. Yuri, thank you. I'll definitely read this. I enthusiastically take the book.
Ew. Well, you can read it at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think.
Now that everyone's settled in, I expected Monica to kick off some scheduled activities for the club, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression, like she was waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki is rummaging around in the closet. I'm really curious to talk to Yuri a little bit more. But at the same time, I would feel bad for distracting her from reading. I catch a glimpse of the cover of her book. It looks like the same book that she lent to me. More than that, she seems to be on the first few pages. Crap. I think she noticed me looking at her. She sneaks another glance at me and our eyes meet for a split second. But that only makes her hide her face deeper in her book. Sorry. I was just spacing out. I mutter this, sensing I made her uncomfortable.
Oh, it's fine. If I was focused, then I probably wouldn't have noticed in the first place. but I'm just rereading a bit of this, so,
That's the book that you gave me, right?
hmm? I wanted to reread some of it. Not for any particular reason.
Just curious, how come you have 2 copies of the same book?
Well, when I stopped at the bookstore yesterday, that's not what I meant. I just happened to buy 2 of them.
Ah, I see. There's something fairly obvious here that Yuri isn't telling me, but I decided to let it go. I'll definitely start reading it soon.
I'm glad to hear. Once it starts to pick up, you might have a hard time putting it down. It's a very engaging and relatable story.
Is that so? What's the story about anyway?
Oh, well,
I look at the cover of the book. The book is titled Portrait of Markov. There's an ominous-looking eye symbol on the front cover.
Well, basically, it's about this religious camp that was turned into a human experiment prison. And the people trapped there have this trait that turns them into killing machines that lust for blood. But the facility gets even worse, and they start selectively breeding people by cutting off their limbs and affixing them to... Oh, that might be a little bit of a spoiler. But anyway, I'm really into it. The book, I mean. Not the thing about the limbs.
That's kind of dark, isn't it? Yuri made it sound like it was going to be a nice story, so that dark turn came from nowhere.
Oh, are you not a fan of that sort of thing, Shiga?
No, it's not that. I mean, I can definitely enjoy those kinds of stories, so don't worry.
I hope so.
Yeah, I totally forgot that Yuri is into those things. She's so shy and reclusive on the outside, but her mind seems to be completely different.
It's just that this kind of story, it's a kind that challenges you to look at life from a strange new perspective. When horrible things happen, not just because someone wants to be evil,
but because the world is full of horrible people and we're all worthless anyway. Then suddenly...
I'm rambling, aren't I? Not again. I'm sorry.
Hey, don't apologize. I haven't lost interest or anything.
Well, I guess it's alright then. But I feel like I should let you know that I have this, problem. When I let things like books and writing fill my thoughts, my whole body I kind of forget to pay attention to other people. So I'm sorry if I end up saying something strange. Please stop me if I start talking too much.
That's, I really don't think you need to worry. That just means you're passionate about reading. The least I can do is listen. It's a literature club after all.
Oh, that's... well, that's true.
In fact, I might as well get started reading it, right? Ich hab mich nicht erschrocken.
Yes. I mean, you don't have to, but...
What are you saying? Let me just get the book. I quickly retrieved the book that I had put into my bag. Alright, it's fine if I sit here, right? I slip into the seat next to Yuri's.
Yeah?
Are you sure? You seem a little apprehensive.
That's, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want you to, it's just something I'm not very used to. That is, reading in company with someone.
I see, okay. Well, just tell me, if I end up distracting you or anything,
Alright.
Her eyes got yellow and an aura of darkness surrounded her body. She started to read a poem about the hopelessness in this horrible world. Yeah, net. Nice.
Alright,
I open the book and start the prologue. I soon understand what Yuri means about reading in company. It's as if I can feel her presence over my shoulder as I read. A fun fact, I can't focus when someone is next to me while I'm reading. Well, I can, of course, read an article or something. I couldn't read a book because, I don't know, them breathing would distract me or something. I would need earplugs or music, headphones or something. I just couldn't do that. But that's just me. I get easily distracted, like a dog. It's terrible. It's not a particularly bad thing, maybe a little distracting, lol, but the feeling is somewhat comforting. It is comforting, but I'd rather play a game than, like, play Switch or Game Boy or whatever, and have someone next to me, but not reading. It's different. Yuri is in the corner of my eye. I realize that she's not actually looking at her own book. I glance over. It looks like she's reading from my book instead.
Oh, sorry.
I was just bathing in the feeling. Yuri, you really apologize a lot, don't you?
I do? I don't really mean to. Sorry. I mean...
Here, this should work, right? I slide my desk until it's up against Yuri's, then hold my book between the two of them. Okay.
I suppose so?
Yuri timidly closes her own copy. So, once we each lean in a little bit, our shoulders are almost touching. It feels like my left arm is in the way, so instead I use my right hand to hold the book open. I guess that makes it kind of difficult to turn the page. Here. Yuri takes her left arm and holds the left side of the book between her thumb and forefinger. I do the same with my right arm on the right side of the book. That way I turn a page and Yuri slides it under her thumb after it flips to her side. But in holding it like this, we are huddled even closer together than before. It's actually kind of distracting me. It's as if I can feel the warmth of Yuri's face and she's in the corner of my vision.
Are you ready?
To turn the page. Yes, sorry. I think I got a bit distracted for a second. I glance over at Yuri's face again and our eyes meet. I don't know how I'll be able to keep up with her.
That's okay. You're not as used to reading, right? I don't mind being patient if it takes you a bit longer. It's probably the least I can do. Since, you've been so patient with me.
Yeah, thanks. We continue reading. Yuri no longer asks me if I'm ready to turn the page. Instead, I just assume that she finishes the page before me, so I turn it by my own volition. We continue the first chapter in silence. Even so, turning each page almost feels like an intimate exchange. My thumb gently letting go of the page, letting it flutter over to her side as she catches it under her own thumb. Hey Yuri. This might be a silly thought, but the main character kind of reminds me of you a little bit.
No, I don't relate to this character at all.
Really? I was just thinking the way she second guesses things she says and all that.
Oh, that's what you were talking about, okay. Sorry, I thought you meant something else about her.
Something else?
Never mind. We didn't even get that far yet, so I don't know why that came into my head.
Yuri, are you feeling alright? Yuri's been a little fidgety ever since we started reading. You can rest if you're feeling sick or something. Your breathing is a little...
My breathing?
Yuri puts her hand on her chest as if to feel her heartbeat.
I didn't even notice. Anyway, I'm fine. I just need some water.
Alright, don't push yourself. Yuri stands up and practically rushes out of the classroom. What on earth was that about?
Shige? Did something happen just now?
I have no idea. Yuri was acting a little strange, I guess.
So, you don't know anything?
Sorry, I can't say I do. Are you worried about her? So you don't... okay. That was not a blaming sound, but... So you don't know anything. Okay.
No, not really. I was just making sure that you didn't do anything to her.
No, nothing.
Don't worry, I believe you, silly. Yuri just does this sometimes, so it's nothing alarming.
Alright, if you say so.
Anyway, why don't we start with sharing our poems with each other?
Shouldn't we wait for Yuri?
Well, she might be a while, so I just figured we'd get started without her. Is that okay?
Yeah, I was just asking... I stand up. I make a mental note of where I left off in the book, then slip it back into my bag. True. Okay, let's go for Natsuki then. I told Natsuki I was interested in her poems yesterday. It's probably only fair if I shared mine with her first.
Shige, if you're not going to take this club seriously, then go home.
What? Harsh?
What, you expect me to believe that you actually put effort into this? Do you think I'm stupid?
I'm not a writer. Maybe it's not very good, but yeah, I did put in effort. We all start somewhere, right? If you're still proud of the first poem you ever wrote, then I'd like to read it. Painful to think about?
Fine.
Well, sorry. You'll get better anyway.
I tell you what to improve, but you're better off just trying again.
Fair enough. Well, to each their own, I guess.
Anyway, I guess I've got to share mine now.
Knowing you'll probably think it's stupid. I think we know that one already. Eagles can fly, monkeys can climb, crickets can leap, horses can race, owls can seek, cheetahs can run, eagles can fly, people can try. That's about it. Yeah. I told you that you weren't gonna like it. I like it.
What?
Just be honest. I am. Why are you so convinced that I wouldn't like it?
Well, because
everyone in high school thinks that writing has to be all sophisticated and stuff. So people don't even take my writing seriously. But isn't the point of poems for people to express themselves? Your writing style wouldn't make your message any less valid.
Yes, exactly! I like when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard.
Like in this poem. Like seeing everyone around you do great things, but can be really disheartening. So I decided to write about it. Yeah, I understand. But the other nice thing about simple writing is that it puts more weight on the wordplay. Like I set up for a rhyme at the end, but then made it fall flat on purpose. It helps bring out the feeling in the last line. Well, so you did. I guess more went into it than I realized. Oh, that's what it means to be a pro. I'm glad you learned something. Didn't expect that from the youngest one here, did you? Yeah, I guess not. I decided to humor her with that last comment. I don't really care how old everyone is, but if Natsuki is feeling proud, then I won't take that away from her. So we can't read Yuri's, which makes me sad, but okay.
Hi, Shige. Having a good time so far?
Yeah.
Good. Glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new in everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do better, I'm always listening. Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay?
Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Of course I'll be afraid to bring things up. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in.
Anyway, want to share your poem with me?
It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to.
Don't worry, Shige. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know? But it's that sort of barrier that we'll all learn to get past soon.
Well, that's true. I hand Monica my poem.
Great job, Shige. I was going ooh in my head while reading it. It's really metaphorical. I'm not sure why, but I didn't expect you to go for something so deep. I guess I underestimated you. It's easiest for me to keep everyone's expectations low.
That way, it always counts when I put in some effort.
That's not very fair. Well, I guess it worked anyway. You know that Yuri likes this kind of writing, right? Writing that's full of imagery and symbolism. Sometimes I feel like Yuri's mind is just totally detached from reality. I don't mean that like it's a bad thing, though. But sometimes I get the impression that she's just totally given up on people. She spends so much time in her own head that it's probably a much more interesting place for her. But that's why she gets so happy when you treat her with a lot of kindness. I don't think she's used to being indulged like that. She must be really starved for social interaction, so don't blame her for coming on a little strongly, like earlier. I think if she gets too stimulated, she ends up withdrawing and looking for, alone time.
Suddenly, the door opens.
Yuri! I'm back. Did I miss anything? Not really. Well, we all started sharing our poems with each other. Already? I'm sorry for being late. No need to apologize. We still have plenty of time, so I'm more glad that you took all the time you needed. Alright. Thanks, Monica. I suppose I should get my poem now. Anyway, do you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not very good.
You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to not be very good. So.
Well, it's because I have to sound confident. Hello, Martin. Hello. That doesn't mean I always feel that way, you know?
I see.
Well,
let's read it then. We know this one as well.
Hole in the wall, but he wasn't looking at me. Confused, I frantically glanced at my surroundings.
Is it the same though? Or... But my... different. It's a different poem. It's like the sequel.
But he wasn't looking at me.
I think.
Confused, I frantically glanced up at my surroundings. But my burned eyes can no longer see color. Are there colors in this room? Are they talking? Or are they simply poems on flat sheets of paper? The sound of frantic scrawling, playing tricks on my ears. The room begins to crinkle, closing in on me. The air I breathe dissipates before it reaches my lungs. I panic. There must be a way out. It's right there. He's right there. Swallowing my fears, I brandish my pen.
I think it's not the same as earlier.
So, what do you think?
It's very freeform, if that's what you call it. Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, that kind of style has gotten pretty popular nowadays. That is, a lot of poems have been putting emphasis on the timing between words and lines. When performed out loud, it can be really powerful.
Was that the inspiration? What was the inspiration behind this one?
Well, I'm not sure if I know how to put it. I guess you could say that I had some kind of epiphany recently. It's been influencing my poems a bit.
An epiphany?
Yeah, something like that. I'm kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe after everyone is better friends with each other. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes when you're writing a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. If you try so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something down on the paper and tidy it up later. Another way to think about it is this. If you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you'll just get a big dark puddle of ink. So just move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening.
So now let's have Yuri's. As Yuri reads the poem, I notice her eyes lighten.
Exceptional.
What was that?
Huh? Did I say that out loud?
Yuri first covers her mouth, but then ends up covering her whole face.
He's going to hate me.
You really didn't do anything wrong, Yuri.
That's... I guess you're right. What am I getting so nervous for?
Yuri takes a breath.
So, what kind of writing experience do you have? Your use of imagery and metaphors indicates you've written a lot of poetry before.
Really? Now that's a huge compliment coming from you. This is actually my first time, really.
Huh?
Yuri stares at me blankly, then looks at my poem again.
Well, I know that, I just meant,
Yuri trails off, unable to find an excuse. She traces her fingers along the words in the poem as if breaking it down more thoroughly.
yeah, okay, this is the reason I was able to tell. It's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers. And having been through that myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most noticeable thing I recognize in new writers is that they try to make their style very deliberate. In other words, they try to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter, and that they form fit the two together. The end result is that both the style and the expressiveness are weakened. Once Yuri finds a train of thought,
Once Yuri finds a train of thought, it's as if her demeanor totally changes. Her stammering is completely gone, and she sounds like an expert.
of course, that's not something you can be blamed for. There are so many different skills and techniques that go into writing even a simple poem. Not just finding them and building them, but getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part. It might take you some time, but it all comes with practice and learning by example and trying new things. I also hope that everyone else in the club gives you valuable feedback. Natsuki can be a little biased, though.
Biased? How?
You know, well, never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that. Sorry.
It's fine. I'm not sure if Yuri's apologizing to herself, to me, or to Natsuki. Do you mind if I read your poem now?
Please do. I'd love to share my thought process behind it.
Yuri smiles dreamily as if that's a rare opportunity for her. Which itself is kind of funny. After all, isn't this supposed to be a literature club?
Ghost under the light. The tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow. Bathing. It must be this one. The last remaining streetlight to have withstood the test of time. The last yet to be replaced by the sickening blue-green hue of the future. I bathe. Calm. Breathing air of the present, but living in the past. The light flickers, I flicker back.
Ja, flickern tust du eine Menge.
I'm so sorry I have such terrible handwriting.
What? I wasn't thinking that at all.
But it took you so long to read.
Yeah, well, I just don't read script very often. I actually think your handwriting is pretty.
Huh? That's a relief.
Also, I like the poem. Even though it's short, it was really descriptive.
It wasn't too short? I actually write longer poems.
Oh, not at all. No.
I'm really glad you like it. I'll be honest, since it's our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose.
Are you into ghosts, Yuri?
Uh-huh. Actually, the story isn't about a ghost at all, Shiga.
Really? I must have totally missed the point then.
Well, I suppose you did only glance over it after all. But remember that poets often express their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences in their work. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. In this case, perhaps the subject of the poem is only being symbolically compared to a ghost. Lingering in her last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the past. And soon, to be left with nothing.
That's a lot more solemn putting it that way. I hadn't even thought of that. That's impressive.
Huh? It's nothing, really. Yours was impressive too, so,
Nah. If anything, I could probably learn a thing or two from you.
Oh, you think so?
Of course.
You know, I was really nervous about doing all this, but in the end I enjoyed it. I'm going to keep doing my best for you, Shiga.
Me too. Phew, I guess that's everyone. I glance around the room.
That was a little more stressful than I anticipated. It's as if everyone is judging me for my mediocre writing abilities. Oh, der Sound, ey. Even if they're just being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs. This is a literature club, after all. I sigh. I guess that's what I ended up getting myself into. Across the room, Monika is writing something in her notebook. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration, meanwhile Yuri smiles sadly.
What's with this language?
Huh? Did you say something?
Oh, it's nothing.
Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand.
I guess you could say it's fancy.
Thanks. Yours is cute.
Cute. Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's clearly about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute?
I know that. I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice.
You mean you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but it really didn't come out nice at all.
Well, I have a couple of suggestions.
If I was looking for suggestions, I would have asked someone who actually liked it. Which people did, by the way. Monika liked it, and Shige did too. So based on that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all,
Excuse me, I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. I don't expect it to change anytime soon, unless, of course, I come across something particularly inspiring. Which I haven't yet. And Shige liked my poem too, you know. He even told me he was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up.
Oh, I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri.
That's not what you just...
Yuri stands up as well. But we've had this scene already, I know, so I'm trying to rush it through a bit. But I don't want to skip it. Because sometimes things happen and I don't remember when and where.
Maybe you're just jealous that Shige appreciates my advice more than he appreciated yours.
Huh? And how do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? Are you that full of yourself?
No. If I was full of myself, I would deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy.
Well, you know what? I wasn't the one whose boobs magically grew a size bigger as soon as Shige started showing up.
Natsuki! Natsuki, that's a little...
This doesn't involve you.
Taking out your own insecurities on others like that. You really act as a...
See what I mean?
You really act as young as you look, Natsuki.
Me? Look who's talking. You wanna be edgy, bitch.
Edgy? Sorry that my lifestyle is too much for someone of your mental age to comprehend.
See? Just saying that proves my point. Most people learn to get over themselves after they graduate middle school, you know?
If you want to prove anything, then stop harassing others with your sickening attitude. You think you can counterbalance your toxic personality just by dressing and acting cute? The only cute thing about you is how hard you try.
Wow, be careful or you might cut yourself on that edge, Yuri. Oh, my bad, you already do, don't you?
Did you just accuse me of cutting myself? What the fuck is wrong with your head?
Ah, go on, let Shige hear everything you really think. I'm sure he'll be head over heels over you after this.
Suddenly, Yuri turns towards me. As if she just noticed I was standing there.
Shige? She's just trying to make me look bad.
Oh, that's not true. She started it.
There's no Sayuri to stop the argument, you see. Oh, I have to choose someone here? No, because Sayuri is not here. Okay, this is our Yuriko. Give me my girl.
Hi, Monika. Yeah, Yes, okay, cool. Hey, Shige, why don't we step outside for a little bit? Okay? Sorry about that. They really shouldn't have tried to get you involved. It's probably better for us to stay out of this. We'll go back inside once they're done yelling. Some president I am, right? I can't even confront my own club members properly. I just wish I was able to be a little more assertive sometimes, but I never have it in me to put my foot down against others.
This is some kind of computer animation.
What? You understand, right? Anyway, if this makes you want to spend less time with the others, then that's fine. I'd be happy to spend time with you instead.
Suddenly, Natsuki runs out of the classroom, crying. Quickly runs away.
Oh dear. Well, it looks like they're done. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it.
Yuri is rocking back and forth in her desk, with her palms on her forehead. Yuri?
I didn't mean it.
I believe you. I have no idea what Yuri might have said to Natsuki, or did.
Shiga, please don't hate me. Please? I'm not like this. There's something wrong with me today. It's fine, Yuri. No, you didn't mean it. Besides, I'm sure Natsuki will forget about it by tomorrow. Completely. Anyway, the meeting is over, so you can go home now if you want.
Yuri looks at me like she wants to say something, but she keeps glancing at Monika.
You can go first, Monika. I'd like to stay a little bit longer. I'm the president, so I should be the last one out. I'll wait for you to be done. Well, I'm vice president, so please let me take that responsibility today. It kind of sounds like you don't want me around for something, Yuri. It's not that. It's not that. Yeah, I didn't get much of a chance to discuss my book with Shiga. It would just be embarrassing with you listening. I guess I don't really have a choice, do I? I'm sorry for causing trouble.
Yeah, okay. Let's go with Yuri again. Nein, okay. Lost and despise and marriage? I don't know. And portrait. And I don't know who's that working for now. And graveyard again. Nightgown is good. Misfortune always. Depression and infallible. I don't know what that means, but I'm good. Dark and Valentine. Okay. And climax again, and tenacious, and disaster. Give it the positive ones. Nah. And chocolate. Chocolate is a positive one. Jump. And slightly heartbeat. Heartbeat is good. And breathe. I don't know where this is going again. I am. Another day passes, and it's time for the club meeting again. I've gotten a little more comfortable here over the past couple of days. Entering the club room, the usual scene greets me.
Welcome back, Shiga.
Ah, hi, Yuri. I'm not sure if it's me or if it's Yuri's expression, but the weight of yesterday's quarrel still hangs in the air a little. Yuri glances over her shoulder, looking around the room. Natsuki is reading manga at her desk, and surprisingly, Monika isn't here yet. Suddenly, Yuki takes my arm and pulls me to the corner of the room.
About yesterday, I really need to apologize. Nothing like that has ever happened before, and something just came over me, I guess. I wasn't acting mentally sound. Please don't think we're usually like this. Not just me, but Natsuki as well.
Yuri, I'm happy that you were considerate and apologized, and you don't have to worry too much. Even though I've only been here a couple days, I could tell something was off yesterday. Maybe we were just a little extra sensitive because it was our first time sharing poems. But whatever it was, it didn't make me think any less of you. I had already decided that there's no way you can be a bad person. And now that you're apologizing, I know you really didn't mean it.
Shiga, don't say those kinds of things so frankly. They make me a little too happy. I'm really glad that you're such an understanding person, and I'm pretty glad that you joined this club. Everything is a little bit brighter with you around, and yeah, sorry, what am I saying right now? I just
Hey, have you guys seen Monica? No, I haven't. I was also kind of wondering where she was. Man, Yuri, I'm guessing you haven't either. Yuri is clearly taken aback at how calmly Natsuki is addressing her.
No, I haven't.
Jeez, this isn't like her at all. I know it's stupid, but I can't help but worry a little bit. What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Natsuki, about yesterday, just wanted to apologize. I promise I didn't mean any of the things I said, and I'll do my best to stay under control from now on. So...
Yuri, what the heck are you talking about? Did you do something yesterday?
Eh?
Jeez. Whatever's on your mind, I'm sure it was nothing. I don't even remember anything bad happening. You're the kind person who worries too much about the little things, aren't you?
But...
I'll accept your apology anyway if it helps you feel better about it. Besides, it's kind of nice to hear since I was always afraid you secretly hated me or something like that.
No, not at all. I don't hate you.
Well, you're kind of weird, but I don't hate you either. Natsuki turns to me. You're still on trial, though. Hey. Suddenly the door swings open.
Sorry. I'm super sorry. I didn't mean to be late. I hope you guys weren't worried or anything.
Nah, not about you, Monica. Well, Natsuki was. I was not. What took you so long anyway?
Well, my last period today was study hall, and to be honest, I kind of, just lost track of time.
That makes no sense, though. You would have heard the bell ring at least.
I must have not heard it since I was practicing piano. Piano? I wasn't aware you played music as well, Monica. Don't give me more credit than I deserve. I guess I've been practicing for a while, but I'm still not really good yet. Still, that must require a lot of dedication. So I'm still impressed. Well, thanks, Yuri.
You should play something for us sometime.
That's,
Monica looks at me.
Well, I'm working on writing a song, but, it's not quite done yet. Maybe once I get a little bit better, I will.
Well, that sounds cool. I look forward to it.
Is that so? In that case, I won't let you down, Shiga.
Monica smiles sweetly. I didn't mean any pressure or anything like that.
Don't worry. I was hoping that I could share it with you anyway. I guess that's why I've been practicing so much recently.
I see. I'm not sure if Monica was referring to the whole club or just me. And in that case, best of luck.
Thanks. I didn't miss anything, did I?
Nah, not really. I chose not to bring up anything that the three of us talked about. Besides, Natsuki has already run off into the closet.
Shiga, since your compliments put me in a good mood, I was wondering if you would like to spend some time together today. I mean, in the club.
Yeah, definitely. I planned on it anyway.
Oh, okay. Can we start now? Let's, find a place to sit. I'm a little bit forceful, aren't I? I'm sorry. My heart just won't stop pounding for some reason.
Don't worry about it. If anything, it's nice to see you have so much energy.
Yeah, but, I need to try to calm down. I won't be able to focus on reading like this,
Take your time. Yuri takes a deep breath and then pulls a copy of the book out of her bag.
Actually, I have a request. Do you mind if I make some tea first?
Not at all.
Thanks very much. If there's one thing that can make my reading time here any better, it's a nice cup of tea. Not to mention for yourself as well.
Yuri stands up and makes her way to the closet. I follow and watch as she retrieves a small water pitcher from the shelf, the kind with a filter inside.
Can you hold this for a second?
Sure. Yuri hands me the water pitcher and also fetches an electric kettle.
I'm going to plug this in at the teacher's desk and then I'll go to get some water.
He walks past me and sets the kettle down on the teacher's desk. I simply watch her movements. To my surprise, the way she moves really contrasts her speaking mannerisms. Especially because of her long legs, Yuri appears elegant and methodical.
Okay. May I have the water pitcher? Thanks, I'll be right back.
I might as well walk with you.
Oh, that's okay. You stay here. I won't stay long.
Pitcher in hand, Yuri hurries out of the classroom.
And did Yuri leave you again?
No, it's not like that this time. She's just filling up the water pitcher to make tea.
Oh, okay. Sorry for misunderstanding.
10 minutes pass. Yuri said it wouldn't take long. Is something holding her up? I'm bored just waiting here, so I decide to go look for her. Let's see. The most logical place for Yuri to be would be the nearest water fountain. I start heading down the hallway. What's that noise? It's coming from around the corner. It sounds like breathing. A sharp inhale, like something is sucking the air through her teeth. Are they in pain? I reach the corner and peer around. Yuri?
I'm back. Thanks for waiting patiently. Chica, do you like oolong tea?
Yeah. Anything is fine.
Very well.
Yuri sets the timer on the kettle to 200 degrees. Timer? Temperature. Not timer. Temperature. It's getting late.
Now it's time to get the teapot.
You really do this properly, don't you?
Of course.
You shouldn't do any less when I'm making tea for others. Oh, my focus is... Even if I'm not an expert on tea or anything,
In that case, you'll only be even more impressed.
Perhaps I will. Yuri fetches the teapot and begins measuring the tea leaves. Tea? To my surprise, she even starts humming a little to herself.
You must be in a good mood now.
Sorry. I have to stop playing. You must be in a good mood now.
Is that so? I was letting it show, and you noticed I was doing a bit of thinking, and I decided, since gamer energy, and I decided that I would try expressing myself a little bit more. It turns out it's not very hard for me to do, but it's you who's around anyway.
Well, that's great, Yuri. Don't push yourself too much, though.
You're always worrying about me, Shiga. It's very endearing.
That's, Yuri wasn't kidding. I don't even know if I can keep up with it. I watch Yuri pour a cup of tea for each of us.
Shiga, I have another request. Do you mind if we sit on the floor today?
Why's that?
It's a little bit easier on my back. I can read with my back against the wall rather than bending over at my desk.
Sorry, I didn't realize.
Oh, no worries. I just have back pain fairly regularly, so I do my best to manage it.
Is that so? I wonder why's that. Oh, I know why is that.
It's mostly because of my,
your posture, right? Always hunched over like that while reading.
Yes, indeed. I have terrible reading posture. So that's why we should sit on the floor.
Fair enough. Yeah, posture. I'll go ahead and get the book. I retrieve the book from my bag. I have some chocolate as well. It's a bag of small chocolate candies. I take it since it'll go well with the tea. Yuri and I sit against the wall, teacups at our side. As if in sync, we assume the same reading position as last time, each holding one half of the book. Except this time, our bodies are even closer to each other.
I can't see too well.
Yuri slides closer until our shoulders are touching. How am I supposed to focus on reading like this? Yuri was always kind of cute, but when she's being less apprehensive, it's almost more than I can handle.
Your teacup?
Yuri hands me my teacup. Holding it with my hand that's not holding the book, I end up in a position that makes it even harder to focus. Because now I need to worry about making sure I don't accidentally touch her chest. Meanwhile, Yuri hasn't noticed a single thing. She wears her intense reading expression, and I can only presume the world around her has faded away. I use all of my willpower to focus on reading. After a few minutes, I finally manage to relax a bit. I put the teacup between my legs and fumble with the chocolate wrapper. Sorry. I briefly let go of the book to finish opening the wrapper. You can have as much as you want.
Ah, that's okay. I won't take any.
Are you sure?
Well, if I touch it, then it might get smudges on the pages.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't even think about that. My bad.
No need to apologize. I'll hold the book, okay?
Are you sure?
Of course.
Yuri opens the book with both hands. She holds it so that I don't have any harder of a time reading from it. But as a result, her left arm is practically resting on top of my leg. Well, in that case, Yuri is already totally focused on reading again. I take a chocolate candy and pop it into my mouth. Then I take another chocolate and I hold it up to Yuri. He doesn't even look away from the book. He simply parts her lips, as if the situation was completely natural. But that means I can't stop here. I apprehensively place the chocolate in her mouth. Just like that, Yuri closes her lips over it. Yuri's expression suddenly breaks.
Did I just...
Yuri looks at me like she needs to confirm what just happened.
Shige?
Sorry. I guess I shouldn't have done that. Yuri starts to breathe heavily.
I can't.
Shige? Suddenly Yuri forcefully grabs my arm and jerks me to my feet. My teacup gets knocked over.
Shige? My heart won't stop pounding, Shige. I can't calm down. I can't focus on anything anymore. Can you feel it, Shige?
Yuri suddenly presses my hand against her chest.
Why is this happening to me? I feel like I'm losing my mind. I can't make it stop. It even makes me not want to read. I just want to look at you. It's time to share poems.
Who should I show my poem to first? No one. Actually. No one, actually. I'm really tired. And I really need to get up early in the morning for work. And I really need some food. I'm sorry. But we played it like, I don't know, for nearly 6 hours straight. I don't know when we actually started. Ich sehe bestimmt schon völlig fertig aus. So yeah, I hope you've enjoyed it so far. We'll continue it on next Sunday. We're gonna play Hellblade on Thursday. We're gonna finish Hellblade on Thursday. You can bet your bomb on it. And then we're gonna... Well, not sure if finish. Maybe we can finish the game next Sunday. I hope we can. And yeah. Oh, where should we go here? No, we stopped at the Here, we actually stopped here. But it gets me a bit of green flimmer. Okay, let's go with the classroom. No, everything is green now. Okay, never mind. So, I hope you like the game, to everyone who doesn't know the game. And I hope it's enjoyable and entertaining for the people who actually do know the game. That would be lovely. So, yeah. If you liked it, leave a follow and stuff, and then we'll see each other next Sunday. There's no one really I can annoy now, so no rage this evening, which is fine. Ich hoffe, es hat euch gefallen. Ich hoffe, es ist auch okay für alle Leute, die sonst deutschsprachig sind. Ich hoffe, es ist nicht zu schwierig und nicht zu schnell. I hope I'm not reading too fast, because sometimes we've just been through the scene at least once. And yeah, it's gonna continue this way, so but I can't just skip it, because you just saw that minor things change here and there, and it just takes a lot of time. Alles prima, außer bei diesen Glitchen. Ja, das muss ja so. Das muss ja so. Hauptsache mein Stream hat keinen Glitch. Der Rest ist egal. Oh, my cosplay makeup is it's actually really fine today, but my key light is not making the best out of it, I guess. So ja, ist erst Halbzeit beim Spiel. Ja, so ungefähr, ne? Genau. Aber so grob. Ich weiß ja, wie viele. Ne, pst, Martin. Manche wissen nicht. Pst. Und ansonsten sage ich einfach, kommt gut in die Woche. So have a nice Monday and Tuesday and stuff. Yeah, see you on Thursday or for Doki Doki Literature Club on Plus on next Sunday. Hey, Sora ist jetzt bei Smash. Ich muss mal prügeln gehen. Ja, mach das mal. Was? Oder meinst du hier mein Keylight?
Okay, dann bis Donnerstag oder Sonntag. Und ich muss dringend was essen. Es tut mir leid,
Aber ihr seht ja, wie meine Konzentration einfach richtig den Bach runtergeht. Like, I can't focus anymore because I'm so hungry and so tired. So, I hope you enjoyed it. Until now.
see you then. Bye bye.